Chairman Riley.
Here.
Vice Chair Hicks.
Here.
Representatives Engel.
Here.
Baker. Here. Copeland.
Here.
Crossley. Justice.
Here.
Lavasco.
Here.
Mattison.
Here.
McMullen.
Here.
Meredith.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Reuter.
Here.
Weber.
Here.
Very good. And a few preliminary comments, and then we're going to hop right into the bills that we're hearing today. First thing, on a couple of housekeeping notes, we obviously have a full house, a lot of folks that want to testify, and we have an overflow room in hearing 5 for folks who need a seat and want to watch the proceedings. That will be in hearing room 5, but you are absolutely able to come in and testify on any of the bills that you choose to, even if you're sitting in hearing room 5. So don't think that just because you're not sitting in this room that you won't have an opportunity to come and share your concerns on these issues. You absolutely will have that opportunity. We are going to do these bills in by batches. We're not going to have separate hearings on each bill. So how we're going to proceed today is we have one bill dealing with state worker biweekly pay. We will hear that bill first. Then we have 3 bills that are dealing with some sports issues. We will hear those bills together. We have 3 bills dealing with medical procedures. We will hear those 3 bills together. And then we have 2 bills that are dealing with drag issues, and we will hear those 2 bills together. The ranking member and I have had a number of conversations today to try and set some rules for the road, to try and facilitate a good, productive hearing that respects everybody's time, respects the concerns of everyone involved, and makes sure that everyone has a chance to have their voices heard. So we've set some time limits for our discussion today in order to make sure that everyone who wants to be heard has an opportunity to do that. And here are the rules that the ranking member and I have come to an agreement on. The bill sponsors will have 5 minutes each to present their bills. Then each side on an issue is able to designate an expert witness or a lead witness, however you want to refer to that person. That person will have 5 minutes to testify. Then every subsequent witness will have a total of 3 minutes to testify. Members will have 5 minutes apiece to ask questions of the bill sponsors, and members will have then 3 minutes per witness to ask questions as well. And we will try to adhere to those rules best we can. We'll try to keep the hearing moving as well, however. Secondly, just on a personal note, I recognize that these are some incredibly challenging issues and a lot of very diverse viewpoints on them, a lot of passion on all sides on those issues. And I believe truly that every person in this room, though we don't see eye to eye, is doing what they're doing because they're trying to protect kids and do what's right for the folks of our state. So with that in mind, you certainly have my commitment as chair to provide an opportunity for everyone to be heard and facilitate a strong, robust discussion, but hopefully a civil discussion. With that, I'm going to invite Representative Griffith to come forward and present House Bill 131. Representative, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For those of you that were here last year, you'll recognize this bill as House Bill 2090. What happened with that particular bill was it came out of committee unanimously. And what this bill does is provides biweekly pay for our state employees. This bill was brought to me by Office of Administration to really try to make it more effective and be another tool that we can support our state employees on and be able to give them 26 paychecks a year instead of 24. This bill, when it came to the House last year, we attached the tax refund to that bill. And although it went through, the governor vetoed the bill. So I'm bringing the bill back again this year because here in Jefferson City, city employees make up the largest part of my workforce. I have over 14,000 of my constituents that live here in Jefferson City that work for the state. For many of you that live out of state, in outstate Missouri, and in the larger cities, you may not have as much contact with those state employees as what I do. But when I was knocking doors during my campaign, the thing that I heard most from them was we need to have our pay increased, we need to be able to have a voice, and we need to feel like we're appreciated. And so I think the things that we've done in last year with 7.5%, and I think with the 8.7% we're looking at this year as far as an increase for them, I think we are addressing that. I think we're letting them know that they are appreciated. Many of them are public servants. They do this, and they could actually get a job in the private sector that would be better for them and make more pay. But because they are committed to serving the people of Missouri, this is one way that we can really show an appreciation for them. For those of you that looked at the fiscal note on this, there is a fiscal note. The fiscal note really reflects 1 year. If you look in next year and the year after that and the year after that, there's none. This is really for data in updating the computer systems that we've got that move this from a 15th and 30th pay periods to biweekly to every 2 weeks. And so it's really non-controversial, and I certainly would appreciate the committee's support on this, and I would be open for any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions from the committee? Representative Meredith.
Thank you. First of all, just thanks for the bill. I think I supported it last year. There's a lot more I think we ought to do for state workers. This is a pretty tiny thing. But I did just want to ask, when was this bill notified to be heard today? Do you recall?
Last week.
Last week was the notice that this bill was going to be heard today?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative. Is there anyone here to testify in favor of House Bill 131? Thank you, sir, and proceed whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Garrett Webb, registered lobbyist on behalf of the active and retired Missouri state employees. We'll be brief. We supported this last year. In principle, it's a simple bill, just like they all start out to be, and obviously no fault to the chairman or of the sponsor last year. Other stuff was attached and it got tied up. We know that this is not the solution to keeping the workforce. Certainly is an incentive for workforce attraction, and we would just hope that you would all feel the same and help our workers, as the sponsor said, get a couple more paychecks in a calendar year.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Is there anyone here to testify in opposition to House Bill 131? Anyone here to testify for informational purposes on House Bill 131? Please proceed when ready.
I'm Hannah Swan with the Office of Administration. I just wanted to go on record. I'm actually in support of this bill. Current statute allows state workforce to be paid either monthly or twice a month. It doesn't currently allow for biweekly pay, which really is the standard in the industry. We just would like to have this added so that we would have the flexibility to make that change at some point in the future if we wanted to do that.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else here to testify in favor of House Bill 131? Okay, seeing one. Proceed, sir, when ready.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, I'll be very brief. My name is Arnie C. A.C. Dinoff, State Public Advocate. I'm a citizen from St. Charles County. This was the only thing on the agenda up until yesterday when I looked at the committee agenda, so there's a huge crowd here. This makes common sense. It's fiscal responsibility. We have some struggling state workers out there, especially in the Division of Children and Family Services, that whole department. Those people have master's degrees and doctorate degrees, and they're working for babkas. They're working for poverty wages. We have people at workforce development offices that are working for poverty wages. And I talk to people in the circuit clerk's office around the state, and they're working for, if you're there 25 years, you're making $32,000, and if you have a few children and not a spouse, you're on public assistance and food stamps in Missouri. And that's a shame. That's a crying shame. Missouri is 49 out of 50 states, and we may have now dropped 50 out of 50 states in terms of pay. Now, the benefits are pretty decent, and the pension is pretty good, but that doesn't pay the bills. This going to this new biweekly pay period will help out Missouri working families that work for the state. I supported this legislation last year. I'm not sure why it didn't get over the finish line and go to the governor's desk, but it's a pretty simple issue. I ask you put this on the consent agenda to get it on the governor's desk as soon as possible. It only makes common fiscal sense, and I'll end there, and I'll entertain any questions if anybody has them.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here to testify in support of House Bill 131? Seeing none, that will conclude the hearing on House Bill 131. Thank you, Representative. A couple more items of housekeeping I failed to mention in my introductory comments. For those of you who are here to testify on behalf, either for or in opposition to these other bills, there are witness forms on the witness table, and you'll need to fill out a separate form for each of the bills just to make sure that we have a record of your position on those. You'll want to make sure and fill out a separate form on each bill that you're testifying about. With that, we'll now move into public hearing on House Bill 170, 183, and 337. Representatives, proceed when ready.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the record, I'm 156th District State Representative Brian Seitz, and I bring before you House Bill 170, also known as the Save Women's Sports Act. This bill provides that for the beginning of each school year, a parent of a student 17 years of age or younger, or a student 18 years of age or older, competing on an athletic team of a public or private school or public or private post-secondary educational institution shall sign an affidavit acknowledging the biological sex at birth of such student. Athletic teams designated for females, women, or girls shall not be open to students of the male sex. Mr. Chair, committee members, this is a matter of fairness. Growing up in the 1960s and 70s, I remember vividly the first co-ed gym class at my high school. Boys and girls were treated equally, trained together, and even competed against one another. Co-ed sports, often team sports, represented equality between the sexes. Those of us who participated in competitive organized sports competed based on our biological sex. In other words, the boys competed against the boys and the girls competed against the girls. It was fair and equitable. As we trained, knowing full well that we trained against our peers in the same age range and biological sex. House Bill 170 protects women and girls from being taken advantage of by men. The citizens of Missouri do not want their daughters, granddaughters, sisters, or nieces to be taken advantage of. Many athletes train for years to be involved in sporting events, competing against their peers. Women and girls have fought for decades for the ability to excel in their sports, and that ability is slowly being eroded as biological males increasingly continue to compete in women's sports. Within the next decade, we are in serious danger of having only men's sports and co-ed sports with no league specifically for biological females. Ask yourselves, is it fair that a biological male compete as a female to take away the hard-earned medal, trophy, or ribbon? Is it fair that biological males are taking scholarships from hard-working female athletes? And the answer is no. Look at these real-life examples. Leah Thomas, formerly Will Thomas, a swimmer for Penn, was the 554th ranked men's swimmer in the 200-yard freestyle, but the 5th ranked swimmer when competing against women. In the 500-yard freestyle, he was 65th against men, 1st against women. C.C. Teffler, formerly Craig Teffler, a former athlete for Franklin Pierce University, was ranked in track as the 200th and 390th amongst men 400-meter hurdles during the 216 and 217 season. When competing as a woman in 2019, Telfer became national champion. Terry Miller and Andrea Yearwood, both biological males, came in 1st and 2nd in the New England Championships for 100-meter dash, and Miller set the Connecticut State Open Meet records in the girls' 100-meter and 200-meter races in 2018. Those medals and those records that should belong to biological female athletes are instead held by biological male athletes. Girls' opportunities are being taken away from them by biological males. To ignore the competitive advantage that men have against women in many sports is to ignore biological reality. If our state legislature desires that all sports in the state of Missouri be declared co-ed, we should do absolutely nothing here today. We will then set aside women's sports, something that generations past have sacrificed to see come to fruition. Doing nothing signals that this legislature is okay having biological males competing as females, win all of the awards, and erase decades of female empowerment and hard-earned successes and sacrifice. Or, if this committee can still see that the physical, emotional, genetic, and biological differences between men and women, boys and girls, then we must pass this legislation. It's a matter of fairness. Ladies and gentlemen, girls and women deserve to compete on a level playing field. Allowing biological males to compete in women's sports destroys fair competition and women's athletic opportunities. The hopes and dreams of our daughters and granddaughters are being sacrificed at the altar of inclusivity because we are too afraid to speak out when something is wrong.
And thank you, Representative. Your time has expired, so I will
Thank you.
now ask Representative Berger to present his bill.
Chair O'Reilly, Vice Chair Hicks, Ranking Minority Member Engel, rest of the committee, thank you for allowing us to present. My bill is House Bill 183. I'm Jamie Berger, House District 148, which includes Scott County. This bill defines sex as the two main categories of male and female into which individuals are divided based on an individual's reproductive biology at birth and the individual's genome. The bill prohibits public school districts and charter schools from allowing any student to compete in any athletics competition designated for the opposite sex. As determined by the student's official birth certificate, or if unobtainable, another government record. However, a female student may be allowed to compete in an athletics competition designated for male students if there is no such athletics competition for female students offered. The bill clarifies that biological sex is only correctly stated on birth certificates if it was entered at or near the time of birth or modified to correct an error. School districts in violation of this prohibition will lose state aid. This bill is similar to House Bill 337 in 2023 and similar to HB 2197 2022. Save Women's Sports. The law of Save Women's Sports, girls' sports, has been passed in multiple other states. There have been 18 other states that have enacted this same law, or various to this law. The states that have passed this include Alabama, Arizona, Arkansas, Florida, Idaho, Iowa, Kentucky, Mississippi, Montana, Oklahoma, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, and West Virginia. This is the first law of its kind because it ensures that only biological girls can play in girls' sports. These 18 states are not going to be the last to pass this law. There are many other states that are also in the process of passing this laws or other laws that are very similar. Fairness is what keeps us coming up in every conversation, and this law is ensuring that girls will not have to be concerned about getting to play their game fairly. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And Representative Cook, please proceed when ready.
My name is Representative Benny Cook. I represent the 143rd District. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and everyone on the committee. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present this bill again this year. I am sponsoring House Bill 337, and basically this bill says if you're a boy, and that's what it says on your birth certificate, you will not play on girls' sports in K through 12 sports programs. Only biological girls will play on a girls' team. If a school allows a boy to play on a girls' team, they will lose state taxpayer funding. The goal of this legislation is to make sure that biological girls have fair access to scholarships and opportunities without having to compete against athletes perceived as having a biological advantage. Each year, more and more states are being proactive in introducing and passing legislation protecting our girls' sports. This piece of legislation has been introduced and discussed for several years in Missouri. Last year, it passed the House. We need to pass it in the House again this year, pass it in the Senate, and send it over to the governor's office so he can sign it into law. 18 other states have passed this law, banning boys from playing on girls' teams. It is now time for Missouri to pass this legislation to ensure our daughters, our granddaughters, and all girls continue to compete on a fair level with only biological girls. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Questions from the committee. Representative Engel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To inquire of the first bill sponsor.
Proceed.
Good evening, gentlemen. How many transgender children are currently playing sports in the state of Missouri?
I think the question is inferring that it may not be happening yet here in Missouri.
It's a clean-cut question. How many children are playing sports in the state of Missouri?
I can answer,
Identify as
I
being
do not
transgender.
know that. I do not know
Okay.
the exact number.
Okay, I do. I do know the exact number.
Sure, good.
And there are more bills filed against trans kids in this state than are currently playing sports. So I want to be clear about that.
What bill
Okay.
numbers are those that are
What-
filed
what
against
bill numbers?
trans? Yeah.
The ones that were heard in the Senate this morning and the ones in front of us, gentlemen.
Oh, I don't think we presented anything that would be a negative or
Okay.
against
Well,
trans
we are
athletes. This is a fairness
gonna agree
issue
to disagree, and this
for
is my
women.
inquiry, so I'm going to continue to ask questions.
I
Thank you.
appreciate that. Thank
Okay.
you.
Are you familiar with the MISHA policy for trans kids?
No,
play
I've
sports?
not looked at that. No.
Okay.
No.
Are you familiar with the NCAA standards for trans people to play sports?
Well, I'm talking about
No,
women's sports here
right,
in Missouri.
Right.
I
So
don't
the
think,
NCAA exists in the state of Missouri.
Sure, sure.
So are you familiar with their policies and how they govern the inclusion of transgender people into sports? It's a simple yes or no.
Men competing against women. I'm trying to define the question that you're asking.
No,
Are you talking
no,
about men?
you are absolutely using your
biological
own
men
language.
competing?
So the language within the NCAA
Okay.
defines it as transgendered people.
Interesting.
Yeah, I highly recommend you read it. Are you familiar with the Olympic rules, the World Olympic rules?
No, I'm not. No,
Okay,
I've not
so
studied
these
the Olympics.
three-
I watch them, though.
Right.
I enjoy the Olympics.
They're great. And
Right,
they have
yeah.
figured out how to include transgender people into sports in a fair and equitable way. So
Outstanding.
we've got these three sports governing bodies, none of which you've read any of their rules and regulations,
Uh-huh.
who've found ways to fairly and equitably include transgender people into sports.
Men competing against women or boys competing against girls. Is that what you're asking?
Okay, I think I've been clear, so we're going to move on to my next question. You stated that your bill's intention is to look out for women being taken advantage of by men.
Absolutely.
Let's get into that. What does that mean? Because you said it multiple times that that was the intent of your bill.
Sure, sure. I think in competitive sport, I was a wrestler in high school. I would wrestle against someone not only of the same gender, though I do know that there are co-ed wrestling meets and so forth, but in the same weight class. I wrestled 112, 114. I could not go against a heavyweight. I would be destroyed.
Right.
I think it's the same within boys competing against girls. Biological males would have an advantage in many instances in sport.
And so
against girls.
when
And I
you
just
say
think it's a
taken
matter of
advantage
fairness.
of, what does that mean?
Taking advantage of the situation and the modern political climate.
Taking
that
advantage
is-
of by winning,
Right, by
match?
taking a medal away or a first place
Okay.
from a female. I
Okay.
don't think it's fair that a biological
Okay.
male takes that away from
what would you
a
say
girl.
is the purpose of sports?
The purpose of sports,
Mm-hmm.
there's a competitive nature to sport. I think any athlete would tell you the purpose is to win.
Ooh. I mean,
you're playing sports
even
and
as a
you're not
Kansas
playing
City
to
Chiefs
win,
fan,
you're not
like
playing
I would
sports.
say that, you know, what we've seen over the last couple weeks in the NFL has shown us that sports really transcends all of that. I don't know, did you
Sure.
watch the Bengals-Bills game?
Oh, absolutely.
Not
Yeah,
the
I
most
watched them
recent
all
one,
this
the one
weekend.
from a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I watched them all this.
Right.
I really
And
watched
the
the
one that
Kansas City
united
Chiefs
the
game.
world for a common goal.
I saw that.
Okay.
Yes.
So the game was canceled, and it was possibly the most powerful game that anyone had ever seen.
Right, the power of prayer was evidenced, and I think that's a very important thing.
The power of
that
medical
even
science
in
was, too.
sport,
Okay.
athletes can gather to pray for one another's health. I think
Fair.
that was a wonderful
Well, and if
situation.
they do that of their own volition, I support their First Amendment right to do it.
I do, too.
And their First Amendment right not to do it. Thank you,
Outstanding.
gentlemen. Mr. Chair, I'd like to inquire of the next bill sponsor, please.
Proceed, Representative.
Good evening, gentlemen. How are you?
Good, ma'am, and you?
Good.
Yes.
Okay, so let's start with the very beginning of your bill when you talk about there are only two biological sexes. Are you familiar with the term intersex?
No.
Well, you're about to be. Okay, well, thankfully, there are some professionals in the room that are going to help us out here, because I am not a medical professional, but I am aware that there are different genetic and physical makeups that happen when children are born, and that for centuries, really up until the last couple of decades, when there was ambiguous genitalia or there was ambiguous DNA, a parent and a doctor, or just a doctor, made that decision and determined what that child's gender was, what their biological sex was. And I think you were probably on the floor last year when I explained that ambiguous genitalia can take many forms. It can also be internal reproductive organs that you don't really know about initially. And so I'm gonna ask you again, what happens to those folks who fall in the gray area?
You know, when I answer your question, I'm just talking about my bill, boys playing and girls sports.
Right, but your bill defines biological sex as simply two. And what science and nature shows us is that we're not that easily divided into boxes.
Well, I'm going to defer to the bill clarifies that biological sex is only correctly stated on birth certificates. So whatever the birth
Except for
certificate.
when there's a mistake,
When
right?
there's a mistake, exactly.
Right. And so can government documents be incorrect?
I think everything can be incorrect.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, may I please inquire of the next bill sponsor?
Proceed.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening, gentlemen. How are you?
Oh, I'm just great. How you doing today?
I've been better.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
What are we protecting girls' sports from? You said multiple times that you're protecting girls' sports. I wrote it down.
Well, let me refer to my notes. Just a minute. I can read you what I put on
Perfect.
there. Just give me a minute.
You don't remember what you're protecting women's
I
sports
just
from?
want to make sure we clarify this. You asked a question. I'm just trying to clarify
Okay.
it for you since you asked me about it. So the goal, you're talking about this legislation that I have, correct?
I'm talking about the direct statements you made about 7.5 minutes ago.
Let me read it to you again. Let me read it to you. The goal of this legislation is to make sure biological girls have fair access to scholarships and opportunities without having to compete against athletes perceived as having a biological advantage.
Okay. And so I still don't know what we're protecting girls' sports from, because it's certainly not predatory coaches, is it? Or is that in your bill, gentlemen?
I can read this to you again if you need me
Okay.
to. the
So
bill of this
I'm gonna move on because
me to read it again?
I'm gonna
I can read
reiterate
it again.
This is my inquiry,
Okay,
gentlemen.
go ahead, go ahead, go
Thanks.
ahead, go ahead.
So I'm gonna reiterate a question that I posed to the earlier bill sponsors.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the MISHA policy for inclusion of transgender folks?
I looked at it briefly. I mean, I can't recite it.
Okay.
If I have it here, I could read it for you if you want me to. I mean,
No, not
Okay.
asking that, but you're not familiar per se.
well, I've looked at it. I've glanced at it. I've looked at it.
Okay. Are you familiar with the NCAA's policies?
I can talk about this bill with you if you want me to.
No, that's
No,
not the question I
You want to hear
asked.
about this bill?
I'm familiar with your bill,
Okay, well, I
gentlemen.
can
This
read
is
it
the
for you.
second time I've heard it.
I can read the summary.
Okay.
or I
Are you
can read
familiar with the Olympic Committee's
I can
rules and
read the
regulations?
legislation in this bill for you. I can read what I
Okay.
just read to you. I could read that again if you like.
Okay.
Whichever you want me to, but I can read this bill.
So
if
you
want.
named 18 states.
I don't
that have these
those
policies.
states, but I can find those for you and get those to you.
Did you or did you not claim 18 states?
Yeah, there are. I found
Okay.
those. I don't have them listed here, but I can get
Okay.
that to you if you want.
Well, I believe the gentleman before you quoted them.
Okay, I'm sorry I didn't quote those for you. But I can read the bill if you need me to read the bill for you. Do you need me to read it for you, or? I'm just asking.
Are you
if
going to
want.
continue to be disrespectful like
I'm
this
not-
to
I'm not-
everyone
I'm
in the
not-
room?
I'm just asking if you want me to read the bill
Okay.
for you.
So I want to point out that these 18 states also happen to be the poorest in the country. And I don't know that there's a direct correlation there, but I wouldn't doubt that this type of bigotry that drives corporations out of our state when a time where we are celebrating economic growth and trying to increase economic growth. And so I wondered if you thought there was any correlation there.
I'm not sure exactly the question you're going into, but I can read the bill.
Do you
for
want me to say the question again slower?
I can read the bill. I'm not sure if you're implying something there. I hope you're not. But I can read my bill for you. That's what we're here to discuss. I can read the bill.
We're here to discuss the implications of your legislation on the people of the state of Missouri. And I am saying directly to you that there's a direct correlation between archaic, bigoted policies and the poorest states in this country. That is what I'm saying to you. And I'm saying that this type of legislation will decrease economic growth in this state. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative Baker. Proceed when ready.
To inquire, Mr. Chairman.
Proceed.
So a couple quick questions for, I don't know, I guess it really don't matter which one of you. Let's go with Representative Seitz. So just a couple quick questions, yes or no answer will probably be sufficient. Do you think that that sports authorities such as the NCAA or any other unelected organizations should have the authority to redefine what it means when it comes to biological sex?
No.
Okay, thank you. Do you think that they could possibly be compromised for political purposes?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Representative Quaid, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brief inquiry, please.
Proceed.
Good evening. So this is not the first time we've been here. All three of you have presented bills before similar to this. In fact, I believe I sat in this exact same seat last year with this angle, with the cameras there. We've done this all before. I have a general question for all three of you. I know last year I asked you all about the MISHA policy. We asked you about the definition of intersex. And last year, and probably the year prior and the year prior, you all said you hadn't read it yet, that you didn't know, that you were unfamiliar. My question for you, as the elected officials who are filing legislation to change the law in our state, why would you not do the research that your colleagues asked you to do when you couldn't answer the questions last year?
Representative, to answer that question, this is my first year that I have presented that bill. I think you're speaking of Representative Basie, who was termed out.
I apologize to you, sir. The other gentleman, I know we've had this discussion before.
You know, I haven't read the NCAA policy at all. I have read the MISHA policy, and I feel like my bill just directly involves boys and girls sports, and that's my idea of protection or competition to be fair. And that's what my bill, I fall back to on my bill.
Gentleman, Mike, specifically to your bill and the exchange that you had with the ranking member was about the definition of intersex. And I know that that's been a discussion before.
Right. I still will revert back to birth certificate at the time.
Okay. Representative Cook, do you have an answer to why you've yet to read the MISHA after we've asked you about that before?
Yes, and I have glanced over it. It's something where, I'm looking at, I don't really know, I understand they are the governing sports body. We're talking about schools here, and so basically what this would impact with schools. And
The governing sports body for K-12 schools.
Yeah, we are discussing, what I'm saying is we are discussing how this will impact schools, yes. But I have glanced at it, and I can read it for you if I can try to find it.
I have read it many times, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you.
The point is that you have not. And if I may, just, Mr. Chair, for the committee as a whole, I would encourage us as elected officials, if we are intending to change the law in our state, to do the research and to read it, what currently exists, what currently governs our state and the people of the state before we try to change it. And especially when your colleagues ask you these questions and ask you to do that research as the bill sponsor, I would encourage you, regardless of the topic, to do your due diligence before you present a bill to a committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Levasco, proceed.
Thank you. So we've got two bills that are very similar, one that's a little different but goes on the same track. One thing that all of them have in common, that all three of you have mentioned in one regard or another, is the desire to make a distinction between biological males competing and biological female aligned sports. I'm curious why no distinction the other direction? Is there not concern that there would be a similar disparity between women competing in men's events in the event of, say, gymnastics or other areas where women might have an inherent biological advantage over men? Why the one-sided approach? And that's a question for anyone.
Right. Thank you, Representative. I think for myself personally, what I want to do is protect the integrity of women's athletics. I think that's the group that is currently at risk. Now, if a female desires to participate or compete against a male, that is a totally different subject as far as my bill is concerned. I'm concerned about protecting our daughters, our granddaughters, nieces, and so forth against unfair competitive advantage by having to compete against a biological male.
At our local high school, they offer boys football. They don't offer girls football. One of the girls went out for the boys football team, which was allowed, and I think it's okay if she decides to play that. I don't think she has an unfair advantage over a biological male.
Isn't that rather subjective? Depending on the task or the particular type of sport, is there going to be a different set of skills that may or may not involve biology that might be relevant? Isn't that something we should consider when we're drafting legislation?
Mine is just trying to create fair competition and not have unfair competition by boys into girls sports.
And then I guess last question, I noticed two of you three, I can't be sure about you, Representative Cook, but I noticed two of you have corrective lenses. It occurred to me that there might be an inherent biological advantage for someone who does not require glasses in certain sports over someone who needs a correction. Why don't we look to perhaps segregate those types of competitions as well to make it easier for people to compete? How far do we take this concept to create kind of safe areas for people to compete with those that are most like themselves? At what point is that no longer competition? I struggle with that myself, and I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are.
I just kind of think that's far-reaching outside the scope of what the bill is. I think the bill is just boys playing in girls sports. I think we can exploit it however much we want to and take it to whatever end we want to, but if we just keep it simple, we just don't want boys playing in girls sports.
Representative Cook, you have anything to add? If you don't, that's fine.
I don't have anything to add, unless you need me to add something.
Okay. No, that's all good. That's all I have here. Thank you.
Representative Weber,
Thank you. To inquire.
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, gentlemen. So, we've been here before, time and time again. I was just wondering, because every time we do this, our committee hearing fills up. Look at all these people. We have 2 hearing rooms. So my question is going to be very simple to all of you. since Representative Berger, Representative Cooks, you've done this before, and Representative Seitz, I want to know what your thoughts are as well. Have you had discussions with any of these kids back behind you? Because they've been flooding the Capitol. So have you had any conversations with them? Offline, in person, after the bill hearing? Have you had any discussions whatsoever to maybe fully understand what your bills have in there since? Go.
No one has came by my office. No one has contacted me. Even after last year or the year before that, no one has contacted me.
Have you tried to reach out to them?
I don't have their contact numbers. I don't have their phone numbers. If they want to send me an email, I'm more than happy to have them come by the office. They can come by and talk. We can sit down and talk about the situation. But nobody's called me. Nobody's emailed me from the past couple of years. Now, on other bills, they've contacted me, and they were upset about some situations. But nobody has contacted me on any of this, wanting to give me their side. And, I mean, I don't know if there's kids in here that are whatever's going on. I don't know what they're doing, but I don't know if there's kids in here or not. I don't know. I don't see.
I see a lot of kids.
Okay.
And Representative, there are a lot of kids testifying at the last hearing too, if you remember.
Yeah, but none of them contacted me. Just so you know, just want to let you know that.
All right.
Being a first-timer here presenting this bill, I have not been contacted. I was in my office approximately 4 hours today and readily available with the door open. So I've not been contacted by anyone wanting to discuss women's sports or the unfairness of a biological male competing against a female.
No, I have not.
So, and you didn't think that you should reach out to maybe Promo or somebody to have conversations, maybe, to understand why this is such a big issue and why maybe it's not just boys and girls playing boys and girls sports?
Last year, after the committee hearing last year, I had a lady from St. Charles reach out to me that's a friend of my niece, and we probably had about an hour-long conversation on the phone. And when we kind of parted ways, we agreed to disagree, but that's the only conversation I've had.
And so I have another question for y'all. So you keep on saying that you're trying to protect women. Okay, protect women from what?
Unfair competition.
Is that the answer across the board?
Yes, I would agree with that. I think it's a matter of fairness. Should our daughters, my granddaughter was born yesterday, should she, when she grows up, be forced to compete against a biological male despite maybe years of training for a specific event? Is it fair to women to have that gross disadvantage while competing against a biological male? So I think all three of these bills are very pro-women, they're pro-girls, and if anything could be said, maybe we should have someone here, a biological male, saying that he's being discriminated against because he's not allowed to compete against women. I just want to protect women in sport, and I think this is a way to do it. And none of these bills provide any harm to anyone. None of these bills stop anyone from participating in an athletic event, be it a co-ed event or some other event that they can compete in based on their biology. I think this is a pro-women's bill. I think this is the feminist bill that they wanted in the 1970s, and we're giving it to you now. We're going to protect women.
Okay.
I agree here. We're here to protect the women and protect girls' sports so they can have a fair spot at getting a scholarship, that opportunity that's entitled to them with girls' sports. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's real interesting. So I knocked a lot of doors this past election cycle. A lot of doors in different districts, not like mine, which is very blue. A lot of moderate and red districts. And you know what women told me that they were worried about and concerned about? It wasn't women's sports. It was daycare. How am I going to pay for groceries? How am I going to make rent? Reproductive health care was number one. Sexual abuse, rape, equal pay. All of these things are things that women have an issue with right now. This is not it. Thank you, gentlemen, for wasting our time.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Reuter.
To inquire.
Proceed.
Thank you. Representative Seitz, you mentioned that there are 18 states that have enacted this. Can you tell me what those 18 states were again? I just wanted to jot those down.
I think that was Representative Berger who mentioned the 18 states, and I'll deflect the question to him.
My apologies. Thank you.
Alabama, Arizona, Arkansas, Florida, Idaho, Iowa, Kentucky, Mississippi, Montana, Oklahoma, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, West Virginia.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
And so, you know, I'm new to this legislature, and from my own personal experience, I have been to some of these states, and I wouldn't characterize them as the poorest states in the nation, especially states like Texas and Arizona, Florida, Utah. But I will look into these and further, but I appreciate you giving me that information.
Thank you for your inquiry.
Oh, one other question, sir.
Yes.
Does your high school have volleyball?
No, they do not.
They do not? Okay, thank you.
Representative Ani.
Thank you. To inquire.
Proceed.
So I've heard a few times today and over the past several years, we've heard bills like this a lot. I've heard the phrase biological advantage. And I would love to hear from each of you what biological advantages you have over me.
May I answer that question generically without comparing a biological advantage that I may have over you? Because I really don't know you that well to declare a biological advantage. Do you play ping pong?
So
I'm
that's
really good at
interesting,
ping pong.
gentlemen.
I'll give myself a biological
Are you
advantage.
saying then that we should maybe be looking at competition on a case-by-case basis? Like maybe we shouldn't generalize?
Interesting. I think that men's bone structure is more dense, their musculature is stronger, and they can, for the most part, run faster, jump higher, and even lift more than most females. So again,
I've met some women who could dominate you in all of those things, sir.
I bet you they could. I bet you they could, and they can have at it, too, because I've retired. But the bottom line is we want to protect women and girls in sport to this unfair biological advantage. Don't you
okay.
consider that just unfair?
Absolutely not, and this is my inquiry.
Interesting.
So I would like to know, because my understanding of biology, which I'm not a doctor, men and women, of course, are biologically different in different ways. We can acknowledge that. We can also acknowledge that it's not just men and women. There's a lot of gray area, a lot of in between there. But men can't produce another human life. Women do that, right? We have that biological advantage.
Correct.
Okay. So it's not just biological advantages that men have over women. So why are we only protecting women?
We're talking about sport. All three of these bills deal with sport and an equitable, fair playing field for
Based
women
on the
and
assumption
girls.
that men are biologically superior to women.
In some sports, that may be the case.
Says who? Is that your opinion?
No, I think biology declares that. Yes.
Okay. Thank
I
you.
would have to look at the records involved in sport to see who has the major records, the fastest race, the most lifted, and so forth. So
I'm done with my inquiry. Thank you.
thank you.
Representative Meredith.
To inquire.
Proceed.
Thank you. Struggling to figure out where to start. I get a little frustrated with this conversation. We had it last year. It feels sometimes pointless because I got to admit, listening to the inquiries, it feels like a lot of the questions you're not even bothering to engage in. Questions that we asked you about, a couple of you, about last year, and the answers still aren't there. But I'm going to try anyway again. Do any of your bills, any of the three of them, acknowledge the existence of folks that don't fall neatly into one biological sex or another?
Mine does not.
Mine does not.
Mine does not either.
Without taking that time, do any of the three of you acknowledge that there are folks that don't fall neatly into one category or the other?
I don't think that deals with this legislation.
It does. It does.
How so?
Because this is a question of where kids should fall when they're playing sports.
I think it's a question
What
of
league
fairness.
is most appropriate for them? And what about what's fair to kids that don't fall neatly into one category or another?
Sure, we're
What's
not
fair to them?
prohibiting anyone from competing in sport. I think we would agree that sport is character building, it's physically important, and I think everyone should participate in sport to one level or another.
I'm really glad you said that, because I think that's, when the question was asked earlier, what's the point of sports? Especially when we're talking about youth sports. It's not about winning. That was the answer I heard you give earlier.
Absolutely.
It's about opportunity to play, opportunity to experience the exercise value, the social value, the competitive value, the teamwork, all of the things that go into sports, right?
Well, I think high school sports are about competition and are about winning, and I stand firmly on that.
It's not about the opportunity to play and compete?
Referring to ranking minority member Ingalls, she asked the question about the player that got hurt for the Buffalo Bills. When he woke up, the first question he asked was, did we win? Did we win? That's what he said.
That's a professional sport. Do you understand there's a difference between
she
that
asked
and
that
youth
about
sports?
Representative Seitz. She asked that direct question, and that was his response.
So are you all now disagreeing with what you just said, Representative Seitz, that it's also about an opportunity for all of these kids to participate in these important developmental opportunities?
Sports can be multifaceted, but the goal is to win.
Wow. Okay. What is the point of women's sports being a separate league?
What are you asking?
Why is there, if it's just about winning, why is there a separate league for women?
So that they might compete fairly one against another and not have the disadvantage of competing against a biological male.
Yes.
It's a matter of fairness.
Okay. So if it's about fairness to each of these kids to have a place where they can play and compete to win, if somebody doesn't fit neatly into one category or the other, is it not the responsibility of the folks designing these sports and policies around them to try and figure out where best to put that person so that they also have that opportunity to, sure, compete and win?
I think that's a wonderful idea.
Okay, do you acknowledge that there are people that don't fall neatly into one category or the other?
I think all three of our bills deal with saving women's sports.
You're not
And
answering the
that's
question.
That's
Not
the
answering the
point that we're
question. Do you
attempting to
acknowledge
make.
that people exist that do not fall neatly into one category or the other?
I acknowledge that people exist, and I acknowledge that biology dictates, as well as heredity.
Do you know what intersex
sex.
is? That question was asked earlier.
I have no idea what that term means.
Do any
I
of you?
have no idea what intersex means. None.
I asked two of you last year, and the answer was no. Did you look it up? Did you listen to the experts that testified? Did you hear about people that don't fall neatly into one category or the other? Or did you just close your ears? Because the problem is, if we're trying to make it where people have an opportunity to compete in the place that best suits them, we have to accommodate a lot of different type of people. And if our leagues are designed to differentiate based on sex, well, that differentiation is also based on reasons. Those reasons include a lot of things like muscle mass and hormones, and a lot of things that are associated with puberty. And so we have the entities who have spent a lot of time researching this complex question, learning about this complex question at the Olympics, the
Representative, I'm
NCAA.
sorry to interrupt you real quick, but I just need to ask the audience to please not approach the witness table. Apologies, Representative, please proceed.
Thank you. We've got the NCAA, Misha, the Olympics, who have spent time actually digging into these questions, listening with their ears open to people that are complicated, to children that are complicated, and coming up with policies that try to, in a nuanced way, understand those differences and give people an opportunity to play. Do you think that they might know things you don't when you can't even answer the question what intersex is? That might mean maybe nuance in the policies makes more sense than you all dividing it into two categories and saying we're done?
No.
Ignorance wins out. A choice not to listen.
I don't think anybody's being ignorant here. We are listening, but don't say ignorant here.
Can you answer any of those questions that we keep asking you?
There are boys and girls. That's what there are.
This is the problem. You're not actually listening. That is willful ignorance. That's the definition. We've got experts getting up and talking about these complex situations and kids that aren't what you want to define them as. But you're not listening. It was asked earlier, do you think NCAA policies can be compromised by political motives? And the answer you gave was yes. Do you think politicians can be compromised by political motives?
Absolutely.
We've heard a lot about protecting our daughters and our nieces. I want to say I've got 3 daughters. I've got nieces. I've got a lot of friends with kids. I've got friends with trans kids. I care about protecting them too. I am far less worried about my girls growing up in a world where they might have to compete against kids that are trans than I am about all the other things you've talked about today. But I'm also more concerned about them growing up in a world that's just going to close their ears to information and facts and focus instead on fear and hate and bullying for the sake of political motives. Thank you.
Additional questions from the committee. Representative Hicks.
May I inquire?
Proceed.
So I just have one question for you, and it's in regards to actually the penalty provision under House Bill 183 and House Bill 337. I just want to know if there's been any research done into how the impact of losing state funding for a violation of these provisions would play out.
I have not done any research into that, no.
Would it make any sense to, instead of the way it's written right now, it has language shall, which standardly is interpreted as and it's a must provision within law. So my question is, wouldn't it make more sense to maybe have a penalty and then a stepping stone to eventually get there compared to it seems like you just lose all state funding?
We can definitely look at it and discuss it.
Okay.
I think as we move forward, I think we'll roll everything into a House committee sub, after this committee hearing and after we go back and kind of talk about our aim and direction, and that might be something we could look at also.
Yeah. No further questions.
Additional questions from the committee. Representative Myers.
To inquire.
Proceed.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Were you aware, we've heard a little bit about the difference, you guys were talking about high school sports and younger sports here in the state of Missouri, correct? We've heard a little bit about Olympic committees and NCAA. Do these apply to that?
I think my bill does apply to collegiate sports, And that's something that we will talk about as we formulate the committee sub to see how far we go with that.
Okay. I was just looking at a little bit of data, and I'll ask you if you knew this or not, but this is 2 years old. But if you take pole vault back in 2015, a 15-year-old boy won his category with a personal best of 5 meters and 5.3 meters. And the women's world record at the time was 5.06 meters. And in 2017, there was a 16-year-old boy that ran 100 meters in 10 seconds and 10.15 seconds. And while the current women's world record was 10.49. Were you aware of that?
You know, there's a lot of statistics out there like that. The boys cross-country champion, individual champion in 2022 was from West Nottoway. It was 16 minutes, 28 seconds, point 20. And the girls was 20.38, 20 minutes, 38 seconds. So we see those disparities in boys and girls sports all the time.
All right, thank you.
Additional questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Yes, Representative Crossley.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm new at this, so I'm going to bumble through. Are you aware that the second leading cause of death in youth, ages 10 through 24, is suicide? Are you aware of that?
I have been told that, yes.
Okay. Do you know the rate of suicide consideration among LGBTQ youth?
No, I do not. But I don't know that we're talking about LGBTQ youth because we're talking about boys playing.
The T in LGBT is trans, and we're talking about trans students being able to compete. So we are talking about LGBT
in sports.
Youth. Yes,
in sports.
Correct. The rate of LGBTQ youth seriously considering suicide is 45%, so 1 in 2. And research shows that's because of things like this, of bills that target them, of stigmatization. And so no matter what, no matter where anyone in this room falls on this issue, I hope that that would be our number one concern, is preserving the life of
Well,
youth.
they're still allowed to play sports.
Sure.
Along their biological line.
What increases
along their biological line.
What increases their consideration or even attempt of suicide is when someone doesn't affirm their gender. That's what increases the risk even higher for trans youth than.
Yeah, now we're getting outside of what our bills say, I think.
You're talking about trans students competing in sports.
We're talking about trans students competing in their biological line in their sport.
Right, so we are talking about trans students, and so we need to keep in mind that when we talk about them, when we don't affirm their gender, when we stigmatize them, I think of the parents that I met at doors and the fear that I saw in their eyes because of us in this building.
What did you say?
When I was going door to door for my campaign, and I would ask, what's important to you? I think of the fear in parents' eyes in my district who feel like their children are being targeted by us in this building because of policies that want to define things in a very narrow way that isn't in step with what we understand about everything.
Well,
nowadays.
and then I'll kind of just make a statement too. When I went door to door in my district, this is important to the people in my district.
Right.
They feel like we need to have a dividing line between men and women's sports, boys and girls sports. So I think that could be everywhere, no matter what door you knock on.
Different districts that we represent, but I would just ask of you and of everyone on this committee that we keep in mind that rates of suicide and mental health issues that LGBT youth experience is because of policies like this. And so let's keep that in mind as we move forward. I have no further inquiry. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, gentlemen, thank you for presenting today. We will now go into the witness portion of the hearing, and the way we'll do it is we'll do, if you're in favor of the bill, if you are the expert or lead witness in favor of the bill, I'll ask you to come forward and testify at this time. You will have 5 minutes. After that person has completed testimony, the lead witness or expert witness in opposition to these bills can then come forward and have their 5 minutes. So, lead witness in favor of these bills. Or if there is no designated lead witness, if there is someone in favor of the bill who wants to come forward and go first, floor is yours. And Mr. Secretary, please proceed when ready.
Chairman, Vice Chairman, and Ranking Member, thank you. I'll go quick because I know there are a lot of people here that have things to say, those that agree and disagree with me. I'm here to protect women's sports. It's been mentioned before that really before I was alive or...
Apologies. Would you mind stating your name for the record real quick?
I'm very sorry. Jay Ashcroft.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Here to protect girls' sports, women's sports. 40, 50, 60 years ago, there was a discussion about the disparity in sports and the ability for women to participate and to grow and be the best that they could be in ways that sports helps women to do that. The science is clear. I'm not saying that men are superior to women, but genetically, men, as has mentioned before, have a better bone mass. They generally have stronger muscle mass. They are generally faster. They're generally taller. Obviously not in my case. I'm a father of a 10-year-old girl. I want to make sure that she has the opportunity to compete and be the best that she can do and compete in a somewhat a fair arena. One thing I would mention is if you actually read the bills that were presented, none of these tell anybody they can't compete. Whether you're male, female, or as intersex was brought up, those bills just say that women are only allowed to, or women's sports are protected to make sure that women have the ability to compete on a fair playing field. But they can, as necessary, compete in men's sports, and everyone else can compete in men's sport. I think there are a lot of people that have very emotional responses to this, and I understand that. But I think it would help if, I don't think anybody in this room, the people that I agree with and I disagree with, I don't think they're here because they hate anybody. I think they're here because they are truly concerned about making sure that everyone can compete, and we do that in a way that actually works for everyone. I don't know if it's wrong to say this or not, so please stop me if I shouldn't. I'm going to obviously answer any questions you have. I'm not going to take up time on the other bills because other people want to do it. I also like the idea of protecting children from irreversible operations that they may later regret when they're adults. Hey, that's their decision. And I also like the idea of protecting children from what most people would consider inappropriate adult content, at least while they're children. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. I will open it up for questions. As a reminder to the committee, each committee member will have 3 minutes for an inquiry. Representative Baker.
To inquire. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just really quickly, Mr. Secretary, you have been all over the state, correct?
Yes, sir. I visit every county in the state. Yes, Representative. I visit every county in the state every year.
I know you've been down to my area. I've seen you in other places all around the state. So I would say you'd have a pretty good judge of talking to people just about the issues of the day. Would that be correct?
I am willing to talk to anybody.
Yeah. So in that, some of the things have been brought up here that people bring this legislation for their own personal reasons or whatever it might be, and not because they're an elected representative of a district in this state. And I take exception to that because I think we're all here because we were elected by those people in our districts, and you've been to a lot of those districts, probably all of those districts. So what are you hearing from people when it comes to this issue around the state of Missouri?
Obviously, it does vary. There are districts that disagree with me vehemently. I would suggest that from what I'm hearing, most districts agree that we need to make sure that we do protect women's ability to have sports. That's what I hear.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Representative Engel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to inquire.
Proceed.
Good afternoon, Secretary.
Good afternoon, Representative.
What is the job of the Secretary of State?
I try to provide leadership for the state. I try to move the state forward in a way to create opportunity for all Missourians.
Are your official job duties election-related or sports-related?
I have all sorts of different. Do you want me to go through all the things that are enumerated by statute?
What in your official job responsibilities constitutes you as an expert witness, particularly with these 3 bills? Are you an expert in sports? Are you an expert in transgendered people? Are you a doctor?
Well, actually, I have a daughter. I have 3 sons. I actually am an engineer with multiple degrees. I'm also an attorney. Actually, I would put up my criteria, my educational background with anyone else on this committee,
Perfect.
lady.
Are you familiar with intersex people?
I'm familiar with the term. I don't actually ask people I meet whether or not they're intersex.
Right.
So I can't tell you if people are, but yes, I've
We
heard that term.
typically don't ask people their genders when we interact with them, do we?
Generally, no. Generally, there's an
Right.
assumption that you can tell from looking at them.
Right. Okay. So because you are the expert, have you read the
I
Misha
didn't
policy?
claim to be an expert, but thank you.
I mean, you did put your degrees and your acumen against everyone on the committee, so I'm going to hold you to that.
Okay.
So please share with us why you think Misha's policies are inadequate to deal with transgendered folks playing sports.
Because they are not making sure that there's an appropriate venue for women to compete against women to compete against women because of the biological differences generally between men and women.
Okay, but you are familiar with Misha's
I
regulations?
have looked at it, yes.
Okay, are you familiar with the NCAA's?
A little bit, yes.
Okay, and where do you disagree with theirs?
Put it simply, I think that especially at that level, women should be protected from men competing in their area. When you're talking, first graders, kindergartners, second graders, there actually could be biological advantages for women. You generally have more co-ed teams. But
Okay.
yes, at that level,
So at that level, I mean, and I'll have to look at these because there's 3 of them, but some of these don't differentiate between K through 12 and older. So it doesn't address prepubescent youth and pubescent
well,
youth.
I think it says, I assume you've read the bills, but most of them
Yeah,
talk
all
about
3 are different.
designating if there's a sport for women, a sport for men, and of course they also talk about co-ed. So they do actually take care of that if you've read the bills.
Okay, so would you say that we need to differentiate as early as kindergarten with sports?
I think you could make an argument depending on the sport, whether or not that's beneficial. I think it's a little bit more of a question whether or not you need to do that at the kindergarten level. I mean, you frequently see kindergarten level kids like playing soccer the same. You generally don't see a big difference in the.
And you generally don't see a big difference until puberty, is that right?
I think that's fair to say, although, I would say so.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional questions, Representative Velasco.
To inquire.
Proceed.
Good afternoon, evening.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
I just want to clear a couple things up for the record. The folks presenting this bill did not designate you as an expert witness. You just were the first person to stand up. Is that right?
I was willing to testify, yes.
Very good. And you're here in your personal capacity, not as your role of Secretary of State, right? And you are allowed under the First Amendment to have a opinion on all of these things and present them as yourself, and that's your right.
I think 2/3 of this committee would agree.
All right, well, that's all I got. I just want to have that on the record.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Additional questions, Representative Quaid.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To inquire.
Proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, I guess. I don't know what time.
Good evening, lady.
Hello. I'm thankful Representative Lavasco asked the question about your official capacity because I'll be honest with you, Mr. Secretary, I was surprised to see you here. Traditionally, when you come into this building to testify, what types of bills are you here for?
Elections bills have been big the last several years. Done a lot on, I present my own budget. This year, been doing a lot with truth in sentencing and special prosecutors because the problem was brought to me by some prosecutors last year. Been working a lot with regard to foreign ownership of land with multiple senators and state representatives. Also have been doing some things with libraries, trying to protect children and make sure that parents have the right to information to make choices. ESG, to make sure that individuals know what's going on. Notary, we did electronic notary law. I've testified against prevailing wage legislation. I try to be active in all ways that I can to make the state better for the people of the state.
Do you think historically, I mean, you've been around a long time, historically, do secretaries of state testify on things beyond their wheelhouse in terms of election law? I know the libraries fall under, but there are specific duties that your office holds. Is it is it the norm, I guess, in your opinion, that we see secretaries come to testify of things outside that scope?
Well, I think in the last 6 years, it has been the norm to have a Secretary of State that would try to do the best he could for the people of the state. They pay me, I'm going to give all I can to make the state better for them.
So prior to you, however, do you think were secretaries doing this?
I think you and I probably have a disagreement about how good a job the Secretary immediately
That's not
prior
my
to me
question,
did.
gentlemen. I'm just curious of what is just interesting to me. I guess I will just say, from my experience, secretaries of state generally focus within their wheelhouse when they come to testify. The same as we see the treasurer will come and testify to the budget committee and talk about things within his purview. So it's just interesting to me that you are here. And I guess I would just add to that, we've seen you send letters to we all are very familiar with the letter that you sent to former Senator Blunt
Yes.
regarding the marriage law that they had discussed. And so it just is interesting to me.
Are you trying to say that I lose my right to have an opinion about
Absolutely
things that
not.
aren't part
And
of my
that's why
job?
I mentioned I'm thankful that Representative Lovasco asked that question. One question that was brought up, and I know that you were sitting here the whole time, was the conversation around Misha being bought out and politicians being bought out, and where folks are saying things. I guess my question for you, Mr. Secretary, is can you commit to us that this won't be used in any sort of campaign for you? That this is truly about personal as a father?
What I can commit to you is that this is the way I've always felt about it, and we wouldn't even be here talking about it if people on your side of the aisle weren't using it for political purposes, lady.
Our side of the aisle is not filing legislation, Mr. Secretary. We're here because folks on your side of the aisle are filing these bills time and time again. I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any additional questions? Representative Meredith.
Thank you. Hi. Good evening. So follow up to that. You've testified on a lot of election bills.
Yes,
That's
sir.
pretty common. Have you ever testified on any bills about addressing sexual assault?
I don't think so. I don't remember your side of the aisle being against protecting
Have you ever
survivors
testified on
of
any
sexual
bills?
assault.
Have you ever testified on any bills about addressing sex trafficking?
I don't think I've testified. I've actually talked to the Attorney General and other people about it, but yes.
Yeah. It's interesting to me because seeing you here today, on a rare time testifying on a bill that's not about elections, because you're worried about protecting our daughters, do you think that trans kids playing girls' sports is a bigger threat to our daughters than sexual assault or sex trafficking?
I think that this is an issue that is a problem and that it is not being addressed appropriately. I think there's a lot more momentum to support survivors of sexual assault. And since you bring it up, my office actually runs the Safe at Home program. So I guess when I was working on Safe at Home legislation
We're here though
twice,
talking
I
about
have
the times
testified
that you
with
step
regard to that.
outside of what your office does
Okay.
to testify here.
I just
on
forgot
what
that I
we're
had
doing.
testified on it, so you probably want a different example.
It's just interesting to me where your priorities seem to be. And what it suggests is that to that earlier conversation about whether the NCAA is more likely to be driven by political motives or whether we in here are, the simple fact that you're here testifying on this as the only bill I've seen you in here on other than election-related bills suggests to me that this is really about political purposes more than anything.
The record should show that you actually have seen me testify on budgetary matters, and I have testified with regard to sexual violence at least twice, because we had 2 bills passed on that.
Budgetary matters about your office. Again, we're talking about things your office does, and as established, this is not in the realm of what your office does. And here you are anyway. And on what other issues have you stepped outside of what your office does to be here to testify? I'm seeing you here, and that suggests maybe it's actually about the fact that you're running for governor. Thank you.
Additional questions? Representative Copeland.
Thank you, and I just want to reiterate what Representative Lovasco said. You're here in what capacity?
I came here myself, and I've testified on all sorts of things throughout the years.
So I just want to clarify that to the committee and witnesses that the last discussion was pointing that he was here as a professional or a political person. He's here as a dad and has a daughter. I just want to point that out. So thank you.
Additional questions? Representative Vaughnie.
Thank you. To inquire.
Proceed.
Good evening.
Good evening, lady.
Do you see the room filled with people behind you?
Yes, and there's an overflow room.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Lady.
My only question to you is your platform as Missouri's Secretary of State and potential gubernatorial candidate so small that you had to be here to express your opinion on this issue ahead of all of the public that came here, that traveled from across the state to be here?
Well, lady, if you're worried about time, then why didn't you just let me get done with my statement and allow other people to talk? You're prolonging the time.
This is my inquiry, first of all.
Well,
And
I'm
second of
answering
all,
your question, lady.
I'm going to move on. What I think is absolutely insulting beyond what this exchange has been so far is that there are folks in this room that have traveled across the state to be here. They have taken time away from their jobs, from their families, to be here to tell us how this works. Now, I understand you haven't served in the legislature, so what we do here is we let Missourians come and give their opinions on legislation. You have avenues to talk to all of these folks. You have avenues to get your opinion out into the media,
Just like
into
you
social
could come to my
media.
office to talk to me instead of taking up their time, lady.
Yeah, no, that is the problem here, isn't it? Thank you, sir.
Before we get to any questions, I would ask for audience members to please keep outbursts to a minimum and allow the conversation to take place undisrupted. With that, other questions from the committee. Representative Matthiesen.
To inquire, Mr. Chair.
Proceed.
All right. Mr. Secretary, you said you're an attorney, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm going to pose this to you as in your capacity, your legal mind.
I'm not giving you legal advice. You're not my client.
All right. Because in the state of Connecticut, there's an active court case in the Second Court of Appeals where some biological females have sued because they were competing against biological males in their high school athletics. Now, I have no idea how that case is going to play out. But how will that ruling in the Second Circuit affect the state of Missouri, or will it?
The Second Circuit isn't precedential value over the state of Missouri. It could be persuasive, but it's not controlling unless it were to go up to the United States Supreme Court.
All right. However, the absence of any actual legislation setting forth what should happen is what caused this legislation need to be filed in the first place, right?
I believe so.
So if we don't act as a body to set this policy, we're setting up the women of this state to have to file similar suits if they get in the same position.
If you don't pass policy, then the state will look outside of the state to determine policy as opposed to letting Missourians decide it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, at this point, we're going to move on to the next witness. We have a lot of folks who want to testify tonight and a lot of ground still to cover. So I would ask for the person who is either designated as the lead or expert witness in opposition to the sports bills to come forward. You have 5 minutes. Please proceed whenever you are ready.
They turned off the mic. Hello, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Justice Horn. I use he/him pronouns, lifelong Missourian. A little bit about me, grown up in Kansas City metro area, have played football, 6A championship in 2012, 2014. Also wrestled, played track and field, and also would go on to compete in the NCAA to represent the state of Missouri and South Dakota. Outside of that, also have the privilege of serving as chair of the Kansas City LGBTQ Commission, as well as board director of the Jackson County Children's Services Fund. On top of that, I speak here in opposition to these 3 anti-trans bills today. Why I do that is, in 2012, I grew up in Green Valley, had the opportunity to go to middle school there and, really try to fit in, not only as a person of color, but as someone who was finding themselves in their sexual orientation. That spring, I would try to take my own life. My parents found me, and thank God I wasn't successful. That led them to then take me out of the district from Green Valley and take us to Blue Springs, where the only avenue for me to fit in was to play high school athletics. And for me to be able to fit in and, be where I am today. Why I stand against this bill is because we are taking that from so many trans kids. And we are moving heaven and earth in this government for not even trans kids. We don't get past 10, 2 hands. And we're moving heaven and earth to let it be known that this is where we stand on the issue. It was also, brought up, this is sports, especially high school sports, is not about winning. I've won. I have 2 state rings from this football, what I did in football. But it is about developing and ensuring kids have a place in their high school for them to be successful adults in the future. It was also stated, that this is to save women. I mean, you can look no further than last session to, that is just not a right statement to say that these bills are to save women, because it sounds like we're in favor of women athletes having autonomy over their bodies, but it sounds like it stops when they want to make reproductive decisions. So I stand against this bill. I open this up to any questions. I have lived experience. I'm a member of the LGBT community. High school athlete, NCAA athlete, and I'm open to any questions this committee has.
Questions from the committee? Representative Mathieson.
Okay, thank you. I just have a clarifying question. Because I don't fully understand what the actual scope of the impact of this bill will be. We've heard from the ranking member that there's more bills filed than there are people that this will actually affect. You use the term "so many" to emphasize a large number of people will affect. Help me understand, how many people will actually be affected by this legislation?
So per MISHA policy, there were 5 trans athletes in the state of Missouri, and that's even pushing 10, based on if they have went through the healthcare avenues and they are, in that new standard. So we are, moving heaven and earth for 5 trans kids. And it was brought up by another committee man. There's a Trevor project that came out that just a simple rhetoric in this movement, impacts LGBT youth. 84% of those youth will think that, not being alive is better than being alive, just from this conversation in this committee. So it is, 5. It's not an urban issue or rural issue. I don't think folks...
Thank you for actually putting a number on it, because I was unaware. Thank you.
Additional questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We will now move back to those in favor of the bill. Next witness, you have 3 minutes. And please do remember, everyone, to fill out a witness form on all of these bills that you want your testimony to be recorded.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Gore with Concerned Women for America, and I'm here to testify in favor of these bills. I'm a retired teacher. I'm a former coach, a former athlete, all-around sports enthusiast. I would like to say, as a side note, high school sports, if you're a coach, you want to keep your job. In most places, you need to win. The greatest blessing in all of my sports has been being able to watch my daughter compete at the collegiate level. Many hours were spent on the golf course, on the practice range, traveling to tournaments, etc. So I just think, for my side, I would like to say, thank goodness I was young enough to benefit from Title IX. I can't imagine a world without being able to compete in sports. So I was thankful for that. But from a parent's viewpoint, because my daughter's a better athlete than I ever was, I just think it would be devastating to invest countless hours, months, years, as we did, into the development of your daughter's athletic career. And you know, when you get to that level, it is about winning. To see it all diminished on the spot because the scholarship, she doesn't get. The first place medal, she doesn't get. Even the 5th place spot on the varsity golf team, she doesn't get. We want to talk about fairness, and it's certainly not about wanting to hate anybody or keep anybody. But is there any time, maybe, where the needs of the many have to outweigh the needs of the few? I don't know. I just looked it up. It says that experts estimate that 1.7% of the population are born with intersex traits. 35% of females ages 8 to 18 compete in soccer, 26% in basketball. You know, the gentleman said, according to Misha, 5 trans kids in the state. And I understand that, and I understand that's his heart, and that's where his heart is. But we also have to have a heart for those females who want to compete. And it is just about fairness. My husband and I love to watch basketball. We have season passes up at Truman State. When we're up there, we go watch the women's basketball and the men's basketball. Nobody can sit and watch that and not see that there's a difference or an advantage. Those men jump higher. They move faster. They're stronger. They dunk it. I'm sure there are females somewhere who can dunk basketball, but I haven't seen it in person. So it just seems to be, it's about fairness. It's not about protecting women. It's about protecting our ability and our right to compete in sports on a fair playing field that was guaranteed decades ago with Title IX. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and questions for this witness. Representative Engel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To briefly inquire.
Proceed.
Good evening, and thank you for coming to testify.
Thank you.
I, too, am a mother, and I have a little boy, and I have a little girl. And my son is not an athlete by any means. That's of his choice, and despite me trying to convince him otherwise. My daughter, however, wants to play everything, and she is a very avid gymnast. And so I understand also as not professional by any means, not even very good, but I also played basketball for several years. And so I too would be heartbroken if one of my children was denied the opportunity to play a sport, just like what you said. And that's why these bills scare me, because that's what these bills are doing. They're not including people, they're excluding people. They're saying these type of children can't play with these other type of children. And you were describing the competition, and I'm really glad you did. I'm a very competitive person, as most of my colleagues know. Would you say that that's the primary goal of sports as a former coach? Is to win?
It depends. Now, I used to be a sports director at our local YMCA before I went back into teaching. And so we had youth sports programs, co-ed youth sports programs, and those were to build the character traits.
So were those the only ones that built character traits, were co-ed teams?
No, no, not at all.
Exactly.
But when you reach that certain level, you know, it is about competition, and it is about winning. And
I understand that
the reason I'm here is you said you're afraid these bills will exclude people.
Right,
I guess
they will.
My fear is if we don't have something like this, from the statistics I gave, more people are going to be excluded.
They're going to be excluded from what?
females from sports.
How are they going to be excluded?
Because they could
Can you show an
possibly
example
lose their-
of a woman losing a spot on a team in the state of Missouri?
But you see, you want to ask people statistics and put them on the spot.
No,
and
I
have
asked
them
you, I
answer
asked you
it.
for an example.
But we can see where it's going. Do
Okay.
we ever pass legislation?
But we're doing this proactively.
Because we can see, yes, I don't
Okay.
have any granddaughters yet, but
Okay.
I certainly don't want them to grow up.
Do
in
you
a
know
place
of, do you know of any
can't
trans
compete.
athletes playing women's sports at MU, Missouri
No,
State?
but have you, that's what I wondered earlier. Have any of you talked to any female athletes?
Yeah,
Who maybe
I have.
feel threatened?
Yeah. No,
or who
actually,
have
like one of my best
lost-
friends was a
who have
Division I
lost
basketball
their
player.
spot on a
No,
team, though.
I haven't.
See, so I haven't
Because-
talked to a trans athlete, but you haven't talked to any female athletes.
Actually,
who have
ma'am, I
lost
just
their
said that I
spots,
did.
Who have lost their spot.
Because we just said that you couldn't name any. Thank you, Mr.
Can you
Chair.
name any?
Representative Baker.
To inquire, Mr.
Proceed.
Thank you. Just real quick. So the previous person was asking the question of an example, right? So I'm a father of 4 daughters. All 4 of my daughters are good athletes. They play volleyball. And I can tell you that if it becomes an issue where it's a more regular occurrence where men or biological males are playing in women's sports, I would, as a father, because I care about my kids and because it would be concerning to me for their health, because of injuries of people who are very stronger than them, I wouldn't be able to allow them to play. So that gives you an example of, I think, what you were asking for, of the situation where they could lose the opportunity to be able to compete in that kind of a situation, simply for the fact that I care about their safety more than I care about them playing sports. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional questions, Representative Quaid.
Thank you very briefly, Mr. Chair.
Proceed.
Hi, thank you
Hi.
for being here.
Thank you.
Did you say the statistic was 1.7%?
That's what
That's-
I saw.
Okay.
Some people mentioned lower, but
Okay.
that was one of the higher ones I saw.
Thank you, because I didn't know it, so I appreciate that.
So I thought I would be safe and go
Yeah,
with the higher.
that totally makes sense. And so I appreciate that number. But what I just want to kind of present for discussion or for thought for the committee, and as well as yourself and folks who are listening, you kind of, it seemed to me that you were presenting that as, it's a small number, and so creating legislation or not creating legislation, and I believe you said for the many versus the few is kind of a concept.
Mm-hmm.
For just informational purposes, about 1.7% is how many kiddos we have in foster care in our state. And as a mom, myself, I know a lot of us are talking about our parenthood here, I feel like 1.7 is a lot of kids that we should be paying attention to in the foster care system. And we do spend a lot of money working to try to protect those kiddos and get them what they need. And so I would counter and say I do believe that we should be looking at our federal or our state policy and what we're doing in this building, even when it is such a small number.
Okay, I agree. It seems to me, and I'm not a politician, that we like to switch things up. What are we talking about? I thought we were talking about girls' sports.
And
I understand
appreciate
your
that.
point.
I just think it's
I understand
for
your
discussion,
point.
'cause it was your point that we should.
But what
I'm
about
just
the
utilizing
35%
Yeah.
who play basketball? Or the-
Absolutely, and we could say the same for the other children who aren't in foster
So
care and where our money's going. So
yeah.
I just wanted to bring that up as a point, so thank
Well,
you.
I think it's an interesting point. I don't think it was applicable to what I said, but interesting point.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? I'm going to call on one more rep, and then we're going to move on. Rep. Mathieson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Part of your testimony, you mentioned that you benefited from Title IX. I wasn't alive in 1972. Can you help me understand why Title IX was important to begin with?
Well, because we got to play sports. And, I never really stopped to think about it, except my husband is older than me, and he has 2 sisters that are about 10 years older than me, 12 years older. I'm 59. They never got to play athletics in high school. My husband has all these great stories about athletics that he competed in. as do I. And it was because of Title IX.
So Title IX was what got women
Women-
ability to play sports.
Yes.
So how in 51 years, since 72 to now, did we go from actually as a nation trying to protect women in sports and get them into sports to trying to protect men in women's sports? How did we get there?
I don't know. And I'm wondering, where are the feminists? Where are the people who fought for
Thank you, Mr.
the
Chair.
rights? Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next witness in opposition to the bills, please step forward. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Quentin Lucas. I'm a husband, a father, and I serve professionally as the mayor of Kansas City. Hearing the earlier conversation, I too am here in my personal capacity, although being the mayor of a city with 508,000 Kansas City, Missourians rather, is what gets me to care about the issues before us today. There are a number of different things that I wish to say. First of all, thank you all for your service. I guess I'll also note, because everybody's talking about their sports prowess, while I did make the state track and field championship, I came in very last place. And even though I came in last place, I gained a great deal, even though I did not win. There are a number of different reasons I'm here today. A few of them I'll note, and certainly I'll stand for questions. One of them is very simple. The back and forth with the gentleman who was in opposition who spoke first isn't about 5 children, although those children are important. It's instead what Representative Crossley shared. We deal with a high number of suicides, of trauma, of depression for our trans children in Kansas City and in Missouri. And fundamentally to me, that's in many ways all that we need to discuss today. I understand that people are trying to balance equities in any number of things. But when I look at the children in this room, and you can see them, look past me, I want to make sure that they have a place where they feel welcome. I want to make sure they have places where they don't feel like they need to hate themselves, to feel marginalized, to feel like there is no reason to be alive. And that's what happens with legislation like this. That's what happens when we tell them that they're wrong, that they're a mistake, that God didn't put them here for any purpose in the same way that he did for all of us. And just a few other issues, I'll note this. We have been very lucky in Kansas City, and I recognize you have 2 pictures of my beautiful city on the wall. Thank you. And I will note this, that we've been able to welcome professional women's soccer, who, by the way, are some of the best athletes in the world. They have not asked us for this bill. We brought a World Cup to Missouri. They have not asked us for this bill. The NCAA regionals will be in Missouri. They haven't asked us for this bill. There will be a very big NFL game this weekend in Kansas City, in Missouri. They have not asked us for this bill. Let us compete as one of the best places in America to live. Let us compete as one of the most welcoming places in America to live. And let us compete as a place where everyone is truly welcome. That's what I ask for me, for my constituents, for my child, and certainly for all of the trans children in the state of Missouri. With that, I welcome your questions.
Questions from the committee. Representative Baker.
Yes, to inquire.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming down, Mr. Mayor. I was also a mayor in a former life, so I understand what it is to make tough decisions for your people. And I would say that you would venture to agree with me that those decisions are not always easy. Correct. And as a mayor, do you always have 100% people that agree with you?
I rarely ever do.
I would say that that's the case as well.
Right.
So understanding that there are different opinions on this subject would be something that you would agree that is a part of public policy.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's important to frame this from the perspective that as public servants, we're all trying to achieve what we think is right for the people that we serve, correct?
I would absolutely suggest that. Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure that the motives of the representatives that are here today are pure, and that we are trying to represent the people that we were that elected us and that we represent. So One further question, just real quick. So is this the first time you came to testify on bills down at the legislature?
This is not my first time.
It's not?
Not even today, actually. but,
Not even today? All right.
That's
great. Well, I appreciate you being engaged. It's important that we are engaged on the issues of the day. And the thing that concerns me is that, though this issue is very controversial, it's still something that the people are asking to address. Would you agree to that?
I can't speak to that. There's no one in Kansas City who has asked me to address this issue.
No one?
No one has ever asked me to make it harder for trans children to compete in sports
Well, I think
in
that's
Kansas City.
It's a little bit of a disingenuous to make it harder. I'm saying, has anyone ever asked you to address the issue of sports when it comes to biological differences and that separation?
They've exclusively asked me to oppose such efforts, including business interests in Kansas City.
Okay. I'm just curious. So in Kansas City, as I understand it, the crime rate is about 4 times higher. You're about 4 times more likely to be a part of a violent crime than the national average.
That's right.
So, that's an issue that I think is pertinent that we be engaged in as well. Would you say that's correct?
That's absolutely right. The bill I testified to this morning actually gave more resources to our police department to help fight that crime rate, and
I appreciate
all of you
that.
will be in support of that as well. It's something we're very cognizant of.
That's exactly what I was getting to, more resources for the police department. So thank you. I appreciate it, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Additional questions, Representative Engel.
Yes, Mr. Chair, to inquire.
Proceed.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
As someone who represents a large chunk of Kansas City, it's an honor to see you here. Were you involved at all in us passing the bill to bring the World Cup to Kansas City?
I'll give respect to everyone in the legislature for doing quite a bit of work to pass it. However, certainly was part of the bid and discussions.
Right, including our current floor leader, I believe, was the bill sponsor.
That's correct.
And I believe that a large part of that discussion was not including anti-trans legislation in order to make Kansas City a popular place to bring the World Cup. Do you recall that?
You are correct, Representative, yes.
Okay. And I believe that, I'm sure they will again, but our chambers of commerce are business leaders for our one of the economic engines of the state of Missouri, testified repeatedly to that as well. Do you recall that?
That is correct, and I understand they'll be testifying again today, Representative.
Excellent. And so do you worry about the economic impact of bigoted pieces of legislation such as this being enacted in the Kansas City region and the effect on businesses and the economy?
Yes, Representative, and that's based upon what I've heard both from businesses in Kansas City and leagues and others that look for events in Kansas City.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir, for your testimony today. Next, in favor of the bill, please step forward. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Stacy Shore. And first of all, I don't see this as anti-trans. I see it as pro-woman. And the reason I say that is much like this witness, I was a part of a basketball team that won 2 state championships. I was a 2-time all-state athlete in the state of Missouri. I was an All-American, and I competed to the point that basketball paid for my college. It did the same thing for my daughter. She went to college on a basketball scholarship. So when we talk about being, anti one thing, this is pro-woman. I can tell you a story about my own daughter who scored over 1,000 points in her career, an excellent basketball player. But one day when they were practicing for district play, they were practicing against the freshman boys. Now the boy that she was practicing against was not even her equal, but he was bigger, he was faster, and he was stronger. She went up to shoot a shot, and she broke her hand. She had to have surgery on her hand. It ended the rest of her season, her junior year. She came back to play when she was a senior, but she could compete to have her college education paid for. The reason I feel strongly this is a pro-woman issue is that men are bigger, faster, and stronger. I am a part of a football family in Missouri that is prolific. One of my family members is in the Missouri Sports Hall of Fame. We are very competitive. My daughter would have loved to have played football. Her grandpa is a football legend in this state. But to protect her, because there are biological differences, undoubtedly, my husband would not let her play. Why? Because it was too dangerous. So if we're going to have an honest conversation from a woman, I'm not anti-trans. I am pro-woman being able to compete on a level playing field. I want women to have the ability to earn a college scholarship based on their play. I have a son who just signed a letter of intent to play college football. He is 6'4", all-state. He is not a good basketball player. But if I were to put him up against my daughter, who was excellent, he would annihilate her in the same sport. Because again, he is bigger, he is faster, and he is stronger. I do think, it's not saying that men are superior to women. That's not what I'm saying. I come from a time in the late 1980s where girls did not get the same practice time that men did, the boys team did. They got the bigger gym until we won our first state championship. Title IX means that you have to offer the same sports opportunities to girls as you do boys. You have to give them the same opportunity for scholarships. That's what it means. I'm grateful for that. I am grateful for the men who brought forth this legislation because it is truly a pro-woman bill, and I am pro-woman.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for this witness? Seeing none. Next, in opposition to the bill, please step forward. Proceed when ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Shannon Cooper, tonight representing the great city of Kansas City, as well as the Kansas City Chamber of Commerce. And don't know where to start, but I'm going to try. A few weeks ago, I was visiting one of your colleagues who is not on this committee, and I asked him, congratulations, how are you liking it? I said, what's your priority? And he said, I was out door to door a lot, and he said, I heard a lot about this trans stuff, these boys playing in girls' sports. And he said, people are worked up over it. And I said, really? I said, do they know any trans people? And he said, I didn't even ask them if they knew any trans people. And it took me back to a time in my life where a lot of you probably weren't even born. And I was talking to an acquaintance, and I made a derogatory comment about homosexuals. And he said, Shannon, you know any homosexuals? And I'm like, nah, I don't hang around those kind of people. And he said, you ought to meet my son sometime. He's a good kid. Wow. After I pulled my foot out of my mouth and I apologized to him, maybe I started growing up a little bit, and I realized that it is easy to pick on people that you don't know because you don't know a thing about them. And it is easy to marginalize a group of folks out there that are just trying to fit in. And there's not a lot of folks out there, and I can tell you, they're not winning all the races. They're not taking the scholarships away from your kids. There might be 10 who are going through the MISHA process right now, which is fair and understanding. And for years and years and years, our public schools have figured out how to accommodate almost every type of situation there is out there to help kids want to learn, want to get educated, but most of all, want to fit in. And that's what this is really about. They're not taking your scholarships. They're not getting free rides to college. They just want to survive. They want to play a sport that makes them feel good and helps them build those friendships. And while we sat here and talk about this, I did a little research last night, which is very rare for me. But if we're going to have this meeting next week, same time, you know what's going to happen in our state? Between tonight and next week, 11.5 Missourians are going to be murdered. 242 of your constituents are going to file for bankruptcy. 23 Missouri citizens are going to overdose on fentanyl. And 8.5 babies are going to die. And we're spending a lot of time tonight picking on some kids that just want to fit in. And I hear the buzzer, Mr. Chairman, and out of my great respect for you, I will stop and answer any questions you might have for me.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee. Representative Meredith.
Thank you. To inquire.
Proceed.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for being here again. I've really appreciated what you've brought to this conversation last time you were here and this time you were here. Both times talking about a fairly plain experience of bullying and how this feels like we're just kind of picking on kids without much value added, if any, and potentially a lot of really negative consequences coming from it. But I just want to be clear, like, you're here for the Chamber of Commerce, right?
I'm here for the Kansas City business community, yes, sir.
You're not here just as somebody who is looking out for kids.
I am probably the most unlikely child advocate in this building.
Trust me, I think we were all shocked to see you here last time.
And quite frankly, I enjoy beating up on them more than I do defending them, so.
Well, and I just want to say I appreciate that apparently not just you, but what the business community is sending you here to say is actually at the heart of this about us leading with empathy and understanding and open ears and not leading with fear and ignorance and bullying.
You know, there's a reason Kansas City is thriving and doing as well as it is, and it's because the business community welcomes everybody, and it is a welcoming place, and if you haven't been there, I invite you to the Super Bowl parade we're going to have in a few weeks. So, but yeah, it's the numbers I read off proved all of us, and Representative Baker had a great point about violent crime in our city. I mean, we got a lot of real issues to tackle out here, and in my world, this isn't one of them. It's just not.
Yeah, so I hear that. I want to also ask you, though, about the negative consequences of us doing this, because it's not just that this shouldn't be a priority, which I think a lot of us agree with you that this ought not be a priority, but of course there are a lot of things we do that maybe are small issues even that we address while we're handling big issues. I guess what I want to hear is, are you also looking at, and is the business community in Kansas City looking at the real world consequences from an economic standpoint of legislation like this?
Every time we even have this discussion, there is a group of potential employees who won't come here because they feel that Missouri is a bigoted and backward state. And it's just, that's the appearance we get when these things, when we have hearings like this. And yeah, it hurts us. And we all know, I don't care what line of work you're in, there's not enough people out there to fill those jobs. I think our last numbers was 85,000 job openings in Kansas City. And quite frankly, most of our employees don't give a hoot about your sexuality. They want you to show up on time, do a great job, represent their business well. But when things like this happen, folks don't come.
Okay. I was at a birthday party this weekend with some close friends of mine who are going through a complicated experience with a trans daughter and exploring what that means as she grows up and how they address it going forward. But they asked me the question, am I going to either be made a felon or be forced to move out of this state this year? And I wonder how many people in our state will leave, will not come here, how many businesses will choose not to come here because their employees feel the same way. Is that the business interest in testifying against this?
Of course.
Thank you.
Additional questions, Representative Levasco.
To inquire?
Proceed.
Thank you. So you started off your testimony telling a story about you talked to a rep who'd been hearing about this issue quite regularly and thought that it was something that we needed to address. And then you went on to say that you don't believe that this is a major priority for the legislature, that there are bigger things that we should be looking at. And I think I would agree that there's a lot of things on my list that I would have taken up well before this issue. That being said, you can't deny that this is something that a lot of constituents across the state feel very strongly about on both sides. I guess my concern is I feel like I'm hearing from you, and we've heard from some other folks on this committee, this concept that even having this discussion is harmful. And that it either hurts the economic prospects of the state, or some people maybe would think that we're targeting them directly, which I want to say for the record, I don't feel that is what we're doing here. Wouldn't you say that regardless of whether this legislation moves forward or not, that it is a healthy thing for us as a legislature to be debating complex and controversial issues and analyzing them in the public sphere rather than hiding from the things that people think, whether it's popular or right?
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree, and maybe the only part where I could say I might be an expert is I've sat where you all have sat, and I spent 8 years there, and I realized a lot of times when constituents would call and be upset that you spend 5 or 10 minutes talking to them, they figure things out, and you say, do I need to go forward? What can I do for you? And you're like, Shannon, I just appreciate you picking up the phone and talking to me, and maybe that's not such a big issue. I'm not afraid of having this argument whatsoever. I don't know that it's healthy. I do know that it's hurtful for a lot of people. There's a lot of people in this room that it is hurtful to, but I think it's my job, it's Nancy's job as we represent the city and the chamber to let you all know what the business community feels like, and there's a lot of issues that we put ahead of this issue.
And I guess the last comment, and you can respond if you like, but you suggested that perhaps folks that feel strongly in support of this bill ought to talk to some trans kids to kind of get that perspective. I think one of the fantastic things about having this hearing is that that's an opportunity that we're going to have. And we're going to hear from people that generally are not necessarily representative of the average constituent that you might get to talk to on a door knocking expedition. And that's part of what makes this process so important, is that we can hear those voices on both sides in a way that we would never get just checking our email or otherwise talking to people one-on-one back home. So I think that's a positive thing. I'd like everyone, regardless of how they feel about this issue, to recognize that, and that open discussion is the most important thing. And I hope you'd agree with that.
I do. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional questions? Representative Ani.
Thank you. To inquire. So you mentioned that between now and when this committee execs next week, some things could go on, statistically speaking.
2020 statistics, I left that out.
Okay,
2020.
fair. I want to add another statistic to that. Between now and next week, assuming this committee execs in 7 days, 24 Missourians will take their lives. And the point I want to make, to the gentleman's point a moment ago, is that yes, of course, a legislature is here to debate important issues. But what we're not here to do, and what our constituents did not send us here to do, is to determine who is a whole person in our communities and how we treat them. I can't help but think of the kids who don't even want to play sports, but are struggling with who they are and how they present themselves to their classmates. I can't help but think what these headlines do. I can't help but think what it must be like to be going through adolescence, and on top of that, to feel so alone and so ostracized that an entire legislature is debating whether or not you should have the opportunity all of your classmates have. How harmful that is to a kid's mental health. And what we're not talking about enough today, in my opinion, is exactly that, is exactly those kids. We're sitting in this room today because there are some adults who don't understand some things and they're upset about it. But the reality is, there's a whole world out there of children who just need loved, and they don't need us to argue about their existence. And I thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Additional questions? I'm going to do one more, then we're going to move on. Representative Myers.
Good evening. Thank you for coming over, Mr. Cooper. Had a couple questions. So you represent the business community in Kansas City, and you said that should legislation just dealing with kids' sports is what we're talking about.
Right.
That would deter people from coming to Missouri for tourism or just to come to Kansas City in period, right? That's correct. Do you keep track of other sister cities in different states?
No.
So you're not aware of like how Nashville is booming, their economy's taking off.
I enjoy going to Nashville. I have
so
a
you've
good
been
time
there
there.
personally.
I've been there too many times.
Yeah, too many times. So, but Tennessee has this legislation that we're talking about.
Without a doubt, there are numerous states that have passed similar legislation to this. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I like Houston, San Antonio, because Texas has it. Florida, Arizona with Phoenix, those states have this legislation already. This protects females in sports, right? But they are doing as good, if not better, than Kansas City.
I'd say nobody's doing as good as Kansas City.
I understand that may be a biased opinion, but that was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Next, in support of the bill, please step forward.
Hi, Lisa Panette, and I came before the body at the very beginning of session because I wanted equality, as you know, and I wanted both sides to be able to have a voice, one of 163, and that's Republicans and Democrats. So I actually stood in the gap even for Democrats, even though I am a hard right Republican and identify with that proudly. I'm coming here today to speak as a grassroots mom, and there are many, many of us out there, grassroots moms. Very different from the chamber, who now speaks on behalf of woke corporations. And the grassroots moms, like myself, who have 3 daughters, that some of them, play sports and some of them don't. But there's one right now that, like the representative, she's about ready to play volleyball. And they don't have enough players for that specific team. So she came to me and said that they're talking about having boys. She's 15. They're talking about having boys on the team. I said, if that is the way that it ends up with boys on the team, you won't be playing. It isn't about whether you identify as trans or not. It is the simple fact that boys are stronger and girls get hurt. So none of these boys are identifying as trans. They're just boys. But my daughter won't be playing with boys. And what you see in the schools right now are a bunch of moms that are up in arms because they don't want their girls hurt. And when we talk about Title IX, if it was the point where the girls, like if we're talking about girls protecting girls in the sport, why, when they set up Title IX, didn't they just put them in with the boys if there's no differences? There's a reason why there was a separate category for the girls. And just because we become woke doesn't change the facts. It is what it is. Boys are still boys and girls are still girls. Period, the end. You can call it whatever you want, but boys are boys and girls are girls. And this is a big issue across the state of Missouri. That's it.
Thanks for your testimony. Questions for this witness, Representative Meredith.
Yes.
Hey, nice to see you again.
Yeah, me too.
I wish that maybe we didn't disagree this time, since we were on the same page and it was nice a week or 2 ago.
But I did represent everyone, right?
Agreed.
Yeah.
No, I appreciated that. Yeah. Since we've had a dialogue, I did want to go ahead and engage with this conversation a little. First of all, with volleyball, are you opposed to co-ed teams too? I misunderstood that.
If someone wants to participate on that, but I don't think that it should be forced. If you have girls teams and girls to be on those teams, but they shouldn't be forced to be playing with boys, period. And so if you have a separate category, it should be that separate category. And even if there's, boys that identify as girls or the other way around, then I think you set up a separate category, just like when girls entered that category, that there was a separate category for themselves. Instead, they weren't put in with the boys.
Great. Let's stop there, because a couple
Okay.
things. First of all, I thought I had heard you say if it was a co-ed team or no team, then she would play on no team. But I guess that's not what you're
No,
saying.
that's me as a
okay.
parent,
Okay.
because they didn't have enough players. So
Gotcha.
if it
Okay.
wasn't just going to be girls, I said, I'm sorry, you won't be able to play.
Okay.
with
Just
the boys.
for
Yeah.
your daughter's sake, I'd just tell you I played on some co-ed volleyball teams and they went really well. But
Well, I know people that
switching-
actually had their nose broke.
Switching to this
Yeah.
underlying
Yeah.
question of, we keep hearing it said boys playing on girls' teams. You understand that under the current policies of MISA and NCAA, there still are two separate leagues, right? There's
Yes.
male and female leagues.
Yes.
And that while you may refer to certain kids as boys playing on girls' teams, those children have gone through fairly complicated processes that include physical changes. Like I think that the NCAA policies generally include hormone treatments, things like that, that actually change the physiology in order to play in the well, not in order to, but in order to qualify. It's only kids that have gone through significant, complicated processes, right?
Yep, but you can't undo being a boy. You can't do that. And so even when we talk about, that standard, there's also a standard there because you just can't undo being a boy. There's so much you can do in transitioning, but you can't
Do
undo
you know any
how
kids
you
that
were
have
created.
gone through transitions?
I do not.
Do you know any adults that have gone through transitions?
I do not.
Have you ever sat and talked with anyone that has
But
to
I would
find
be
out what it's
totally
like?
willing. It isn't, look, I'm willing to
Great.
sit
Yeah,
and talk with anyone.
Exactly.
So
I would just encourage
Yeah.
you to do so.
Yeah.
And hear about it. And
Just so you
and
know,
maybe
that
explore.
group, because you need to understand who I am. I'm the person that ministers in East St. Louis, so I'm not scared of sitting down with anyone.
Great.
But they would have to come to me because what I see is such a hesitancy in that community entering in with conservatives.
I
even
apologize.
having a
I hear the
discussion.
bell. I
Yeah.
did just want to say that there was another comment you made that I really wanted to address.
Yeah.
And I'm already forgetting what it was.
I'm sorry.
In the previous comment, when you were talking about, they should make a separate league for kids that don't fall easily in one box or the other.
Yes.
Did you hear the conversation earlier that right now there are only less than 10 kids in the state
I did.
that fall in this category?
I did.
And you're suggesting that for them to have a fair opportunity to play, we should be somehow creating a league full of less than 10
This
kids?
is the hard thing. Life isn't fair. Life is not fair. And so what we're trying to create here is a standard where there's going to be a whole group of people punished because life isn't fair. So what you're saying is if they identify this way and there's only a small group of them, that we should go ahead
Yeah.
and put the girls at risk. We shouldn't.
I hear you. I guess where we disagree is whether it puts the girls at risk or whether they're
Yeah.
punished. And I'll tell you, for myself, I don't see my daughters being punished. I see them playing sports with other kids. Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Additional questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next witness in opposition, please step forward.
Good evening. My name is Rory Picker-Neese, and I'm here today as a rabbi, as the executive director of the Jewish Community Relations Council, which represents 35 member agencies and works on behalf of 60,000 Jews in the St. Louis region, as a very proud feminist, and most importantly, as the mother of this 11-year-old boy, who you'll hear from soon, who knew at the age of 7 that despite what doctors had told us when he was born, that he's a boy. I prepared a lot of remarks for tonight, but I have to say that sitting here for the past 2 hours has been one of the most painful things that I've ever had to do as a mother. And we've been doing this for 4 years. I appreciate what some of you have been saying in terms of trying to make a distinction of whether or not these bills are discriminatory or saying that my child can still play on a sports team. But the reality is that this bill is not about sports. For over 2 hours, this body has been debating whether or not my son counts as a person, and whether or not the state of Missouri is looking to protect him. Some of the most powerful people elected in our state are debating our kids' lives in front of them, and they are being tortured by you. I know that you want to debate complex topics, but when you start to legislate this into law, you are giving people an excuse to discriminate against a group that is already one of the most vulnerable groups in our state. And so I beg of you to please listen to their voices. Please understand what is at stake with this bill. And please vote no on House Bill 170, 183, and 337.
My name is Russell Neese. I'm the father of 3 private school kids, including, again, this incredible 11-year-old, an 8-year-old daughter, which I guess makes me as qualified a witness as the Secretary of State, and a 7-year-old, and I'm sorry, he just turned 8, forgive me, a 9-year-old and a 7-year-old. And I'm here today to speak specifically against these 3 bills for many of the same reasons that you've heard articulated and will hear articulated. But I have a special contempt for HB 170, as it has some provisions, a number of provisions that attempt to regulate the private religious school that my wife and I send our son to, and send all 3 of our kids to. These bills don't just target competitive high school sports. They target my 2nd grader, my 4th grader, my 6th grader. I can't tell you how my son knew that he was a boy when everyone else told us that he was a girl. And as a God-fearing man, I can't tell you why the Lord made him this way. But what I can tell you is he's a wonderful boy who loves to read books in bed long after his bedtime, who loves to go hiking and camping in the woods with me, and who loves playing sports with his friends at school. I've heard many in this body talk at length about the need to stand up for individual liberties and freedoms in the face of an ever-expanding, intrusive big government. But respectfully, regulating private religious schools is a big government overreach. Prohibiting 6th graders from playing sports with their friends is a big government overreach. Legislating based on the genitalia of my 11-year-old, my 9-year-old, or my 8-year-old is a big government overreach. I oppose these bills based on the conservative principles. These bills tie the hands of parents, of educators, and coaches who are closest to the kids, and in the best position to make good decisions that address the specific real needs. And they do so with legislation that's been copied and pasted without any regard for how they'll fit the particularities of the situations in which they may be applied. I urge you to vote no on these bills, and I'm happy to speak with any of you at a future date. All of us, I think, will do that also. We're really happy to talk to you and share more about our experience.
Hi. My name is Dan. I'm 11 years old, and I like doing magic and circus skills, especially unicycling. I'm here today to testify against House Bill 170, 183, and 337. I really like to play sports with my friends, although honestly I'm not very good at it. I really like the chance to play. It makes me feel good when I play with my friends. People keep talking about how it's unfair, but we're talking about kids my age and under. This bill wouldn't help people, it would hurt them. Adults are always telling us that it's not about winning, it's about having fun. And how fun would it be if you couldn't play sports? How fun would it be if your teammates couldn't play with you? How fun would it be if your friends couldn't play sports with you? And how fun would it be if you couldn't play sports with your friends? All because your government thought an 8-year-old was going to take your kid's trophy and therefore should not be allowed to play sports. It just honestly seems like you guys have more important things to worry about than an 11-year-old playing sports with their friends. It shouldn't be the government's job to tell people who can play in sports teams. It should not be the government's job to tell kids they're not allowed to play sports. It should definitely not be the government's job to make laws out of fear. It's the government's job to protect its citizens, it's the government's job to treat everyone fairly, and it's the government's job to make their laws reflect that. Please vote no on House Bill 170, 183, and 337. Thank you for your time. I hope you have a nice evening.
Questions for these witnesses. Representative Weber.
Inquire.
Proceed.
Thank you so much. I believe that you came and testified last session as well. Dan, I believe that you showed us some magic tricks too that were pretty cool. To you parents, yes, we should be having conversations about controversial issues. But at the same time, does this feel like PTSD every time you come back?
It does. My husband can tell you that it was a very painful evening last night getting the notification, having to readjust our whole schedule when this was not what we had planned to do at all today, and preparing ourselves for what we knew was going to be a really hard day, though, like I said, harder than any of the other times that we've come into this building.
Yeah, 100%. And I have to give all of you props because you've had to sit through some horrific testimonies here. And some of the bill sponsors, they're not even here. So you all have sat here and listened to everything, and the bill sponsors who should be in here are not. So thank you for that. Thank you for testifying again.
Representative Quaid.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to quickly thank you all again for being here and apologize that you weren't notified until about 25 hours before the hearing. I would like to say that's not standard operating procedure in this building, but depending on the topic, I can't say that. And I really just wanted to, again, thank you, Dan, for being here. It has been a pleasure to watch you grow up. I'm sorry that I've had to and that our relationship has been around this. But I just want to say that you are so brave, and every time that you come here, you say the funniest, wittiest things, and it is a breath of fresh air, and I just want to continue to thank you for showing up and being here. You are so brave, and we just are so grateful for you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next in support, please step forward.
Hello, my name is Teresa Collins. I'm coming to talk in support of this bill before my battery dies. Okay, and I completely agree with that family, and it's really government overreach that we're even discussing all these things today. I do support, though, the women's support bill. Science, there is some science to the biological male and female that we just have to agree. I guess we don't have to agree on anything because we're not, but as far as lung capacity, heart capacity, just bone density, things along this line that I would think would give them that edge, which is where that Title IX thing came in to play, which has worked out to this point. And I don't feel like we're trying to hate on anybody or not give them a place. I really think that they should have a place. Right now, like you said, there's very few kids that are playing sports that this even applies to in Misha. So, I mean, there are still intramural sports, I think, that everybody can still participate in, as far as I remember. So I'm feeling like, so we're not trying to take anybody from playing with their kids, their friends. I think that's a wonderful thing. Sports are great and good for development and socialization. So, that's an option. And now we have like coaches. I mean, maybe I don't even need to go there, but you've got college coaches that really need to start to recruit people that fall into that not so neat box, so that they can have athletes on their teams that can compete at that level. And I just feel that's even makes it harder when you get to places like college or Olympics, which we were talking about. But this has nothing to do with that. We're just talking about kids, under 18. So, okay. Any questions? I guess I could go on, but I don't want to take anybody's time.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Vani.
Just briefly, so you said that you agree that this is government overreach, that we're even having this conversation, but then in the same breath you said you support this legislation, correct?
Yeah, it's
okay,
crazy because I was thinking the same thing, like with parent rights. It's like, who took my rights away? It's like, why am I here for this? But yeah, it's very sad. Yeah. Is that it? Okay. Thanks.
Additional questions? Seeing none. Next in opposition, please step forward.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Thank you for hearing my comments today. My name is Dakota Allen. I reside in House District 23, and I'm here in stout opposition to House Bills 170, 183, and 337. I want to start by reminding the sponsor, who is unfortunately not here, that it is absolutely unacceptable and harmful to misgender individuals, and that, I'm sorry if you like it or not, but trans men are men, trans girls are girls. I understand that we're having a difficult conversation and not all of you work every day with trans individuals, but that, Representative Lovasco, is why this conversation harms people when we're doing this type of a dialogue. When we fail to honor people's identities, it is genuinely harmful to individuals. So we need to be really careful when we're having this dialogue. I'm not here to dispute everything that you guys have said, but I am here to have a conversation about how this harms your constituents. So I do want to speak plainly about what your guys' intentions are. We have over a dozen anti-LGBT bills that have been filed this year. So to me, your priorities have become abundantly clear, but, excuse me, these bills are the definition of cultural warfare. This session is marked with over a dozen bills attacking this community, and today we're addressing 8 of them. I'm having myself really baffled with what you guys would gain by passing legislation that, in my opinion, is inherently evil. I understand that we've not necessarily seen eye to eye on everything, but this is problematic. Trans youth are not something to fear. Our schools rank among the lowest in our nation on a number of fronts, yet the legislative focus this year in the educational realm is centered on responding to a handful of instances trans youth have participated in a sport of their choice. That includes both trans males and females, but we're only worried about the females. What's more, we have no indications that any of these athletes outperformed their counterparts on the state level that harmed opportunities for anyone involved. Even so, to be blunt, I bet every single woman on this committee could kick my butt in sports. Many of you may not know them yet, but you're going to start learning the names of these trans children in the worst possible ways if you continue down this path. Passing this legislation sends a message to our youth, one you can't take back. You might succeed in protecting your image of what women's sports are supposed to look like, but you do so by sacrificing the well-being, freedoms, and even the lives of an entire group of children. We know that trans youth are significantly more likely to attempt suicide than their cisgendered peers, with 82% having considered the act. This type of dialogue, the dialogue that you control, has a very real-world impact. Whether you know them or not, I implore you, seek deep within yourselves and reflect on your intentions and goals when you originally entered office. I don't believe you to be inherently evil. I believe you do have intentions to do good. But I'm here to tell you that this is not your best. I'll take any questions.
Questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next witness in support of these bills, please step forward.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Aguirre. I'm a mother, a grandmother, and an educator. And I have worked with the students in many facets. I've worked with students who are gay. I have worked with students who prefer to be called by a different name. And I have worked with students who are very bothered that their gay counterparts are being accepted to the point that they are being excluded. And as a mother of a son who wants to protect women, I know many young men who want to be the men, where they want to protect, they want to be that protector for these women, because anyone who has a little sister or any sister knows that as a man, they want to make sure that no one hurts their little sisters or their big sisters in our case. But I think, again, we're kind of jumping all over the place in regards to what we're talking about. We're simply talking about if a student or a child is being introduced or is being asked if they want to participate in a co-ed sport, that's different. They already know what the expectation is. But when a young woman or girl goes to play a sport on a girl's team, and then you bring boys onto the team, that is modification of what the rules are supposed to be. Okay? And this is not about hating. My children and I know trans kids. I know people who have been affected by sex trafficking, and I know sex trafficking does not discriminate against any person. So I think we need, when we talk about people, there's a difference between respecting a person because they are a person and what we believe, and as a Christian, I'm just going to say it, it is against the Word of God. And whether you agree with it or not, as a Christian, that is what I believe. And if you have a problem with it, you can have that debate with the Lord. But you're not going to have, I believe what God says. He's the creator of the universe. And even though we are at this place and we are discussing this, the reality is people are debating really what does the Word of God say and what does the world say. And we can sit here and can have this debate. But the key thing I think all of us need to know is that it is so important. When we see someone's car, if they're flipped on the side of the road, we don't ask if they're black or white. We don't ask if they're gay or straight. We see a person. And we need to do that when we see people. But again, I have students, male students, asking me, why does this other student who's gay get all the privileges, gets to do all these things while we are being told we can't do this? And, again, we need to get back to what the reality is, and that is we're talking about sports.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions for this witness? Representative Quaid.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just really quick, I appreciate you being here. I know we obviously disagree on this topic. Do you believe that it is my job, our job here, to be legislating the Word of God as you interpret it?
You are to be legislators, but our government is founded upon the Word of God.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I would ask the audience to, again, refrain from outbursts. Everyone will have an opportunity that wants to come forward and testify, and you can include whatever you would like in your testimony, but please respect the proceedings. Representative Reuter, did you want to inquire?
Yes, thank you.
Good evening.
Thank you for all your service with the youth of our country and especially our state. So you mentioned in your testimony that in your experience you've heard students complain because they said that gay students get more rights. So can you just give me some examples of that? Because
I had a student. I had 5 male students today and yesterday go, why does this particular student get to do all these things? And I'm not going to just talk about where I teach. Why do they get all these privileges? This is a public school system, and yet we're not allowed to do it. This is not, when you walk into, I will tell you this, when any student walks into my classroom, gay, straight, or if they want to be called by another name, I do my job, and my job is to teach them. I don't show favoritism. What I do not allow, whether you are on the right or on the left, is distract from the education of all other students.
So just for example, can you name one of the privileges that they thought that was?
He gets to hug the girls. He gets to be around the girls. There's a separate, and it's not a private school, it's a public school. I'm not going to, like I said, I'm not going to get into details of the school, but this is something that kids feel uncomfortable. I've had boys constantly say, I don't feel comfortable, but they have to accept it as though it's too bad. And again, I teach as a person, as a Christian, we respect people because they are people. We treat people kindly because they are people, whether we agree with them or not. But the reality is there are differences. If we go to the cemetery and dig up people's bones, they don't say, oh, this was a trans. They're going to say it's a male or female. So we can sit here and we can do what we want, and the suicides, you want to talk about suicides, look at the people who have transitioned and they can't detransition. There are so many kids coming out and people coming out that are literally talking about how they are at the point of suicide because they were led by adults in our school system, in our workplaces, in our families to say, oh, you must be this. Just because a girl is a tomboy doesn't make her a boy. It doesn't mean she wants to be a boy. We all go through phases. Anyone who's competitive, we all have gone through our tomboy stages. But the reality is that we are dealing with young kids. If they want to make that decision at 18, that's their prerogative. And as much as I disagree with it, they're adults. But when we are pushing children to do these things, and I'm telling you, the schools are pushing it, and they are pushing it hard. And they're telling everyone else to shut up. If you disagree, that's too bad for you.
Additional inquiries, Representative Engel.
Good evening.
Good morning. Evening.
Yeah.
I wish it was morning.
It is evening, yeah. So where in the Lee Summit School District do you think that people are receiving more gay rights than others?
Several places, but I will not say where, but it's any school.
But specifically in the Lee Summit School District, which I represent.
Okay, well, Kansas City area, just overall, it's just, we're finding it everywhere.
Who is we?
Teachers are coming out saying they can't even speak out or have a
Because
different...
children are too gay?
Yes, that's exactly, and your sarcasm's not appreciated.
Okay.
Okay, now if you want to have a conversation about our children, that's about children,
I'm happy
that's
to. My
fine.
children attend Lee Summit Public Schools, so I'm
Okay.
happy to talk to you about it.
But I'm just saying that in our school system, in general, we talk about character, about being kind, but yet
Right.
if you disagree with the LGBTQ group,
Right.
you are a bigot, you're a homophobe.
So one second, because I do want to get to the crux of that. Because I do think that there is a difference between being kind and being accepting. And from the time that I was in middle school, or elementary school, middle school, high school, I'm not going to age myself here, but it was a while ago, we were not really taught not to bully in the way that they are now. And so a lot of what my children come home saying from the Lee Summit School District is about being kind to others regardless of how they present themselves, with how they identify. And if they hear something, whether it be in the news, whether it be politicians, whether it be crazy mailers that come to my house, they call it out. They
And
call
I
it
can
out for
tell
what it
you,
is.
my kids
It's
have
bullying.
experienced that teachers have pushed it so much that my kids have been bullied when they were in high school.
Your kids were bullied in what way?
Well, the whole thing
By the
is
teachers.
no, not by the teachers, but
Oh.
they push the agenda of the LGBTQ, which we should be pushing any agenda. Because you know what? As educators, we're here to teach all children.
Right. So, I mean,
my
possibly,
kids, but when
hold on,
someone
hold on,
comes into
hold
a
on, 1 second.
classroom...
I'm sorry, this is still my inquiry.
All right.
Is it part of our culture that we're trying to push to be accepting of all Americans regardless of race, creed, identity? Because every day when we do our morning prayer in the chamber, we pledge allegiance to the flag. And I was thinking a lot about that this morning. Because it says liberty and justice for all. Not for just people that look like you and I. For all.
I agree.
And so what I see with bills like this is we're trying to divide people. We're not just trying to divide trans kids from playing the gender sport that they choose. We are trying to divide the people in this room, the people in this building, the people in the state of Missouri, the people of the United States of America. Because guess what? We were letting gays use bathrooms. We're letting gays get married. And so we have to find something else to divide Americans. And that's a huge problem. And I just...
That has nothing to do with boys and girls sports, which you're talking...
It has everything to do with boys and girls sports.
But that's not pertaining to these laws.
It absolutely is.
These laws that are being...
It absolutely is, actually, because it's... We can talk more about the Bostic decision later.
We can have a conversation about everything that's going on in our society at different levels and things that are going on. I mean, but we're here for three laws that are being
Right,
introduced.
and you were saying that kids in the Lee Summit School District were being bullied with
I
the
said
LGBT
kids
agenda.
in the school system. I never said anything about any specific school district.
Well, when you run for office and you tell people where you work, it comes out later.
Okay. At least I'm a school district then.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That you want to tell everybody.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next witness. Thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony.
Appreciate your
Next witness in opposition, please step forward. And proceed whenever you're ready.
Hi, I just want to start off that I am a transgender Jewish youth who lives in Missouri in St. Louis. And so I want to propose to all of you to actively listen to my voice and even if you're uncomfortable to ask the questions.
And I'm so sorry to interrupt, but would you mind sharing your name for the record, please?
My name is Neon, and my pronouns are he/they.
And your last name also, please.
Liebson, Liebson.
Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Neon. I am a transgender Jewish person. I oppose bills 183, 170, and 337 due to the harm it inflicts upon my community. As a transgender student, sports have been very difficult. I don't fit into the gender binary and have been unable to play sports including basketball, soccer, volleyball, and baseball as my truest self. Luckily, I've been able to find my community in Taekwondo and fencing, but I'm lucky. As trans youth, we are often discouraged or banned from playing sports with our cisgender peers. Trans kids are kids, and we should be allowed to participate in activities and given equal opportunities as our authentic selves. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for this witness? Representative Quaid.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, again, want to take a second and thank you for being here, and thank you for your bravery, for sharing your story. I'm sorry that you had to come here on a school night, of all things. I hope that you make it back in time, but I just wanted to say thank you, and your story means so much to us, and I can speak for myself, continues to give me the energy to have these discussions year after year, so thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next witness in support of these bills, please step forward.
Wow. My name is Nancy Dilcor, and I'm here in support of bills HB 170, 183, and 337. I agree with pretty much everything that's already been said in support of, so I will try to, off the cuff, add some other things to it. I want to say that I acknowledge how difficult that it is for the trans community. I have a niece that is 30 plus years old, and she transitioned she identifies as a man, and she transitioned with cross-sex hormones and with transition surgery. I know she has had a very difficult life, and now that she's transitioned, she just lives alone, or not alone, but with her wife, and she's just doesn't really interact with society. But anyway, there's this huge push in our society to normalize something that is not normal, and it is pushed in the schools. It's pushed in every area of our society. It's infiltrated everything, and that is why we have the situation that we have. We have a God, and He loves all of us, and I would care to say that this is not about whether someone counts as a person. All of these people in this room, all of us are people, and we are all loved by God. We're all created in God's image, and it's not about validating them as a person. Every person should be validated for who they are. The problem is when we try to normalize something, it's a condition where what they think in their mind is not, they don't identify with their biological sex, and that is not normal. And it's a very difficult thing to have to live your life like that, and I empathize with every single one of those people. But I will say that we have a God, and He makes the rules, and I'm sorry if, one day we're all going to be held account to how we live our lives and how we respond to God Almighty. And we have an adversary, his name is Satan, and he's a liar, and you guys can laugh, and that's fine. I know you guys are going to give me all these wonderful questions, and that is fine, but I feel sorry for everybody that's laughing at the things I have to say, because what I'm saying is true. And one day you will be held to account. And I'm just saying that God loves every single one of you. Every single one of you, he loves. As we are. And that's all I have to say, I think. So my time's up.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions of this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Next witness in opposition, please step forward.
Good evening. My name is the Reverend Mike Angel. I am a husband, a father, a member of the LGBTQ plus community, and the priest and pastor at the Episcopal Church of the Holy Communion in University City, Missouri. And I am here tonight in opposition to all of these bills except the bi-monthly pay. That sounds like a good idea. But especially against the sports bills tonight. I want to say I actually really liked that language that one of the bill sponsors used about the altar of inclusivity. I might borrow that at my church. Doubtless today, and we've already heard quite a bit about God, but in the background is this reading of Genesis about God creating people male and female from chapter 1, verse 27. What's interesting about that is if you look into the text, you really have to pay attention to repetition in the Bible. That verse twice, for the sake of emphasis, says that people are made in God's image. The Bible also says that the Word of God is living and active. Part of what I've seen in my community of faith are parents of trans kids looking for a faith community where they can be loved and supported and find other people on a similar journey. I don't know of any parents of trans kids that chose to end up in that place. I know a lot of parents of trans kids who have struggled to reconcile their own faith tradition, their own background, with their sense that God loved and created their child. My husband and I are raising a kid that we adopted from the foster system in Missouri, and he's 4, and I had to explain to him why I wasn't going to be there when he woke up or when he went to bed tonight. And the only thing I could come up with is to explain to him, because all the rest of the bills were really complicated, that there were some people that were trying to keep some of his friends from playing sports. And he said, "Dada, tell them that not to be mean." I think, I do, as a Christian, and I appreciate the committee chair's words at the beginning about civility, I do think we have a lot of people with good intentions in this room. And I think we have a situation where intention and impact are not lining up on these bills, where the impact that you are hearing from these kids and these parents needs to be held in account more than the politics around them. Please listen. And the last thing I want to say is I am deeply inspired by the courage of the young people, the trans people that have showed up and listened today as their humanity has been questioned and attacked. And as a pastor, I need to say, God loves you exactly for who you are. God calls you to be exactly who you are. And we will win this in the long run. I'd take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness in support of these bills, please step forward. Any other witnesses in support? Okay, seeing none. Next witness in opposition, please step forward.
I know. It's going to be fun now. You start taking bids to get us up here, bring in some more revenue. Good evening. I think it's well into the evening now. My name is Debbie Jackson. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri, and I'm here in opposition to all 3 of these bills. I have some really brilliant things written down here that I hope you will read because I'm now going to go off the cuff. This is the 8th year that I have been coming to this building to speak about bills attacking our LGBTQ community. It started with religious refusals, and then it moved to bathrooms, and then for 4 years we've been coming and we've been talking about sports, and we've been talking about healthcare, which I know we'll hopefully get to before tomorrow, and many other things. My child is not here with me today. My child socially transitioned at the age of 4. My child is no stranger to being in the public. My child was on the cover of National Geographic magazine as the first out trans person on the cover. It was called the Gender Revolution. And we've gone through some pretty horrific things. In the time since that magazine came out, we've had so much hate and threats directed at us. But I will tell you that the trauma my child has experienced coming to this building is hands down the worst trauma that they have ever experienced. 1 year ago, we were here in a Senate committee hearing about sports. And my child, who was 14 years old, was asked on the record by a sitting senator about their genitals. I would like you to think about that for a moment. In a room full of strangers, with a person in power sitting in front of them, my child was asked about their genitals when they just came to say, I'd really like to play volleyball. When you ask about the number of kids that this impacts, there are 3.5 million cisgender female athletes competing in the United States, and we've heard that Misha says that there are 5 trans kids. We don't even know if those are 5 trans boys. And yes, let's say trans boys, please, here, and trans girls, instead of pretending our kids aren't real and valid. We don't even know if these are trans boys or trans girls who would be impacted by this. We don't know. And why don't we know? Because they're not taking over girls' sports here. They're not winning everything. We don't know if they are coming in like the mayor last when they compete. What we do know is that 18 states have passed these bigoted bills, thank you for calling them out as bigoted, in the last 2 to 3 years only. But we have 20 states who have trans-affirming sports policies that have been in effect, some of them for well more than a decade. So why aren't we learning from those states about how to incorporate trans kids just the way Missouri already has, in a way that's fair and equitable to all? Y'all are asking the wrong questions. If you ask how many kids are traumatized, my kid's not playing sports. My kid is traumatized. If you ask how many kids this impacts, it impacts every single trans kid in this state, whether they come to testify and bravely sit in front of you or not. They get the message that you are sending, and that is shameful.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing none, next witness in opposition.
Yes, my name is Dr. Tom Jackson. I'm a resident of Kansas City, Missouri, and I probably can't say anything better than what my spouse just said. But I'd like to do 2 things that has not been done this evening. Talk about science and talk to someone who's actually worked with trans athletes, because none of you or none of the current witnesses has said either of those things. As my wife stated, there's roughly, 5 kids in the state of Missouri that are competing, and not one has won a competition. So I really think that this is creating a bill for a problem that doesn't exist. But beyond that, one of the current sponsors earlier talked about the trans woman who won the track race in Connecticut in the 100-meter dash. What they didn't go on to tell you was that 2 weeks after that event, the cis girl who filed the lawsuit beat them in competition, and their lawsuit was thrown out of court because they were found to have no standing because there was no harm committed. So that case is now on appeal, as was mentioned, but it was thrown out because the cisgender girl beat the trans competitor. The other thing I would like to talk about is no one's really talking about kids who transition early in life. My child socially transitioned at 4. Began getting therapy in her young teens, and then was put on hormone therapy. For kids who transition young or who are undergoing hormone blockers, they do not go through the concordant puberty as their peers, so then they have no statistical advantage whatsoever to the people they're competing against. Why are we not talking about those children? Because I can tell you, as a parent of a transgender child who's had those therapies, they are the most unathletic person on the planet, and I can promise you that. Another thing I'd like to tell you is that we typically no one's really talking about working with trans athletes. I have had the pleasure in my career in sports medicine to work with quite a few trans athletes, and I can think of one in particular. It was a female in her late 30s who was about 6'2" and about 200 pounds who competed in a World Long Drive Championship. Now, the World Long Drive followed the rules of the Olympic Committee and allowed this person to compete based on their personal therapies and medical history. And because of that, they competed for over 2 years and are still competing in that sport. And I can tell you that my particular athlete has yet to win a competition, and the best they've ever placed is 6th. So a person who went through puberty as a male, transitioned later in life, now because of them being on hormones for a duration of time, has no competitive advantages against cisgender women. The other thing I'd like to point out is there was a lot of discussion, I think, about what there may or may not be a competitive advantage. When you start estrogen, within little as 5 months, you can start to see changes in bone density, muscular strength, and or muscular endurance. What estrogen does is it causes apoptosis of skeletal muscle, which means that the muscular cells themselves start to wither away and die. And because of that, transgender women have less of a competitive advantage if they've been on hormone than their peers. So I think these are things you all need to consider when we're talking about trans athletes competing in sports. So,
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions for this witness? Seeing none, next witness in opposition, please step forward.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Cassie Brown. I'm the Executive Director of the National Association of Social Workers, Missouri Chapter. I'm a licensed clinical social worker in the state of Missouri, also a former teacher, retired, and a god-awful athlete. I'm lucky I made it down the stairs in one piece. So I would like to speak as a mental health professional, as someone who represents the largest mental health workforce in the state of Missouri. And I would also like to speak as someone who worked with 2 little girls, who got the joy of babysitting 2 little girls, 8 and 9 years old, on one day for one conference. Now, these 2 little girls, it was the first time they were ever able to swim with another little girl competitively. They got to race against each other. They'd never gotten to do that. It's the first time they ever got to do it. They were 8 and 9 years old, and the reason they'd never gotten to swim against another little girl was because they were transgender girls. And their parent never let them swim with other little girls because the other little girls' parents were afraid for them. They were afraid that the other girls' parents would think something would happen, that they would have to protect their little girls from another little 8-year-old girl or a little 9-year-old girl, that something bad would happen because their little girl wanted to go swimming with them. So there they were, 8 and 9 years old, out in the pool, splashing around at this conference, having a great time. And I saw smiles, and their parents, whenever I brought them back out of the pool, a little flip, 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 they said they'd never seen them so happy in their whole lives because they'd never actually gotten to do something like that. Be with peers, be able to play. That is what this is about. Whenever we're talking about protecting girls, when we're talking about the hopes and dreams of our daughters and granddaughters, we need to include our transgender daughters and granddaughters because they are girls as well. And when we exclude the hopes and dreams, the sports opportunities of our daughters and granddaughters who are trans, we are not including all of our daughters and granddaughters. We are excluding those little girls from those opportunities. Now, I recognize that there were 3 men up here in these chairs tonight who were very concerned about protecting women's sports and women's opportunities. And I appreciate that. And a lot of people have thrown around a lot of numbers about how many people does this impact. Someone brought up the rate that there is 1.7% of the American population, the world population, is intersex in some form or fashion, and that is accurate. And about 1.8%, the most recent numbers from the CDC Health Disparities Research indicate people are transgender. About 1.8% of Americans are transgender. Now, if you put those 2 numbers together, you get about 3.5%. Now, that is the number of people who are impacted by discussions like this, of being told you don't exist, you aren't valuable, you don't need to be included, you're irrelevant, and you have another place, or not this place, or not that place. That's more than there are blue-eyed people in the world. I'm blue-eyed. I don't want to be told that I don't exist. I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm open to any questions as a mental health professional.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for this witness? Representative Meredith.
Briefly to inquire.
Proceed.
Thank you. So hearing you talk about the medical realities of this, and I will say I'm also piggybacking on the previous witness, I think, on this a little bit, but it strikes me that 50 or 60 years ago, this legislature was likely sitting here debating whether a different marginalized group should be allowed to play sports and integrate into sports. And there were folks that said, well, but those kids will have a competitive advantage against my kids because biology. And medical professionals and science said otherwise. That's not how it works. And here, it sounds like we're hearing the same claim, but then the professionals, mental health professionals, people that understand biology and the various treatments involved, are sitting up here saying, that's not how it works. First of all, am I hearing that right? But second of all, do you think that in 50 or 60 years, folks are going to look back on this conversation with a similar, why weren't people listening, and why were they being so hateful?
I think that's extremely well observed, and I would completely agree with you. The science continues to evolve. We continue to recognize as the science evolves, and we continue to recognize that transgender folks need full inclusion, and we recognize that they don't deserve this hateful rhetoric. We will become ashamed of the things we've heard tonight.
And ultimately, instead of being driven by fear, we should be listening to the people that study these things and who are trying to do what's best for all our kids.
And the kids who are in this room and made me cry tonight, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, next witness in opposition, please step forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the time. My name is Nate Orr. I'm a corporate attorney from Kansas City, and I came here really in two capacities. My wife and I are blessed to have 4 kids, one of whom is a transgender daughter who's 11, and I'd like to talk a little bit about that. I had the intention of trying to take that out of the abstract and make it human, but I feel like I don't need to speak to that much after hearing from some of the kids that have come up, especially Dan. But I also did want to talk a little bit to the business community aspect, because I think these things go hand in hand. And I want to say this to humanize it in some way. You know, I'm a 6th generation Missourian. My dad grew up on a farm in northwest Missouri, and when our little girl came and said to her mother and I that she was a girl, I'm not going to tell you that it was an easy or a fast way to process that. I think that the priest mentioned that he counsels parents that go through this. I can assure you that our own experience is not one of pushing anything on this little girl. To the contrary, it was and is a long process. It was a long process of dealing with my own dad, you know, this wonderful grandfather, who has fully embraced our little girl more than you could imagine, partly because you know, he knows her, and there's a human element to that. I disagree a little bit, respectfully, and I wanted to say that the whole body here, you know, I'm a businessman. I vote Republican and Democrat. I'm probably your traditional swing voter. And I do want this state to be open for business, which I'll address in just a couple seconds, and I promise I'll shut up. And I'm not going to come back for the health portion because all of my comments are applicable to all of this, and you don't want to hear from me anymore anyway. I will tell you that my little girl, when I left the house this morning on short notice, just said before I left, do the best you can, you know. These discussions do hit the headlines, and it impacts them. They see it. They're not dumb. And, you know, Dan came in the restroom when I was in there earlier and looked mortified that I locked eyes with him. And that's not good. I'll close by saying the headlines also, they do hit corporations. Nashville is thriving. It's an awesome town. I was on the FIFA committee for Kansas City. Nashville didn't get those games because of this. We were told that, and we were told we almost didn't get them. And that's the beginning. And I think this representative is wrong about 50 years from now. I think it's going to be 5 years from now. And I implore you, I beg you, please have us and this state be on the right side of history.
Questions for this witness, Representative Engel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank you and all the parents who are coming out here tonight to fight on behalf of your children. I can't imagine how that feels. I'm so sorry that you have to do it, but thank you for your bravery. Truly, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Further questions, Representative Meredith.
Thank you. First of all, I agree 5 years is actually probably more realistic on this.
I didn't mean to pick a fight with you.
Fact is, I think a lot of the country will look at us already with that attitude. But I wanted to express thanks also for you being here and talking about what it's like to be a parent experiencing these questions firsthand. We have asked a lot of the people involved in pushing this legislation about their experiences with trans kids, their experiences with trans adults. And the answer has been overwhelmingly limited, if any, experience. So I just hope you know how important it is to hear from you, and despite the fact that you shouldn't have to be here to talk about personal experience, people in here need to hear it because it's hard for folks to understand that haven't experienced people that sound different to them and don't fit the mold that they're used to. And hearing from you helps open people's eyes a lot, and you and other parents and kids. And we talk a lot in this place about parents' rights to do what's best for their kids. And parents know best for their kids. I hear that all the time in here. And I think I trust that you know your kid a lot better than any of us do. And you know your kid's health team better than any of us do. So thank you for sharing what you know.
Yeah, it was my pleasure. And I mentioned this to the chairman earlier. I and a lot of people in here want to work with everybody in the room. I mean, we want to have a dialogue, and we're not hearing the concerns that are raised on that end either. I mean, I'm a person whose profession provides constantly for dialogue and finding solutions, and I'm not an activist in here. I'm just looking out for my kid, and I'd like to keep a dialogue going.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think that your kid or you would consider leaving this state if bills like these today are passed?
Unfortunately, yes. Particularly the health bills.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any additional questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next witness in opposition, please step forward.
Woo, y'all, hello. My name is Struby Struble. Thank you for having me and the opportunity to discuss. I'm here as both a woman athlete and a trans athlete. Spoiler, gender is complicated. I would be allowed to play. I wouldn't feel comfortable probably with things like this. Okay, so I want to speak to a couple different things. I hope y'all can hear me. Just real quickly, since we were talking about the parents in the room, I did not have supportive parents. They lost me. I had an aunt who wouldn't recognize who I was. She lost me. They don't have me anymore. And I have an amazing family. And I went to a drag show where there was a number about PFLAG, and it blew my mind that parents could support their kids no matter who they were. Like, it's just, so I had a rougher go as a younger one. I'm about to talk about that. I just also want to talk about, quickly, Title IX was mentioned a lot, and like, I'm all for Title IX. Thank you so much, Title IX. Also, it was 50 years ago. Like, computer laws are different, airplane laws are different. I think we can recognize that we've made, like, Billie Jean King, Title IX, let's go, she's on our side. Like, where's the feminists? Estoy aquí, let's go. Like, I am a feminist, I will fight with you. The things that have made me equally angry tonight is that you think I can't be boys? You think I can't beat boys? You think I can't beat men? Like, ooh, we need to not put women in such tiny little boxes as less than. We need to stop putting value on genders in the ways we put value on them and recognize the complexity and difference of all of us, and then let us be ourselves and see how that goes. I'll beat all the boys. Let's do a push-up competition. Can't run because I'm in a knee brace because I still play because I'm injured. All right. Surgery, I'll heal. I'll be back out there. Watch out. And like, it happens. I play at the MAC on Forum here in town. I'm a Columbian. I have to fight to defend my gender to be allowed on the co-ed field. If you think it doesn't trickle up, it trickles up too. And I do fight, and we do win. Sometimes they count me as a boy. All right. The question of why we play sports was really fascinating to me, because that's so much of why I get so passionate here. Soccer, not hyperbole, kept me alive. Soccer, when I crossed that white line onto the soccer field, it literally became an equal playing field. It didn't matter that I was bullied. It didn't matter that I didn't have clothes or money. It didn't matter that my family didn't like me. It didn't matter what my grades were. It didn't matter that I didn't have money or food or a car in the parking lot. It mattered how hard I worked and how much I put in. All right, I have notes. Soccer taught me discipline, that you can win it back when you lose it. I would also argue that soccer is the best sport. That's not exactly what we're getting into, but in soccer, if you lose it, you don't get subbed out. Win it back. It taught me that hard work that pays off. All this talk about winning, soccer taught me that losing is a part of it, and you go and you play the next day. I would not be here without the lesson of losing. Oh no! Athletics taught me how to use my body to keep me safe. We talk about safety. Like, athletics is what taught me how to keep myself safe as a woman. We're talking about protecting women. Let me do some push-ups. That's helpful. Let me gain some confidence on a field. That's helpful. I think the cue means I have to stop.
It does, but I'm going to call on somebody that may give you a little extra time. Okay. Representative Meredith, please proceed.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate that. You read my mind. My question is, what else did you have to say? Because I think this is a helpful perspective.
So I had two sections. I gave you most of taught me from soccer specifically, and then I have some athletics. So the one I missed was I have power over the outcome of how hard I work, and I have power over my life and my impact of those around me. So like, I just learned that I could work hard and that would mean something. And that does not feel true in so many other ways. I mean, school, I was also a nerd, so like, if I studied hard, I could get a good grade. Like, but really the sports was what did that. And then athletics taught me how to use my body to keep me safe, my own strength, not to give up no matter how hard it gets. When I didn't have any friends, I had teammates, and being a part of something matters. When I didn't believe that I had worth, I knew that at the very least I had value to my team and on my field, and I should have had more than that, but it was enough to keep me here. And now I am able to spread that back, and I just want all of us to allow for the complexity of experience that is also included in gender, and to let us play sports, please. Let the kids play sports. Let us learn those lessons. And yes, my notes said, I want to have the complex conversation, but with people who are also researching and reading the other things. And that was really challenging tonight, that there wasn't anyone who seemed to, like, we could talk about gender for hours. Let's go. Let's talk about it. Intersex and trans and all of the everythings. But I can't have that conversation if you're not meeting me at the table.
So, thank you. And would you say that all those things you learned from soccer, those are things that kids who are in especially vulnerable places facing bullying and lack of support, that we have statistics that show are really some of our most vulnerable kids in the state?
Yes.
Really are especially in need of that opportunity?
Because also, like, I can't go to church where other people can get support because they say I'm bad at church. And I can't go to the choir because do I stand on the suit side or the dress side, and everyone's mad at me for where I go. Like, where do I get to go? I can go on a soccer field, and that matters how hard I work and how much work I put in, and my teammates are there to like pass it with me and hug me when we lose and high five me when we win. Like, we have to have somewhere, and sports is such a magical, beautiful space to learn lessons like teamwork and working hard and losing. Ooh, I've won. I've played pro, I've played semi-pro, but losing is what taught me things.
Thank you. Sounds like if we want to protect kids, it should be by supporting them.
I agree.
Thank you.
I'm with you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next witness in opposition, please step forward.
Good evening. I am Jennifer Harris Dalt. I'm a pastor in the city of St. Louis and a resident of Maryland Heights, Missouri. I mentioned that I am a pastor, which would be enough of a reason for me to be here tonight. But more importantly, I am the mother of a 7-year-old girl who happens to be transgender. I was supposed to be at home with her this evening, meeting her and her sister at the bus, being excited about the snow day that they have from school tomorrow. And instead, I'm here, trying to figure out the best words to communicate the pain that my family feels over these bills, in hopes that when you study these bills, you see me, that you see the kids and the parents and the people in this room behind me who are begging you to see us. My daughter is a second grader who adores school. She loves reading, and she unfortunately loves Pokemon cards. Her teacher tells me that she is the kid who makes sure that everyone has a friend, and she loves playing with her friends. Now, I keep hearing over and over again this idea that every trans girl is somehow an Olympic athlete. And while my daughter is 7 and therefore thinks that she can be all things, she inherited her athletic ability from her mother, which is to say she has no talent. But she loves playing. She plays every opportunity she can get with her friends. And I know that as soon as she is old enough to be on a school sports team, she will want to be on it. My daughter deserves to get to continue playing, or at least to be cut from her team because of her lack of skill. She deserves to make her healthcare decisions with her doctor based on best care practices. She deserves to be herself, her full, compassionate, generous, beautiful self, without fearing attacks from the government who is charged with protecting her. These bills scare her, and they scare me. And that's not just a fear of them passing, but a fear that just being talked about, the messages that she internalizes. My daughter is beloved by her community, by her family, by her church, by her school, by her friends, but she keeps hearing from her government that she is something to be feared, something not worthy of consideration or protection. And I use something intentionally because she's not seen as a person in these bodies. She hears that she needs to be kind to others, but that it is okay for others to exclude her, to misgender her, to treat her as less than human. Please vote against these bills.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you. Next witness in opposition, please step forward.
Hello, I am Simon with We Are the People, STL. I'll keep this very short and sweet for you. I keep hearing people say they want this bill to protect women. But where was this energy when reproductive rights were on the topic, like earlier this year, or last year? This bill isn't about protecting women. It's to target trans kids. With your bigoted agenda, you don't care about people, you just want control. I taught preschool for 5 years, and I'm now a nanny and someone who works with children on a daily basis. I can speak on the importance of letting children express themselves and to have access to the community that is provided by the team sports. Children just want to live their lives. They want to have fun. They want to play with their friends. And by introducing bills like this, it takes away from children being children. Most of those in support of this bill are pro-life. If you are truly pro-life, you would not support a bill like this because 41% of trans kids take their lives because of these bigoted agendas and the oppressions that they face. Bringing bills up like this brings blood to your hands. Are you okay with having blood on your hands? That's all I have.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions for this witness? Seeing none, Next witness in opposition, please step forward.
Hi, my name is Jay Nam. I am an undergraduate wildlife biology student at the University of Missouri, and despite the fact that I look like a long-haul trucker, I have competed in non-scholastic athletics since elementary school. I've competed in a variety of athletics, including long-distance running, and my favorites, which was mixed martial arts. I have a single question that I would like to pose to you, and that question is, would you be comfortable with me competing against your daughter? Me, personally. Because according to the bill that is being proposed, all three bills that are being proposed, I would be allowed and encouraged to compete against your daughters. I am a biological female. I was born female. I started transitioning when I was a young teenager. You will get the sob story during the medical bills, but for now I would like to leave you with that singular question. Are you comfortable with my long-haul trucker body competing in mixed martial arts against your daughter? Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, next witness in opposition, please step forward.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jackie Barget. I'm a registered lobbyist here on behalf of Mayor Jones in the city of St. Louis. I will submit a letter for you from Mayor Jones that outlines her opposition. And I won't repeat a lot of what you guys have already heard tonight or what Mayor Lucas and Mr. Cooper said pertaining to the business community and the economic impact. But I do want to say, and for the folks that came before me, they took a lot of what I was going to say, but I wanted to make sure you guys had the opportunity to hear from them as you see me every day in the halls. I do want to point out one thing. Mayor Jones says in her letter that you all will read, and she said, "I do not care about the gender identity of my son's teammates or competitors. What parents like me care about is ensuring our children are supported, cared for, respected, and loved." I will say as someone that was fairly successful in female competitions in my life, the meaning of sports and who you're competing with, who you're competing against, whether you're very good or you're very bad on a team, that family and the support that you get from that is something that we should not be excluding anyone from. The amount of self-confidence and self-esteem that you can build from any participation in a sport is something that everyone should have the ability to experience. With that, I will keep it short if you all have any questions for me.
Any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Are there any other witnesses to testify in opposition to this bill? Please step forward.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Otto Fajan on behalf of Missouri NEA. We're speaking specifically in opposition to the three bills relating to sports participation as they're drafted. I spoke on behalf of the association on similar bills last session, and I just wanted to point out, from the educator's point of view, athletics and other activities are sometimes that one thing that a kid, that's the thing that lights them up, that's the thing that keeps them progressing and succeeding in school and in life. And for particularly vulnerable populations, we want to make sure that we don't have a narrowed curriculum. We don't take away from them whatever that one thing is. We want to make sure we keep that one thing that keeps them moving forward. I will also say, if you all want to get into the weeds at some point offline, this is not the time for that. This issue has grown a lot of weeds in the last 12 months. I apologize to the House sponsors, but I was given the chance to brief Senate sponsors on all of the changes in policy across the planet that make this bill kind of out of sync with NCAA. It's completely out of sync with where NCAA is. It's completely out of sync with where the IOC is. The planet has moved on. Swimming, rugby, world athletics, they're all moving in different directions in sport-specific ways. I'm happy to get into those weeds with you all, but that's probably something that needs to inform your decision as you talk about this issue. Happy to answer questions at this time or
Any
or
questions
later.
from the committee? Representative Meredith.
Thank you. I would like to get into those weeds at some point. Obviously, we don't probably have time right now. But I did want to ask, with respect to the policies of NCAA changing groups like that, a couple of these bills, or at least one of them, seeks to essentially regulate the NCAA and prevent their rules from applying here. So I am curious, first of all, do we have the authority to do that? And second of all, if we try and do it, and it is constitutional for us to do, would it just prevent us from being able to participate in NCAA sports?
I can't imagine that there is anything that would restrict the state legislature from enacting its own policy. We have 18 states that have done this. But what the consequence is for the institutions and their participation in NCAA would be another question that you all would want to have the answer to. But the NCAA has adopted the IOC's approach, which is sport-specific. They look to the organizing entity for that sport at the national level, or in the absence of that, they just go to the international sport organization.
Well, I guess I think one of the bills actually creates a cause of action against the NCAA if their rules conflict with this. So would that more likely than not cause the NCAA to say, guess Missouri schools aren't part of us anymore,
I'm sorry,
otherwise they would risk lawsuits?
Probably anything is possible at that point.
All right, thanks.
I'm not prepared to answer that.
Perhaps there'll be
I'm happy
someone
to
that
try to
testifies.
research that. I have at least one contact at NCAA, but
okay, thank you.
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none,
Thank you,
thank
Mr.
you for your testimony. Any other witnesses in opposition? Seeing one, please come forward and proceed when ready.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Ashley Quinn. My pronouns are he, him, his. I'm here both as an individual, as a parent, as a trans person myself, as a parent of a trans foster youth. Thank you, Representative Quaid, for pointing out our foster kids in this state, and also as a religious leader with National Avenue Christian Church in Springfield, Missouri. I just had, I think that these bills basically just seek to erase trans children from our schools, from school sports, from existing, and that denies them their God-given dignity, and I think that is highly problematic. I also think, like, we've referenced the policies that the Olympics have, that the NCAA has. Like, there's very possibly a 4-year-old Olympic quality transgender little girl out somewhere in Missouri or somewhere in wherever she is, and laws like this are trying to tell her that she doesn't get to play soccer. If you think soccer is the best sport, I'm not going to argue with that, or with whatever her sport would be. And I can appreciate that there might be some kind of some reasoning to try to say, you know, that trans people aren't like dominating the sports, and so we don't need to worry about this biological advantage or something like that. But it's not to say that we're all losers either. And so I think that, and I think that if you look at the scholarship scenario, that potentially trans girls are robbing cisgender girls of the opportunity to get a college scholarship. Should we make maybe college more accessible to all students so that they don't have to compete in a sport in order to have access to education? That seems to make a lot more sense to me than saying that, and then prioritizing one over the other. Because if you're going to say that trans girls shouldn't have those opportunities at those scholarships, only cisgender girls should have those opportunities, then you're denying the trans girls the very same opportunity for scholarships that you're saying it would be unfair to deny to the cisgender girls. So it logically, it doesn't make any sense. And from a perspective of, like, what do we want? More people getting more education? Great, let's do that, and let's, like, take whether or not you're good at a sport out of the equation. So I just, to folks who, I've heard other people testifying about, like God's word's influence in things. As a Christian, I full-heartedly believe in the division of church and state, and I don't think that our religion should have anything to do with what our laws are. But at the same time, there's nothing in the Bible that says that I'm any less of a person for being transgender than anybody else is. So for anyone who has heard that from someone trying to speak on behalf of God, I'd just like to say that's not the whole story.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Weber.
Thank you so much for giving that last piece of testimony. Well, everything, but the last piece especially, because I wanted to say, you know, I grew up in a very, very conservative upbringing in rural Kansas. And in high school, I had one of my friends come out as a lesbian.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to tell my mom that my best friend was a lesbian because I was afraid that she was going to force me to not hang out with her anymore.
Yeah.
When I finally did tell my mom that Ashley, my friend, came out as a lesbian.
Ashley's a good name, by the way.
But my mom made the comment and said, is she okay? Not meaning, is she okay? Meaning, is she getting attacked by other people? She was worried about the community coming out and hurting her because she realized we live in a very rural area. Yeah. And she told me to relay to Ashley that she has a home here. If there's anything wrong or anything happening, that she's always welcome at our house no matter what. And when I asked my mom, because then the Catholic faith was not for LGBTQIA, I mentioned that to her. She made a comment and said, I'm a Christian and we love all. No matter what you look like, who you are, we love you nonstop. And so I just want to say thank you for that little bit.
Thank you. And to the note of, I mean, to the statistics and things and the trends towards suicidal ideation that have been mentioned before. I mean, what your mom and what your family did for your friend saved her life in some way. You know, I mean, that's what, just having one supportive adult in your life, whether that's a coach or a teacher or a family friend or whatever, that can make a huge difference in a kid's life. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, is there anyone else testify in opposition to these bills? Seeing none, and just since we've had a few more people come in, I just want to ask real quick, is there anyone here who wanted to testify in support but did not get an opportunity to do that yet? Okay, seeing none, is there anyone here to testify for these bills for informational purposes only? Seeing none. Okay, we're going to take a 15-minute reset before we take on that correction. We're going to stand at ease for 15 minutes. So we will reconvene around 8:15.
Is it you? Oh, here. Would you sit next to While we're waiting to start again, if you're going to be testifying, make sure you fill out a form and put it in the box.
Here, I'll go ahead and Is it okay that I put mine for the next bills on top of those?
Yep,
Cool.
that way I'll have them.
All right, thank you.
Oh, wait.
Lights on. Okay, folks, we're going to get started again. Same game plan for this next set of bills. Same time limits apply. And just on a personal note, appreciate the civility and professionalism exhibited by most folks so far. And if we can keep that going, that'll be great. But really do appreciate the tone so far of the hearing. Next, we are going to hear House Bill 419, 463, and 540. Representative Hudson, proceed when ready. And as a reminder for everyone, each of the bill sponsors will have 5 minutes, and then we will open it up for questions from the committee. Representative Hudson, proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Brad Hudson, Missouri State Representative, District 138, here to present to you House Bill 419, which would establish the Missouri's Children Deserve Help Not Harm Act. Smoking cigarettes, purchasing alcohol, gambling, consenting to sexual activity. The list goes on further. We recognize as a society that there are certain substances and certain activities that children should not be engaged in and involved in because their cognitive abilities have not advanced to the point where they can necessarily comprehend the life-altering decisions that they could be making. I'm a pastor. At my church, we have children's ministries. We have a number of children's activities. My wife helps me with that calling, with our calling. She, separate from our church, is a substitute preschool teacher. We love kids. Through our work, we have had the opportunity to get to know a number of children and a number of families. And in doing that, we have got to know also about a number of the issues that children and families are dealing with these days. Gender dysphoria is real. It is not a myth. It is not something that I think is made up. It is not something that's going to go away. Gender dysphoria is something that this legislature needs to address. And I think it's important that we address it in a way that provides the children that are struggling with gender dysphoria with the help that they need, but does not harm them. What my bill would do, very simply at its core, and I don't want to speak too much for my colleagues here, but I think I can speak for all of us when I say what the three of us really want to do here, the core of what we want to do is we want to protect kids from unnecessary and harmful surgeries and medications. I say harmful because giving kids puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and even transgender surgery violates the first duty of medicine, do no harm. Cross-sex hormones, for example, can cause changes that are permanent. Just say there's a young girl that decides to take testosterone. She may notice a deepening in her voice. She may notice increased hair growth after a few months. These changes are permanent. And that's not to mention the serious medical risks that are outlined in the legislation that is before you today. Puberty blockers subject children to the potential for decreased growth spurts, increased risk of osteoporosis, and combined with hormones, sterilization. So yes, I say harmful. I say unnecessary because we know that the vast majority of children that are struggling with gender dysphoria will come to embrace their bodily sex if given time. This is something that has been proven, and there are others that will speak to this after me. I realize that I sit before you here as a Christian pastor, as a conservative Republican. I know how things often work in this building. I know there are people in this building that, because of who I am and what I do, are not going to be interested much in what I say. But I have discovered that there is a large network of people that would disagree with me on 90 to 99% of other issues that agree with me on this. They may not share my worldview, which is that human beings are created in the image and likeness of their Creator. But whether you believe that or whether you believe that we evolved, one thing that we can all understand and should be able to admit is that these surgeries and these medications interrupt the natural process of the maturing human body. Now there's some individuals sitting here at this desk with me that I'm honored to work with, and I'm looking forward to hearing what they've got to say. We've got an expert witness that's going to testify later, and I expect we'll bring you some information about some individuals that would identify as members of the LGBT community that are in favor of what we're doing. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Next, we will hear from Representative Boyd. Representative, proceed when ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much, the committee members. I know y'all have been here for quite a while. I am the State Representative Maisie Boyd. I serve the Great Northwest in District 2. This bill proposes that an individual must be 18 years old before they make a life-altering decision. We have age stipulations on many things: alcohol, cough syrup, war, tobacco, sexually oriented businesses. The idea that children need time to develop is not new. The reality is, and to quote directly Dr. Shane Taylor and how she convinced Vanderbilt to get into the gender transition game, she emphasized that it's a big moneymaker, especially because the surgeries require a lot of follow-ups in regards to gender transition. Biological men attempting to transition to a female anatomy will live with an open wound for life, one that is constantly trying to heal itself. Let me repeat myself. The transition surgery game is a big moneymaker on the backs of young and vulnerable children. And to buy into this game is putting corporate interest over the welfare of the individual. Gender dysphoria is real. This is my belief and the belief of the two representatives with me. Studies have shown, though, the American College of Pediatricians have concurred that 98% of gender-confused boys and 88% of gender-confused girls naturally resolve. Studies done in Sweden have also indicated that people who have transitioned are 19 times more likely than average to die by suicide. If this legislation would pass, we'd be joining Belgium, Denmark, Finland, Luxembourg, Sweden, United Kingdom. This is only to name a few. These countries all agree that these are life-altering decisions, should not be made before at least the age of 18. I implore you to vote yes on this bill. A vote yes is the common sense vote to protect children. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And next we'll hear from Representative Sparks for his presentation. Proceed when ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. My name is Justin Sparks, representative of the 110th District, and I am proud to be here with you all. And I know that you're tired. We've been here all night. But if you would, please take a time, even if you're on the other side of the aisle, to listen to my heart and listen to their heart, because it is sincere. I truly believe this. We have something called gender dysphoria. It is a real thing. And we wouldn't be sitting here in front of you if we really didn't care, because we do. I care about every single person that I've seen in the hallway, listened to them, laughed with them. They're sitting in here now. And this is a very real thing. But when we're talking about children, we must be very, very careful. We must err on the side of caution. We must help, not harm. That's what we call the bill, because it's truly what we want to do. You may disagree, but we can agree that we definitely want to come up with a solution for what we see here tonight. In my own family, somebody has transitioned and then transitioned back. This caused me to pause. So I try to step away and not make an emotional decision based on my own experiences, because my own nature is to look deeply into the data and the numbers. And what I found alarmed me. The data and the numbers don't add up. We're talking about life and death. We are literally talking about life and death. How do I know this? In Sweden, they conducted a 30-year study, which showed what? According to the long-term follow-up of transsexual persons undergoing sex reassignment surgery cohort study in Sweden, 2011, 30 years. It showed that 10 to 15 years post-operative, the suicide rate rose 20 times to comparable peers. These are people that are no longer here. They cannot speak. We must speak for them, and we must pause. These are the numbers. This is a 30-year study. This is international numbers. The United Kingdom, Sweden, Finland, France, my colleague already mentioned. They have already gone down this road. They've seen the harm, and they've paused. Because why? Because it's the kids. And we're talking about people that are precious to all of us. Many of you probably have children. I do too. I have 6. Nothing is more precious to me than them. It is why we must do our utmost here to protect them, to help, not harm. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Questions from the committee? Representative Engel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To inquire.
Proceed.
Good evening, bill sponsors, and welcome to your first committee hearing. I'm going to start with the first one. Okay, so we didn't get these all that long ago, so I haven't been able to comb through them as much as I would like to. So I want to kind of go over what the differences are between your bills. And these are a little bit different from what I saw in Children and Families about 2 years ago, if I'm correct. Would you say that's correct, Representative?
I would expect that's correct. This is the first bill that I've sponsored that deals
But
with
it's
this
not
issue.
identical, it doesn't appear to be identical to that.
I'm not aware of any identical bill that you've seen before.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so wanted to bring up, I noticed that you ban all, like, breast augmentation for male to female. I noticed that you didn't just ban breast augmentation for children under the age of 18. And so I was curious as to why.
I would expect that the language would have the same effect either way. Are you?
No, it's
okay,
actually
so
it's specifically for gender reassignment. So there's nowhere in our statute that actually bans children under the age of 18 from getting breast augmentation. And so I thought that that was interesting, and I wondered why you wouldn't include that.
that is interesting. Would you like to have I'd be willing to have a conversation offline about including whatever.
I mean, I'm not interested in passing any piece of your legislation, but I do think that that's an interesting point to make, because we do allow females to opt into breast augmentation, rhinoplasty, a lot of other procedures I'm not going to name, as well as tattoos with parental consent.
So we allow 8-year-old girls to do things like that?
I mean, I would assume not 18, but certainly I'm sorry, not 8, but under 18. Absolutely.
There is no, but theoretically, under the law currently,
That's
you're
correct.
saying an 8-year-old
Yes.
child. Would you have a problem with that?
Would
An
I allow my child to do
An
that?
8-year-old child
An 8-year-old child.
doing the particular things that you mentioned?
I don't know that we would find a doctor that would medically advise that in this state.
Well, you might be surprised, lady, but
well-
we're kind of going down a rabbit trail right now,
Sure.
so.
Sure. Well, I mean, your bill is about banning medical treatment, so I think that it's...
No, ma'am, it's
It
not.
is germane.
I would disagree with that.
It's not about banning medical treatment?
No, it's about banning harmful surgeries and medicines on
Well,
children.
But you
I
would
wouldn't-
agree that you're allowing it for people over the age of 18.
My bill does not touch, does not say anything about individuals that are 18 and over. What we're saying here with this legislation is wait. When you've got kids that are still developing, their brains are still developing, wait until they become adults.
Okay. So when
And
they're
they are
18,
responsible for
you're
the
fine with it,
decisions
it's
they
no
make.
longer harmful?
My legislation has to do with children under 18.
Okay.
When an individual becomes 18, they are able to make certain decisions, whether you or I would agree or disagree with those decisions, based on the fact that they are now considered an adult in this particular situation.
Okay. I did see that you, and I appreciated this because this was different than a piece of legislation that I saw a while back. Let me see. You specify that, let's see if I'm looking at the right one. Oh, sorry, look at the wrong one. There's so many of them. Okay. You specify, I believe you and the other representative in the Middles bill specify that with gender reassignment surgery, and then you kind of carve out people who have chromosomal disorders and things of that nature. I'm assuming that that would also include people children who suffer from, let's see, what is it called? It's where they hit puberty at a very, very early age. I'm talking. Yes, that.
So what we're trying to do, we make exceptions for individuals individuals such as what you just mentioned, and
Okay.
individuals, and I understand that there's a small percentage of the population that are born with characteristics of both sexes. We've got to carve out for that.
Okay, I appreciate that. I also wanted to ask, are you aware of anywhere in the state of Missouri that is performing any of these procedures on children under the age of 18? With the exception of the puberty blockers.
The particular information that you're asking for has been something that has been difficult to get. You've got situations where privacy situations and folks that are reluctant to share information. So I am not prepared to make a definitive statement with regard to the number.
But you don't have like an example of it happening anywhere that we need to be aware of?
An example of it happening in the state of Missouri, I would, off the top of my head, I would not point to one particular example. What I would say is, regardless of how many or how few of these particular surgeries and these particular issues are present in our state, does not change the fact that this is an issue that is of great importance and something that we should deal with, and that we need to protect kids from this.
Okay. I forget which one of you said it. I'm sorry. I'll just go to the next two bill sponsors, so I'll ask you guys both simultaneously. You brought up gender dysphoria, because that was something that had been previously in the DSM. And for those of you who don't know, I'm an LMSW. I'm a social worker, and so I'm very adept at the DSM, unfortunately. And I wanted to point out that homosexuality was also part of the DSM and was used to stigmatize and pass legislation that would ostracize and oppress several members of our legislature, honestly. And so I wondered if you thought about, the fact that while we had categorized gender dysphoria as a mental health condition at one point, we now don't. We don't treat it in that same way. Not in the same way that we would say that, someone has either like a cluster B personality disorder or are bipolar or anything like that. And so I wanted to know if, you're talking about gender dysphoria, but we talked about homosexual people like that several decades ago. So just wanted your thoughts on that.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I know our bill does not talk about that, but I think kind of to answer, your premise, we're talking about children here and protecting children. And I think that's, the forefront, I think, of all of our minds. I wasn't there for conversations back in the day. I was just born just a few years ago. So I definitely was not in that conversation. But, to your point, this is about children. And I think protecting children and giving them the long term of their brain developing to make these decisions is the most important. And I think, to kind of piggyback off of, Representative Hudson, in both our bills, that we make sure that people that, were born with these, 0.1%, disorders are able to be helped, and they are not going to be backed down by the state of Missouri, and a doctor can treat them.
Okay, so you would agree that the people with these disorders aren't harmed by this treatment? The people without the disorders are harmed by the treatment?
So I'll read on page 2 here of my bill. I have services to individuals born with medically verifiable disorders of sex development, including individuals with external biological sex characteristics that are irreversibly ambiguous, such as the born with 46 XX chromosomes with viralization or 46 XY chromosomes with underviralization. So we kind of just made it fairly broad.
Right. So you carved it out.
Yep.
But so you're saying, though, in essence, that these medications, these treatments, aren't harmful for people in that population, in that carve-out. But anyone outside of the carve-out, it is harmful. You're allowing it for one population and not for another.
I'm sorry. Could you clarify your question?
Sure. You're saying that some medical...
What population are you talking about?
The population you've carved out. The population that she just defined.
Okay.
People who would fall within certain disorders.
Okay.
And you're allowing them to have medication and treatment, but you're also saying it's very harmful to other people. So I'm just wondering why it's not harmful to this group.
Why it's not harmful to, what, an intersex person?
Right.
Well, it's clear. Intersex
It's not. That's why I'm asking. I'm asking why you're carving out one population and saying it's not harmful for this treatment for this population, but it is for everyone else.
Okay. You know what intersex is.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Okay. And I'm sure you know, there's 3 different definitions of intersex, and I'm sure you know what part of the population intersex is.
I've spoken to endocrinologists for the last 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's 0.18%.
Uh-huh.
And it's when possible phenotype.
It's not 0.18%, it's 1.8%. of the general population?
Agree to disagree.
I mean, okay.
I mean, would you like me to cite my sources? I can do that.
That's absolutely fine. Go ahead.
According to the National Library of Medicine, there are 3 different definitions of intersex. 1.7% has an intersex trait. 0.5% has clinically identifiable as intersex, and 0.018% by strict medical definition.
So you were just going with the furthest one, you weren't.
I'm going by the strict medical definition according to the
Okay, but
National
you're
Library of
ignoring
Medicine.
the stats before that you just quoted.
I just told you there are 3 different definitions.
And
This is
you're
according to the
choosing to
National
go with
Library.
this.
This
Okay.
is according to the National
Okay.
Library of Medicine, not me.
Okay, so there's 3 definitions and you're cherry picking. Okay, thank you,
The
Mr.
strict
Chair.
definition medically. Thank you.
May I respond to the representative, or?
I'll ask a question.
Okay.
Did you have something you wanted to say in response, Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. I appreciate what the Representative Engel had to say with regard to these particular individuals and the carve-out, and if this is harmful. Why the carve-out, right? And I think that's a fair question. I think we understand in medicine that there are certain individuals that because they may have a particular condition with their body that is abnormal in comparison to the majority of individuals, that there needs to be some leeway to make certain medical decisions. And so we wanting to be very careful and allow this, yes, we have done the carve-out for this. But that is, as I said, recognizing that there are individuals that, because of their particular life situation, are going to unfortunately have some very tough decisions to make medically that others do not.
Other questions from the committee? Representative Meredith.
To inquire.
Proceed.
Thank you. First of all, I missed all of your backgrounds. Are any of you doctors? Serious question. Are any of the 3 of you doctors?
I am not a doctor.
A head shake is fine. No. Okay. Do you have any medical experience at all?
Not sure what your definition of medical experience is.
Education in medicine.
Not any formal education in medicine.
Okay. Same. Okay. And I know you're a pastor, right?
Yes.
What about the other 2 of you? I missed what you do for a living.
Thank you. My background is in law enforcement.
Oh, okay.
So I spent a great deal of time working with folks that are in crisis, many of them transgender, and worked with social workers like yourself, trying to come up with some solution for problems often involving
Got it.
different things.
Thank you. And,
I'm a financial assistant.
okay. Just trying to understand. I suspect we're going to have a lot of medical experts testify today, and I think it's important to kind of know what people's knowledge of these pretty complicated medical issues is as we're debating it. And that means I probably won't ask you some of the more technical medical questions here. I wanted to talk first, Representative Boyd and Sparks, is it? I apologize. I think both of you cited a study from Sweden that you're really pretty focused on, saying that that these treatments are harmful, right? You both spoke to that study? That's from 2011?
I apologize. 30-year study starting in 1973.
Yeah.
It ended in 2011 with a 10 to 15 year.
Just making sure we're talking about the same study. I'm pretty familiar with it.
Go ahead.
This was actually brought up in the last year's committee on this. Neither of you was here, so I don't fault you for not being aware of what happened in that committee. But during the testimony, I Googled it, as I just did again now, and started reading quickly about it. Are you aware that the person that did the study, that ran the study, has said that the claims that you're making about it and that others are making about it around the country are false?
I think your information is bad.
I mean...
Well, I'm just being honest with you, sir.
I can show you the doctor and what she's saying about this.
Well, let me explain something to you. If that was the case, why has Sweden not lowered their age of consent for this surgery from 18 to 15?
So here's the thing.
Asking a question.
Well, Sweden, you're also misrepresenting what the laws in Sweden are, and in all these other countries that you listed, because they actually don't ban hormone therapies before 18. They don't ban puberty blockers before 18, which are the treatments that that study was about. They in fact have...
post-surgical, sir.
I'm sorry?
I said post-operative surgery.
Was that study about surgeries?
It certainly included it.
No, that study was about hormone treatments and puberty blockers. And if you're going to cite the study, it's really important that you actually, know what the study was about. And if you're going to say that all of these other countries have bills like these, your bills don't just ban surgeries for minors. They ban hormone therapy and puberty blockers. And you said, well, all these other countries already are doing this. No, they're not. They're not. They have the same policies there that our medical community here has, which is it's a very intense process to go through to figure out whether this is the right choice for a kid. There's a team of doctors involved weighing all kinds of things, and they, together with the parents and the child, make thoughtful decisions on that. That's allowed in those countries, is it not?
Representative, may I jump in just real quick here? I appreciate your comments and understand your desire to critique the study. I think all of us know that there are individuals that are members of the medical community that do not disagree on this particular issue. As a matter of fact, folks have mentioned the bill that was heard last year, I think. If I remember correctly, the sponsor of that bill was a member of the medical community, and the bill is very similar than the bill as the bill that we've brought forward today. So what we are trying to do
gentlemen,
here,
I appreciate this. I'm really focused on this study because y'all put a lot of weight on this study. Can you acknowledge that if the person that ran the study, the scientist that ran the study says it does not come to this conclusion, in fact, the comparison that was made about suicide rates in this population over the next 10 to 30 years were higher than the general population? Well, the community that goes and gets these treatments in the first place have a significantly higher suicide and mental health problem rate than the rest of the population. So they're not comparing against other kids that were part of this community that didn't get the treatment. They're comparing them to people that they already would have been behind, and it's not answering the question of how they compare to if they hadn't gotten the treatment.
I regret, Representative, that you seem to be under the impression that we are basing everything we are trying to do here today on one particular study. What we are talking about is exposing young children to surgeries and drugs that will permanently alter their lives.
Do you have any other medical professionals with research that says that these treatments are harmful?
We have, in the network of individuals that are working with us on this legislation, we have access to members of the medical community that agree with us. As a matter of fact, Representative, if it were not for the fact that we did not know this hearing was going to take place until yesterday afternoon, we would have had members of the medical community here to testify.
What do the communities of medical professionals, like the Association of Pediatrics, say on the subject?
Representative, it is, I know where you're going with this, and I do recognize that many associations, but as an individual that has been a member, not of a medical association, but
so
as
what it sounds like to me is if you can name one or two doctors that agree with you, that you should be able to say their opinion is going to support a law governing everybody. Everybody.
No,
I'm not suggesting
Representative.
that you don't have the right to trust that doctor and make that decision for your kid. But what we're talking about here is, you said, protecting children. If you're a parent of a trans child and you're dealing with all of their questions, all of the things they're trying to figure out about how to proceed with their lives, and you're sitting with a team of medical professionals looking at studies, looking at a community of professionals, you don't think that they have the freedom to make the best informed decision to protect their child, and that instead you, citing one or two doctors and a medical study that is debunked, or that the conclusion you're drawing from it is debunked, should be able to pass a law that applies to all of them and takes away that parent's individual freedom, that parent's individual rights to make the decision that's best for their kid?
Representative, every day parents of children are faced with certain things that children are not allowed to do under the law because we recognize that these decisions are heavy. These decisions come with consequences. I'm teaching my son to drive right now. He doesn't have a license. He's not old enough to do it. It doesn't matter what team of experts I might be able to get in to come in and say he can drive just fine.
Yes.
Under the law, we don't allow him to do that.
But if we pass a law that prohibits the freedom of kids and parents to make their own decisions, don't we generally base it on a broad community of agreement of experts and evidence that say, in fact, it is widely agreed to be harmful, versus actually going against their advice and prohibiting something that they're saying research says helps protect kids?
Representative, I think it's very important that we don't forget here that what we are doing is we are speaking about children under the age of 18. We are not saying that you cannot do this when you reach a certain age. We are saying, wait, slow down. These are life-altering decisions.
That take a lot of thought
that take
and a lot of hard decision-making.
A lot of maturity.
With parents, kids, and a team of doctors all consulting medical experts around the world and research around the world. And you want to say, we want to take away your right to make the choice at all. Your freedom. Government knows best. 3 people who have no medical expertise know better than the entire community of medical experts and research across the country and world that we can just take the choice away and you don't get to decide. How would you feel if the conversation was about other things that you might disagree with the medical community? Do you think that we should ban vaccines for all kids if a couple of doctors say vaccines are bad?
Representative, if you let me respond to what you had to say. There's an individual that's very close to me that, because of her battle with cancer, had to have a double mastectomy. She agonized over that decision. She grieved over that decision, having to do that. She made the decision. She had to do that. She felt like she did because of the situation. But in watching her and understanding how a grown woman can grieve over that particular decision and the impact it can have on her life, I absolutely do not think that we should be subjecting 15-year-old kids to this who have healthy bodies.
Subjecting them to that if it is their wish, with their parents' wish, and with their medical team's suggestion that it's best for them? Is that the same as subjecting a kid to something?
I make no apologies for the terminology that I used.
Okay. So I've been mostly focusing on the hormone therapy and puberty blockers because I think that's the most problematic here. The fact is there aren't any of these surgeries happening here at all, and the medical community right now doesn't do them for kids under 18. However, I am curious, since you're talking about surgeries too, and you don't like this permanent choice being made by a parent for a kid, first of all, do you actually think that we should be banning, and have you been horrified for the last 40 years about breast implants?
That particular issue, if my under 18-year-old daughter approached me and indicated to me that she wanted to have that done,
you as a parent would want to
I as a
make
parent
that
would be
decision.
opposed to that.
Yeah, so it's your parental right to try and decide what's best for her with her.
Representative,
How about circumcision? A permanent change that many parents make for a baby. They can't even consult the baby on it. It's a permanent change to their genitalia for a religious reason. Do you think that we should be banning that because the kid isn't old enough to make the decision themselves?
Representative, I would go back to the statement that I made earlier about the individual very close to me that had the double mastectomy and the grief that she felt over that. I'm not aware. I'm not aware of any individual that has grieved that to that extent over a circumcision. I'm not here to talk about what I think about circumcision and other things. We're here to talk about the language in this particular bill.
Well, I hope that you all will consider, with as much as you talk about freedom and you talk about parents' rights to do what's best for their kids and government staying out of parents' decisions, that you think about how that plays in here. And I hope that unlike the sponsors of the last bill, you actually stay here when we're done talking to you and listen to the parents in the room that have actually gone through these complicated decision-making processes, that have actually met with doctors. I hope you'll listen to doctors and ask yourself, if I'm a parent in that situation, do I want the government taking away my ability to decide what's best for my kid? Thanks.
Additional questions, Representative Baker.
To inquire.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I've got a couple questions. I think Representative Sparks, you mentioned you had a family member that had made a transition and then at some point made a decision to detransition. So I had a question regarding that because I have some good information that I think is pertinent to bear out when it comes to this issue. So have you spoken to them about how well informed they felt they were prior to? Now, was it a surgery transition, medical transition, or was it social transition? Because that's different, those two different things.
Thank you for the question, and I won't go into detail. It's their private.
I understand that.
Right, it is very private for obvious reasons. But what I would like to say is when I started looking into some of the data, it became more apparent to me, according to an amicus brief to the Supreme Court, this was Gloucester 2017, Gloucester School Board, Dr. Paul McHugh and several of the doctors submitted an amicus brief saying 80 to 95% of children with gender dysphoria will come back to identify and embrace their bodily sex. That's not surprising to me, having a very limited personal experience, and it is only my experience.
So would you say if that amount, that percentage of people decide to go back, would you say that implies that they were not well informed on the front end of that?
Yes, and I would even go further, sir, and I would say, what if it wasn't 80 to 95%? What if it was 1? And a parent made a decision for that child, and that child no longer can have children. And now there is no remedy, because there are people out there like that. I have read the testimony. I have seen the video testimonials. There are people. And what is the remedy for him or her? There is no remedy.
Yeah, and so here's the thing that I'm thinking in this thread is that with only, I think it's 8% that report having only body dysphoria, right? So there's social dysphoria and there's body dysphoria. Those are two different things. And only 8% report having body dysphoria. The overwhelming majority then is both social and body dysphoria, right? That's what that implies with those numbers. So could it be that a good number of these kids have social dysphoria and they think they want to appear one way or look a certain way or sound a certain way or all the other things that could go with that? As a child, maybe there were influences that caused them to think that, and they make a decision based on social dysphoria in a medical way that changes their body for life, and then they found out later, right, that it was only social dysphoria. Does that make it difficult then to go back?
I think the answer is yes.
And the repercussions of that are immense, right? Permanent. When you talk about the social consequences, when you talk about emotional consequences, physical consequences, and all those things. Because here's the other statistic. 45% of those that detransitioned reported not feeling properly informed about the health implications of the access, treatments, and interventions before undergoing those. So again, almost half said they were not properly informed about the implications of this. That is alarming to me. Well, is it to you as well?
Of course.
I would say that all of the bill sponsors of these bills would agree that that is concerning. And part of what's happening is some of the folks that have asked questions, their whole premise is that everybody's getting 100% informed about the implications, and they're not. The statistics do not show that. So is that cause to pause?
Yes.
Is that cause for concern?
Yes.
I think it is. And so I think, again, what we're trying to come to is the understanding that at least we need to acknowledge there could be a problem here and people rushing into this and not knowing the implications down the road. And the statistics bear that out. So I appreciate your taking my inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Additional questions, Representative Weber. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is for Representative Sparks. So, you were just quoting and citing, I'm sorry, who was it again? Just right now.
Dr. Paul McHugh.
McHugh? Okay. So is that the same person that did the Sweden study?
I haven't talked to Dr. Paul McHugh.
Is it the same person
I don't know.
that did the Sweden study?
I don't know.
He reported it.
What is your question?
The question is that person the person that did the Sweden study?
I already answered your question.
You said, I don't know.
That's an answer. What do you mean? No.
Well, it's yes.
I don't know. That's why I said I don't know.
Well, it's yes.
Okay.
So, it's yes. So I would hope that if you're citing somebody who's giving all this information, that you would know that it's the same person that did the Sweden study that you keep on talking about. Okay, thank you.
Am I allowed to respond?
Yes, please.
You referred back to the Sweden study and brought up some information earlier about perhaps the Sweden study being authored by somebody that refutes his own study, and I have not seen that information, so I can't speak to it. However, I would say to you that the scientific community protested the proposal in Sweden to lower the age from 18 to 15 and instituted a 3-part review in response to Swedish National Council on Medical Ethics. I'm not sure if anybody knew that, but that review is ongoing. And so that treatment is prohibited in Sweden as of right now.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Additional questions from the committee, Representative Myers.
To inquire.
Proceed.
First of all, thanks for coming out and sitting there and taking all these hard questions. There's been a lot of talk about the study that I believe you quoted was from the American Journal of Psychiatry. Is that where you found the study from Sweden? It might look like something like this. A PhD, Dr. Richard Brandstrom, and PhD, Dr. John E. Pancakes, is what I see as the authors of that study. Is that the one you're referring to?
The study that I believe Representative Sparks and I were referring to has 6 authors that are cited. And I don't know if
So
you
it's
all
not
know.
the reduction in mental health treatment utilization among transgender
This is-
individuals after gender-affirming surgeries, a
This-
total population study.
The study that I think we were quoting that I have right in front of me is the long-term follow-up of transsexual persons undergoing sex reassignment surgery, and it was the cohort study in Sweden.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Additional questions from the committee? Seeing none, representatives, thank you. I will next ask the expert or lead witness that is in favor of the bill to come forward, and that person has 5 minutes to testify. And proceed whenever you're ready. And actually, while you're setting up, I'm just going to remind the audience when we're one more time to please refrain from outbursts. Everybody that's in the room will have an opportunity to be heard and provide whatever testimony they would like the committee to have. With that, floor is yours.
Now? Can you hear me now? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee for your time. For the record, my name is Janique Stewart, and I am the Executive Director for the Missouri Family Foundation. The spelling of my name is Jannique, and Stewart like Martha Stewart, Stewart, Cousin Martha. Okay. I'm going to focus the majority of my time on the harmful side effects of puberty blockers, hormones, surgeries, and then address some of the misconceptions, if I have time, regarding the misconceptions of those who believe that supporting these bills, that somehow we're seeking to oppress the trans community. Additionally, I will also try and address some of the misconceptions surrounding suicide. So first, when it comes to the harmful side effects with regards to gender dysphoria and the treatment of transgender identifying children. Giving kids puberty blockers, as you've heard, cross-sex hormones, as well as transgender surgery, it violates the first duty of medicine to do no harm. Now, you've already heard a little bit about the puberty blockers, such as some of the long-term side effects could include growth spurts, increased risk for osteoporosis, but even when it comes to the cross-sex hormones, according to the World Professional Association of Transgender Health, they also suggest that for biological females and biological males, some of the long-term ramifications include irreversible infertility. For women, severe liver dysfunction, coronary artery disease, including heart attacks, cerebrovascular disease, including strokes. For biological males, again, according to the World Professional Association for Transgender Health, they say also thromboembolic disease, including blood clots, and the list goes on and on. And even when it comes to surgery, and I think it is important to also note that when there is cross-sex hormones in addition to puberty blockers, that oftentimes it can lead to that infertility. Now, with regards to surgery, sometimes there can be a part of a transition for girls, especially when they undergo surgery, where it's female genital mutilation. This is unethical and is opposed by the World Health Organization and the United Nations. The World Health Organization notes that this involves the partial or total removal of external female genitalia or another injury to the female genital organs for non-medical reasons, and states that the organization is opposed to healthcare providers performing female genital mutilation. The United Nations also points to an alarming trend in the medicalization of female genital mutilation. The American College of Pediatrics in 2018 made a statement in which they recommend an immediate cessation of these interventions. Healthcare and legislation, they say, must remain anchored to physical reality. Scientific research should focus upon better understanding the psychological underpinnings of this disorder, optimal family and individual therapies, as well as delineating the differences among children who resolve with watchful waiting versus those who resolve with therapy and those who persist despite therapy. This is an increase, we also do see an increased international support for whether it is waiting until the age of 18, and in some cases, it's waiting not only until they're 18, but sometimes it's saying we're not going to give puberty blockers at all. Now, in addition to this, I want to move on to my second point, which is dealing with those who believe that those who are in support of this type of legislation are oppressing and doing harm to the LGBTQ community. The very heart of this legislation, in which I am support of, is to help children by protecting them from the long-term side effects of this treatment. Children and minors are unable to consent to unexpected and unforeseen harmful side effects, according to Dr. Michelle Cretella of the American College of Pediatricians. She says, when you take a normal child with no underlying pathologies and you give them a drug that prevents a normal and natural process, you have just created disease in that child. You are arresting their bone growth, you're stopping them from developing secondary sex characteristics, and you're potentially even impacting their brain development. Dr. Kenneth Zucker, I'm sure many of you are familiar with who he is. Okay, so I guess I will stop here and hopefully answer more during Q&A.
You are out of time, but if you want to take a moment to finish your thoughts, I will give you some of my time to do that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Kenneth Zucker, who led the Child, Youth, and Family Gender Identity Clinic in Toronto, Canada, and is the editor of the prestigious journal Archives of Sexual Behavior. This clinic was one of the most well-known clinics in the world for children and adolescents with gender dysphoria. He's also one of the most frequently cited names in research literature on gender dysphoria. He is a long acknowledged as a foremost authority on gender identity issues, and he's been a lifelong advocate for gay, lesbian, and transgender rights. However, Dr. Zucker adamantly believes that gender dysphoric children, and especially prepubertal children, are best served by helping them align their gender identity with their anatomic biological sex. He is not alone. Lastly, in closing, there is growing online community of LGBTQ affirming physicians, mental health professionals, and academics with a webpage entitled First Do No Harm, Youth Trans Critical Professionals. They write, "We are concerned about the current trend to quickly diagnose and affirm young people as transgender, often setting them down a path toward medical transition. We feel that unnecessary surgeries and or hormonal treatments, which have not been proven safe in the long term, represent significant risks for young people. Policies that encourage either directly or indirectly such medical treatment for young people who may not be able to evaluate the risks and benefits are highly suspect in our opinion." And so again, I would ask that you would please vote for this legislation because we do want to help children. We do not want to harm them, and I believe that that's what these bills will do successfully.
Question from the committee, Representative Engel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To inquire.
Proceed.
Good evening. Thank you so much for testifying. Okay, so I understand that I was pulling up your website. So it's mofamily.org, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So I was flipping through your mission and your beliefs and your issues just to make sure I had a good grasp. Okay. So it looks like you're against gay marriage, is that right?
I myself?
Well, your website is at least.
Okay.
Is that not accurate?
Well, what do you mean by specifically?
Well, you say marriage, one man, one woman
I'm
for
asking,
life.
are you referring to me or the organization? What are you asking?
Are you the organization or not? You're the director, is that right?
Yes, I am the executive
So
director.
do you believe what the organization espouses?
Yes, I do.
Okay, well then that answers my question.
Yes.
Okay, so I also saw a part, and I thought this was really interesting. It is about parental rights. So wanted to talk about that. This is directly from your website.
Sure.
And it says, hold on. Ultimately, parents are responsible for the care and well-being of their children and should therefore be able to make decisions regarding their upbringing without intrusive government involvement. Parents have the right to direct health and educational choices for their children. And you're speaking in favor of this bill?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Because
Just wanted to
as you've
clarify.
already heard from Representative Hudson as well as Representative Sparks that have actually said very eloquently that there are many things where, yes, parents can consent, and there are many things where parents do not have the right to force something upon their child or to even advocate for certain things.
Absolutely. So wanted to go back just a little bit more because you were saying, this is an anti-LGBTQ, right? Is that what you said? I believe that was part of your testimony.
That it's not?
That these bills are not anti-LGBTQ.
Correct.
Okay, but you are anti-gay marriage, and you did quote from the American College of Pediatrics, which is categorized by the Southern Poverty Law Center as an anti-LGBTQ hate group.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
But the
Well, am I allowed to address that?
Additional questions from the committee. Representative Copeland.
I'd like to hear your answer on that, please.
Sure. Well, I think that the Southern Poverty Law Center, I believe, is that who you said? They seem to find the enemy in everyone. So I think that the reality is, regardless if my position on same-sex marriage has nothing to do with what we are actually talking about right now. What we are actually talking about right now is protecting children from the harmful effects of this type of therapy. This has nothing to do with same-sex marriage. But I think it's very interesting how people will intentionally try to bring up things rather than refuting the evidence, rather than refuting the facts. It's almost like an ad hominem attack rather than refuting the actual content.
Additional questions from the committee. Representative Meredith.
To inquire.
Proceed.
First of all, could I possibly inquire of Representative Engel briefly?
Very briefly.
Thank you. Briefly, Representative Engel, did you have a response to that real quick?
Yeah, I did. I mean, the Southern Poverty Law Center is a well-known group that has protected the rights of African Americans, minorities, oppressed groups for about 100 years. And the fact that if you say that this bill is not anti-LGBTQ.
Okay, so I am going to step in. I think
that's
you
fine.
got your point across. Representative Meredith, do you have any questions of the witness?
Very briefly.
Proceed.
Thank you. I'm sorry, but you cited a Dr. Zucker a little bit ago?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same Dr. Zucker that was fired from the Center for Mental Health and Addiction Treatment in 2015 and had his clinic closed?
Well, why was he fired?
I'm asking you, is that the same guy?
Yes.
Okay.
Because are you, okay, go on.
No, I mean, that's fine. I just was curious if that was the case. I'm also curious, is this from your website? And I apologize if Representative Engel, I was Googling a little bit too. I already covered this. Is this your website that has the info about parental rights on it?
Mm-hmm.
And it says, ultimately, parents are responsible for the care and well-being of their children and should therefore be able to make decisions regarding their upbringing without intrusive government involvement. Parents have the right to direct health and educational choices for their children. That's you.
Yes.
I apologize if she already covered that.
Sure.
I needed to make sure that I heard it.
Yes.
Without intrusive government involvement, parents have the right to direct health choices.
Mm-hmm.
So generally speaking, if we're going to intervene on those parental choices about health care, we should have pretty solid, widespread agreement from experts in the medical community on how we're intervening, right?
Yes. However, part of the problem is we have to remember when we're talking about transgender medicine in the United States, if we think back to Johns Hopkins University, one of the first hospitals that did, then of course they shut that down. Now we're beginning to see a lot of these gender clinics over the past few years, but part of the problem is, to answer your question more specifically, we have not had a long time dealing with all of this.
Okay. I guess it strikes me that for somebody that doesn't want government involvement and interference with medical decisions, when the overwhelming medical community says that something is good treatment or can be good treatment, how exactly do you think that we're supposed to pass a law to take away someone's freedom to actually follow the advice of the medical community and tell them, well, the medical community doesn't know yet because it's too new,
Well,
so we're not going to let you listen to them?
What do you mean by the overwhelming evidence from, like, what evidence are you specifically referring to?
Well, how about, let's see, Mr. Chair, may I answer this question at least?
This last question,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Thank you. Specifically, it might be worth noting that the American Medical Association, the American Psychological Association, the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology, the American Psychiatric Society, the American Public Health Association, and the World Professional Association for Transgender Health have all adopted positions supporting the medical necessity of transition-related care. That sounds like pretty broad agreement in the medical community to me.
But we
Thank you.
also, but if we were to also look at what's happening across the pond in Europe, they have been in this field much longer than the United States have, and now what do we see actually happening overseas? To be very specific with what we see happening in
And forgive me, but I think we're out of time.
Yeah,
and I do think it's important to note that we already debunked that.
Okay, so I'm gonna.
You think you did, but that's actually not accurate because we were talking about two different studies.
Excuse me, I'm gonna go ahead and cut you off at this point.
Thank you.
We are going to continue moving along and go to the expert witness to testify in opposition to the bill. And just so everyone in the room is clear, my intent is to continue working tonight and complete these hearings. I'm happy to sit here as long as it takes to do that. But it's up to the committee as far as how many questions they want to ask. The time limits, I'm not changing those, but I just would ask everyone to use discretion, but still, I want to have a good, robust conversation. So with that, floor is yours, 5 minutes.
There we go. Sorry about that. Good evening / good night, members of the committee. My name is Kate Smith, and I am the lead for trans youth policy for the Trevor Project, and I'm here to speak in opposition to HB 419, HB 463, and HB 540. I am born and raised in Kansas City, but currently live in Denver, Colorado. The Trevor Project is the world's largest suicide prevention and mental health organization for LGBTQ young people. We offer a suite of 24/7 crisis services and suicide prevention programs. The Trevor Project also publishes annual surveys on LGBTQ youth mental health, and in 2022, this survey had over 30,000 young respondents in the U.S. HB 419, HB 463, and HB 540 would all effectively ban access to best practice transgender medical care for transgender youth. Gender-affirming medical care includes a large and varied set of evidence-based strategies. Medical providers have derived these standards of care from decades of scientific research and on-the-ground experience. This is why gender-affirming care for transgender youth is endorsed by every major medical association in the country. And just very quickly, I'm going to read those associations: the World Professional Association of Transgender Health, the American Psychological Association, the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Endocrine Society, the Pediatric Endocrine Society, and the National Association of Social Workers. Gender-affirming care is life-saving for trans youth, according to the overwhelming consensus of experts in reputable research publications. In February of 2022, the Journal of American Medical Association published new research that found gender-affirming healthcare for trans teens was associated with a 60% lower odds of moderate or severe depression and 73% lower odds of suicidality over a 12-month follow-up. The year prior, the Journal of Adolescent Health published a large-scale, peer-reviewed study with a sample size of over 9,000, finding that trans and non-binary youth who received gender-affirming hormone therapy reported 40% lower odds of recent depression and of a past year suicide attempt, compared to trans and non-binary youth who wanted gender-affirming hormone therapy but did not receive it. The science is clear, and what these young people tell us is even clearer, that this care, transgender medical care, is life-saving for transgender youth. Even with the clear benefits of transgender medical care for trans youth, the Trevor Project's own data and experience serving youth in crisis tells us that many transgender and non-binary youth are regularly denied access to medical and mental health support. Accessing gender-affirming care is neither easy nor fast for trans youth and for their families. The average wait time just to see a doctor or to begin talking about treatment in the U.S. is about 10 months right now. The Trevor Project's 2022 National Survey on Youth Mental Health found that 60% of LGBT youth who wanted mental health care were not able to access it. The crisis service operators at the Trevor Project receive calls every single day from youth who tell us how much policies like these that would make it harder to access this care or ban access to best practice transgender medical care are scary and painful for them. And further, we have actually broken down that 2022 study to find that in Missouri, 47% of LGBTQ youth in Missouri reported seriously considering attempting suicide in the past year, including 55% of transgender and non-binary youth. And in particular, that study also found that 87% of LGBTQ youth in Missouri reported that recent politics have negatively impacted their well-being. When asked when LGBT youth in Missouri what makes a space feel safe for them, these are some following quotes from LGBT youth in the state. A space is safe or affirming due to the presence of other LGBTQ people, because of general respect towards everyone, and because of a positive and welcoming environment. Banning this care, I've got one more sentence, banning best practice life-saving transgender medical care for youth would cause harm, and these do not aid in providing that respectful, positive, welcoming environment for Missouri youth, and I urge you to oppose all three bills.
Thanks for your testimony. Questions from the committee. Representative Baker.
To inquire.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming down. Just have a couple questions. So you mentioned one of the studies that had a 12-month follow-up, and everything was based on that, right? So 12 months of asking questions 12 months after whether it was a gender surgery, was it a surgery or was it a social transition? What was the metric of what that study was based upon?
Let me just double check. So this is gender affirming healthcare for trans teens.
So what does that mean?
I don't have the specifics for the study, but I'm happy to grab it for you.
Because that would really matter to using that as a premise to what you followed up with a lot of other things. The other is, I don't think 12 months is enough time. Would you agree that 12 months is a sufficient enough time to really tell about psychological and emotional possibilities in a young person's life of something that traumatic?
So I think that this is kind of conflating what these studies mean and if we're going to pause care that is best practice care in order to continue studies. I actually am currently a active participant in a clinical study for asthma drugs. Just because we're currently studying asthma drugs does not mean that we stop giving people rescue inhalers, right? So I think that that's something that we're talking about here, where we're still doing that and still looking at that research, but this is still a really large body of pretty consensus, with really good consensus that this care is safe for folks to receive now.
I would probably argue against that, but I'll leave that there. So the study that I have here, it says 60%. Okay, this is, again, those that made a transition through either social or medical transition and then decided to detransition, okay? This whole study is based upon that. And 60% of those reported that they had to learn to cope with feelings of regret. So you talked about suicide. Do you think that that could be a factor to someone dealing with those emotional problems that could lead to that? And that is because of what happened, not because of somebody's talking about it or there's legislation about it or anything else. It's just the fact that 60% are dealing with regret for the decision they made.
So I have not personally reviewed that particular study and its size or qualifications. I do know that we've found overwhelming research both at the Trevor Project and additionally elsewhere in some of these studies as well, that by and large, youth are reporting lower rates of anxiety, lower rates of negative feelings, of depression, and overall better well-being with access to care. I would have to look at that particular study to speak on it.
Yeah, so there's definitely comorbidities when it comes to those decisions.
Representative, I'm sorry
Yes,
to interrupt, but your time's
Thank
up
you.
and time's precious at this point. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Ani.
To inquire briefly.
Proceed.
So you talked a lot about the mental health repercussions of gender-affirming care. And we've heard tonight that transitioning is permanent, right? You know what else is permanent? Suicide.
Sure, and I would actually argue that transition is not permanent. If I may, sorry.
Please do.
So when we're talking about these pieces of transition, I've heard certainly some conflation between puberty blockers, hormone replacement therapy, and even surgeries. Some suggestions that WPATH, which is the World Professional Association of Transgender Health, is providing hormone replacement therapy at very, very young ages to children, and that's really, really not what's happening. Standard practice is that young folks who are approaching puberty or experiencing puberty are first usually going to get puberty blockers, which are reversible. And if at some point on puberty blockers a youth decides to come off of those puberty blockers for any reason, they have a period of time before that next step to hormone replacement therapy. And I've heard some folks speak earlier about sterilization, and that was puberty blockers in conjunction with hormone replacement therapy. And I think that that's a really important point for us to make here, because we are not actually starting youth on both of those at young ages, that puberty blockers are going to happen alone and first until a teen reaches a much older age before we start even discussing hormone replacement therapy, which would then be the next step. And you can even come off of hormone replacement therapy, and that's there's options for that as well. So I think that this permanency is there's some nuance here that I just want to make sure I add to.
And when we talk about gender-affirming care, before we even get to puberty blockers, before we even get to those medical interventions, can you talk about what that looks like?
Yeah, social transition is super fun. So when a young person who has yet to reach puberty or is just not yet ready to start those medications or doesn't want to at any point, which happens for some trans folks, they may change their name. They may change their hair. I cut my hair shorter. They may wear clothes that feel more in line with the gender that they perceive and feel that they are. They may use different pronouns. They may go by he, him instead of she, her. And obviously, those are all things that they can expand on as they get older and learn more. So that is pretty much always the first step for young folks, is that social transition piece before we even begin to consider, with that team of doctors and parents, medications. And we're not even going to talk about surgeries because those are pretty rare to non-existent.
And real quick, that team of doctors includes mental health professionals, correct? That
Absolutely.
are along the way the entire time working with the kids and the families to determine what the best medical next steps are, if any.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the committee? Representative Ovasco.
To inquire.
Proceed.
Thank you. So if I understand you correctly, you believe that parents have the right to consent on behalf of their minor children for these various procedures, and that your belief is that in most cases that you've experienced that this is a positive thing. Is that correct?
I am saying that parents with their youth, with their young person and their team of medical professionals are making these decisions together, ideally, yes.
Would you be comfortable with a minor making this decision with their doctor directly without their parents' consent?
I have not seen any policies to that nature that I could speak to, so I wouldn't feel
Theoretically,
comfortable.
would you support that concept or no?
speaking on behalf of an organization, I would want to look at that policy with my legal team before making any type of statements, but I'm happy to follow up.
Okay, fair enough. I guess I'd like to explore, I think the crux of this bill really comes down to what kinds of things can a minor consent to and what they cannot. I think we mostly have heard agreement that, adults of legal age can make decisions on their own behalf. I don't think any of us are discussing changing anything in that space. However, when we are talking about a minor, traditionally we decide as the state where the line is as to where an individual can make their own choices and when they cannot. So my question to you is, where do you think the line when it comes to medical care is that a parent can decide on behalf of their child, perhaps in contrast to what the child wants? Can a child or a parent force a child to, say, undergo a treatment or whatnot that the child does not want? Is that appropriate?
So, and I think that's why, these are, forgive the probably overtired cliche, three legs of a stool, right? When we're talking about the medical team and the young person and their parents working together. These are long conversations, right, that are happening. Like I said, it's about almost a year before we're even talking about entering that care, because this is a pretty difficult type of care to access even now. So I think that type of situation is one that would be so hypothetical as to having a difficult time even having something to comment on for here or for these policies.
Okay, well, we'll be a little more specific. How about age of consent laws? Can a parent waive an age of consent law and allow their 8-year-old to sleep with a 35-year-old? Would that be appropriate?
I think that is not something that I would be prepared to comment on at this time.
Okay. All right, well, I guess that's all. Thank you.
Thanks.
Additional questions, Representative Quaid.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Briefly inquire.
Proceed.
Hi, I missed part of your testimony and I apologize. So I just had a couple quick follow-up questions, if I may. Representative Ani was going down the line of questioning around what transitioning entails when the team of doctors and parents prior to medical hormone treatment. And I appreciate the answers that you gave, but could you just briefly talk about the general length of time? Like, how many therapy sessions are we talking? How much intensive wraparound conversation are we going through before we get to that stage?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it's obviously very varied per instance, but we are talking months to years, right? And like I said, the average being 10 months to even start this process with a doctor usually. And if we're talking about youth who are entering into this therapy because of gender dysphoria or because of being transgender, they are going to wait, usually, almost always. I think that's the current best practice, is to wait for puberty blockers until there are signs of puberty. So that could be years. That could be several years depending on the kid, which is why it's hard to talk specifically because, there's not specific clockwork, right, when we're talking about when puberty begins for each child.
Absolutely.
But long time, several years.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that clarification because I feel like in this discussion, just in generalities, folks assume that a kiddo just wakes up one day and says, hey, I feel different, and then they go to the doctor, and then they're on hormone therapies and getting surgery the next day, when reality is absolutely that is not the case. Can you also just clarify, there's been a lot of discussion around the European countries and the other studies and things are happening. Are there any, to your knowledge, European countries who have banned similar to this legislation?
So I am not familiar specifically with the other countries' policy. I would say that I am more of an expert in U.S. policy on this issue. Yes. I will say really quickly that the study that came up in Sweden, which was published in 2011, had about 360 participants compared to the studies that I had mentioned earlier, which had had about 9,000 participants and that study was released in 2021 in the U.S. So it was a fairly small study, and I'm aware of that study, but in particular, beyond that, I don't. Okay. I'm not quite sure. Happy to get back.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional questions, Representative Reuter.
Thank you. To inquire.
Proceed.
So can you talk a little bit about what's the typical best practice? You talk about first it takes about 10 months to get into see a doctor, and then you talk about the socialization. So, just walk us through like the average ages of all of these different things and how they progress.
Okay. I'm happy to do that. I'm just going to clarify beforehand that this is going to be, because it's a process between doctors and families, it's going to be unique for each, but
Talking about
yeah,
generally speaking.
sure, I'll give it hypothetical. So if we have a young person who is transgender and has gone to a therapist, maybe this young person is 8 years old, we'll use that as an age here, and they then are going to be in regular contact therapy conversations with doctors and with their parents about a social transition, that if they decide or want to undergo a social transition at that point there are no medications that are going to be recommended or offered because this young person has not yet reached the age of puberty. Once that young person starts to show signs of puberty, then there might be a discussion around puberty blockers. Not every young trans person goes on puberty blockers, and not every young trans person goes on them immediately. It's very individual to the family and with their doctor on if they believe that to be the best next step. Let's say in this hypothetical that they go on puberty blockers around 12 when they start to show signs of puberty, as was decided probably over several very long, very intensive conversations, and at that point that young person reaches their later teen years where they might decide to start discussing hormone replacement therapy. And then we're at 18. You'll notice that surgeries were not part of that hypothetical because surgeries at this point, even by the World Professional Association of Transgender Health, WPATH, they do not recommend surgery for folks under 18, for transgender folks under 18. There are some exceedingly rare circumstances where a person who needs top surgery or breast reduction or removal may potentially receive that. Sometimes somewhere in the country, it's, when I say exceedingly rare, it's very, very rare. Surgeries are almost always going to happen and will happen later if that is decided by the person. That, again, does not always happen for all trans folks. It's not always wanted. Hopefully that is informative for you.
So first you do the puberty blockers, and you start those when they start to show signs of puberty.
I would actually say first is social transition. So sorry if I missed that, but yes. So puberty blockers would be when they maybe potentially are showing signs of puberty or somewhere around there.
And when you stop the puberty blockers, do they typically...
Representative, I'm sorry to interrupt, but time's expired on this one, so I'm going to go ahead and move to another representative. Representative Hicks, I think your hand was up.
So, may I inquire? All right. So, I just have a few questions. You keep mentioning puberty blockers. Can you explain to me exactly what puberty blockers do?
Yeah, for sure. Sorry about that. So puberty blockers, my favorite metaphor is it's like hitting a pause button. So it basically pauses puberty temporarily, pauses puberty for as long as that person might take that medication. So when we're talking about pauses, things like new hair growth that might be associated with puberty, periods that might be associated with puberty for that period of time, or voice changing related with puberty.
Okay. So pretty much, pausing different natural bodily functions is what it does, is my understanding of it.
It pauses the puberty, yes, that they would have otherwise potentially gone through.
Are you aware of the abuse and neglect statute for children in the state of Missouri?
No, I mean...
Okay, well, I'm going to read a definition for you. It's under physical injury. It's physical pain, illness, or impairment of physical condition, including but not limited to bruising, laceration, welts, or permanent or temporary disfigurement or impairment of any bodily function. So are you advocating for child abuse in the state of Missouri?
Wow, that is a very interesting question. So puberty blockers, when we're talking about this type of definition that you're sharing, I think it's something similar to what was mentioned earlier in terms of female genital mutilation as when there is some sort of procedure that happens in a non-medical sense. So this is pretty separate from that because we are talking about a transgender medical treatment that has been recommended. I think another example that's pretty commonly accepted is, like we were mentioning earlier, precocious puberty. That child who is going through precocious puberty, I actually know a trans child who is on puberty blockers because of precocious puberty and not necessarily because of being transgender. And that is another case where we would use these medications, and I don't think that would be considered child abuse in that point either.
I would have to disagree with you, but I'm not going to get into that. No further questions.
We're going to one more question, Representative Mathieson.
I'm trying to make sure that I ask you the appropriate.
No, I am not.
Are you a
No, but you will be hearing from those folks too.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm just going to ask generic. We're talking about making. Oh, yeah, I'm not using the mic. Sorry to everybody at home watching. We're talking about 18 years old when somebody becomes a legal adult of making certain decisions. If that's not the appropriate age, what is? Like, what is, in your capacity, it's a Trevor organization, right?
The Trevor Project.
Trevor Project, my apologies.
You're okay.
Do you guys have a consensus on what the appropriate age of a person's ability to consent is to this?
So I think this is a larger medical question because people under 18 are receiving medical care that is being consented to, and certainly other places as well. I would refer to the World Professional Association for Transgender Health and to the other major medical associations that do have more specific timelines than what I'm discussing here. And I will say that WPATH does recommend waiting until the age of 18 around surgeries, except for, like I said, those rare circumstances where there might be a necessity for that. It's complicated, which is why this is easier happening with doctors and their parents than here. But other than those specific pieces, I would say that those specific ages are determined by the families and their doctors in relation with these recommended best practices.
To save time, I'm going to fast forward.
Sure.
You gave us the stats of your follow-up studies within 12 months of beginning a medical intervention and therapies. Is there a reliable source, since you've debunked every other source brought out, is there a reliable source of data that I can look at that's gone on over several years that you can send my way so I can really kind of see what the long-term effects have been?
I would be happy to look into that. I would say that I would direct that also to the medical associations that are recommending this as best practice care.
Right. And was that survey data, did you say that was taken in 22 or just reported in 22?
Let me go back. There's a lot of studies in front of me. That was published in February of 2022.
Okay, so they took that over the preceding years. I'm just painting a timeline in my head.
Sure.
Will you make sure we have your information in case I have more follow-up questions?
Absolutely. I've got copies of these. I've got my contact info and happy to answer more questions.
Now, the Trevor Project, is it my understanding that your goal is to provide resources, mental health counselors, and that for people who need it?
Our mission is to prevent suicide and suicidality among LGBTQ youth. Okay. One faction of that is providing crisis services.
Right. Well, thank you for your work on that.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now move to witnesses in favor. Please come forward. Any witnesses who want to speak in favor of the bill? Proceed when ready. You have 3 minutes.
Do I need to touch anything, or is it already on? Sorry. My name is Jennifer Hochek, and I'm going to testify in favor. It's kind of reiterating sort of what was said by the representatives, but I've been here waiting for a long time, so I'm just going to do it anyways. So children can't vote, they can't drive, they can't smoke, they can't go to a bar, they can't watch pornography, they can't drink, they can't serve in the military, they can't ride in a car without a car seat, a booster seat, or a seat belt. It doesn't make any sense that we are allowing them to make this big of a decision. And as far as the comments that have been made about parental consent, there's criminal liability if a parent lets their child drink underage or lets their underage child view pornography. So why are we letting parents have a say over making a permanent decision that can affect the rest of their life? And that's all I have.
Questions from the committee, Representative Engel.
Good evening. Thank you for coming to testify. I wanted to ask you, do you think that parents should be able to consent to breast augmentation in the state?
Not underage.
Okay, what about tattoos?
Not underage.
Rhinoplasty?
I don't know what that is.
Nose job?
No, I don't think
Okay.
those types of surgeries should be consented to underage.
Okay.
That's my personal opinion.
And this was brought up earlier, but in this state, you can get married at 16 with your parents' consent. So I just wanted to fact check that too. Thank you. Thank you.
Additional questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, in opposition to the bill.
Good evening again, ladies and gentlemen. Committee members, Garrett Webb, registered lobbyist on behalf of the American Academy of Pediatrics, which is the world's preeminent organization for the evidence-based practices of care in medicine for children, unlike the aforementioned college, I think they said. Here, as we always are, year after year when we see these bills, attempting to infringe on that parent-physician child medical decision, as we've heard several times over and over tonight. Just reiterating again, not only from the perspective of the American Academy, but also from every other major medical organization that is reputable in evidence-based and practice, that no surgical transition procedure occurs on anyone below the age of 18, and that these medical interventions like hormone blockers that we've spent a lot of time talking about are reversible. Due to the late nature of the noticing, our usual experts from the gender clinic in St. Louis were unable to be here. We do have a physician, but our usual experts over the last couple of years were not able to come, but they did submit a letter in opposition which outlines all of the science and evidence that they use in their daily practice in treating these kids, many of whom are in this room again. Just want to conclude with what I have tried to conclude with over the last several years in these hearings, which is that this is a very complex, conflicting, personal decision that is best left to the children and the families and the medical providers, including their medical team of mental health therapists, physicians, everyone else social workers that would be involved in the general care of that child and family as they go through this process, where they may or may not ultimately decide that a surgical procedure is necessary or their choice once they reach the age of 18 or above.
Thank you. Questions from the committee, Representative Lavasco.
To inquire.
Proceed.
Thank you. If the scope of this bill or these bills were narrowed to only prohibit physical surgeries as opposed to hormone and other similar treatments, would your organization support that?
It would still be an infringement on the patient-physician relationship, of course, but it would be something that, given the fact that it is completely rare, if not almost zero instance of occurring anyway, yet another instance of an unnecessary solution to a problem that doesn't exist.
So you would think it would be pretty harmless then if we were to narrow the bill to that regard. It's not your primary concern.
I can't speak to the fact that might be the people that might be impacted by it going through it personally. I can speak to my organization's position, which is that any infringement on the physician-patient-family relationship should not occur, given the fact that that is a very private, very intimate relationship that is based on evidence-based practices that are well-researched.
I guess I'll ask you one final question similar to the previous witness. Do you believe that there is a line by which those parties would not be able to consent with the consultation of a physician? Do you think that all bets are off as long as all parties agree, or do you think that the state does have a compelling interest in deciding where those lines are, generically?
I think generically there is a very clear separation between the rights of the state and the state government in deciding individuals' medical decisions. Certainly, there would be a jeopardization of any medical license or professional certification for a physician going outside of the scope of allowable practice, as we've, the safeguards are well secure that would occur. And at the end of the day, physicians are not just operating clinics, left and right. These are organizations that have entire teams of mental health therapists, social workers, all of those individuals providing those wraparound services for, as we've heard, months, if not years at a time before those decisions be made.
Generally speaking, it's the legislature that defines the scope of practice, correct? Or at least the bumpers.
Well, certainly the legislature has taken that prerogative over the last few years.
Thank you, sir.
No questions. Representative Meredith.
To inquire.
Proceed.
Thank you. I'm sorry, how many members did you say you have?
I did not say representative, but nationally the American Academy represents over 150,000 practicing trainees, physicians, pediatric provider members. In addition to that, it serves as a member of the World Academy of Pediatrics, which is close to 1 million pediatric providing members across the planet. And specifically here in Missouri, I have the pleasure of representing about 1,100 of those members.
Okay. Do you happen to know, I assume when your organization makes decisions like this about positions that they have, there's some dissent, because most things in science, there's some dissent. Do you have any sense of how many of those pediatricians are on record dissenting on this?
To my knowledge, and I cannot speak for every pediatrician in the state or every pediatric provider, I have not had any members who have personally dissented toward the positions that the chapter or has taken, at least not since I have been around, which has been quite a while.
All right, that's helpful to know. If there was zero evidence and zero research of a particular procedure having any medical value, and there was evidence of that procedure having regular harm that it caused, would your organization ever support it being allowed for a physician to do?
I do think that is a little bit difficult to answer, just given the fact that there is a certain element of harm in any research or any prospective medical procedure to treat anything, obviously.
And risk.
But within the scope of what we're talking about in these bills, no, none of our members or leadership or individuals associated with the chapter would condone causing harm to a child or to a family unduly, even in the name of science.
And you would support physicians having consequences that cross that line?
Absolutely.
And you have those lines?
Absolutely.
As physicians. Okay. So essentially, the body of pediatricians out there overwhelmingly has said they see medical value in this, and it should be allowed for this to be an allowable procedure for doctors, parents, and kids to figure out.
Correct. Assisting individuals in that social, emotional, and ultimately as they transition into adulthood, if they choose to make the physical change as well, is one of the key tenets in the beliefs of the pediatricians that I represent and the vast majority of them across the country.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next in support, please step forward.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, James Harris representing Do No Harm, a nonprofit group comprised of healthcare providers, physicians, nurses, some actively practicing, some retired. To go on the record in support of this bill, I appreciate your time, Mr. Chairman, and the committees, because I know you're all tired. I think everyone knows this is kind of an important discussion that you all are having. You know, the vast majority of the world's kind of embraced a strategy of called watchful waiting. for the treatment of children who are questioning their gender identity. A strategy that, for the most part, involves delaying, whether it be pharmaceutical or surgical treatments, until adulthood. The United States seems like we're among a minority of countries that has embraced the Dutch protocol, or gender-affirming care strategy, that includes, early medical intervention. And there's a lot of stuff that is still unknown in this area. And so I think this is a good bill because it's just encouraging to pause. Hopefully we'll know more. Hopefully young people will be more developed and know what they want to do. It's a scientific fact the male brain doesn't fully develop until they're 25, something my mother used to enjoy teasing me well through college. But experts in the field have acknowledged a significant lack of scientific knowledge on gender dysphoria and the scientific treatment of these children. There's no consensus among physicians and therapists. There's no good scientific evidence to support hormonal or surgical intervention for minors with gender dysphoria. And I know there's going to be some that disagree, and this is a conversation we should have. However, there is increasing scientific evidence showing surgical and pharmaceutical treatments can cause harm to children. And stuff that you can't change back, and they want to say, yes, you can. But no, when you're altering their bone structure and other things, there are long-term consequences. Many studies show that puberty blockers, which have not been shown to be reversible, and opposite sex hormones can lead to osteoporosis, cardiovascular health issues, infertility, and could increase rates of cancer. There's a lot of unknown things. So this bill is pretty simple things, just saying maybe hit the brakes. As a father of 3, one day my children make an amazing decision. I'm so proud of them. And then the next day it's something that's like, really? And it's just because they're kids, right? They're learning. To say, do you know what you want for the rest of your life when you're 14 or 15? They might, but they might not. And what if a few years later they realize that's not what I wanted? And their life has forever been changed. Now, once they're an adult, it's their choice, right? I think this bill is just to try to give some protections for kids. I know there'll be a lot of disagreement with that, but with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Question from the committee. Representative Meredith. Proceed.
Thanks. Sorry, who did you say you represent?
Nonprofit group called Do No Harm.
Do No Harm. That's a Missouri nonprofit?
It's a national nonprofit.
National nonprofit. Where are they based out of?
Pennsylvania. Is where
okay.
Dr. Stanley Goldfrab's from. You can look up their website, donoharmmedicine.org.
I did. It looked like it was based in Texas. I was curious. But
people in Texas.
So you're from Missouri, though. We've seen you here before.
Absolutely.
So they hired a Missouri lobbyist, but it's an out-of-state group coming in to talk about this. Yes?
It seems like your normal question to try to not talk about the fact, substance of the thing. Yes, it is an organization based
For what it's worth, I think we've talked plenty about the substance of the thing. So I just want to point out the context of who you represent. Thanks.
Additional questions from the committee. Representative Mathieson.
Two statements you made. I'd like some clarification if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Vast majority wants to wait. You're talking about medical professions that evidently do not agree with what we've been told is the general consensus. Other than your website, where can I hear from the vast majority that want to wait? I'd like clarification on where that came from.
I will get that. It's been from some different studies. I've been pulling, reading some books I've got, but I'm happy to drop that off with you.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next witness in opposition, please step forward.
I would love to be CC'd on that email, by the way. Good evening, Chairman and Congress. I really appreciate your willingness to stick around today, especially in light of the storm, to discuss this very important issue. So I'm Dr. Hannah Weber. I practice family medicine in St. Louis in the great state of Missouri. I did my training at Mizzou and SLU, spent most of my life in Missouri, and I provide gender-affirming care to patients across the age spectrum. And I feel real strongly about it. And I'm going to tell you why. But First, I'm going to take a little peek behind the curtain into my exam room, okay? And we're going to talk a little bit about what we actually mean when we say gender-affirming care, because there's a lot of misinformation flying around. I do want to restate that what I do is in accordance with recommendations from the American Medical Association, from the American Academy of Pediatrics, from the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, and these are the ranking professional organizations for the medical field. So let's go through this. It's a process of years of small steps of informed and individualized choices. Children and teens who disclose or who engage with any stage of care and treatment for gender discordance have been privately struggling for years, if not decades. There are a few kids that we see that knew from the age of 3 that they didn't match what they were being told by everybody else. Lots of them try to go along with it for years, though. There is tremendous social pressure to conform to the gender that you're assigned at birth. If we're talking about influence, if we're talking about how gender identity can be influenced, transgender people would not exist because they are constantly told not to be who they are. So when they come to me, they have been struggling for a while, and they often struggle with mental health disorders and suicidal ideation. 40% of trans youth consider suicide. So I counted just now, there are I think 19 of you up there. So that means out of you, how many would be gone? 8? And I'm sure y'all have ideas about who those 8 should be. But these are children we're talking about. These are children who can make a decision that is the most permanent decision of their lives, to end their lives, their young, beautiful, brilliant lives. I'm sorry, I have so much more to talk through, but I know we're short on time.
Appreciate that. Questions from the committee, Representative Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To inquire.
Proceed.
Thanks for coming down and giving us your time. I was glad to see a doctor at the podium. So I had a couple questions. We've talked a lot about, so you offer gender-affirming care. Would any of these things occur biologically without any kind of medical intervention?
I'm a little confused as to
So
what
if a person is born a male, but they feel mentally that they are female, would they be able to transition over to a female without medical intervention?
Not typically, unless they were on the intersex spectrum and it was previously not recognized. Additionally, the field of gender is far more complicated than just male and female. And we talk a lot about sex assigned at birth, and sometimes we make mistakes with that. We make mistakes for physical reasons. We make mistakes for chromosomal reasons. We make mistakes for neurological reasons.
But the intersex is a genetic.
It can be. It can be genetic. It can involve hormone intolerance.
With the hormone, with the chromosomes, that is a genetic deal. So like, there's other disorders out there. Say for example, if somebody was anorexic, then as a doctor, would you then assign some sort of care to keep that person in that same mental state of it's okay to be anorexic, and maybe ask them to start taking diet procedures where they don't eat?
I think we need to separate the fact of the mental health disorders from the fact of gender identity. The mental health disorders come from the societal pressure to be.
So that could still apply with transgenderism, though, correct? gender dysphoria.
So they're
representative talked about
comorbid,
was
and
on
we
the-
absolutely treat the anxiety and depression and suicidality. We treat that far more aggressively than we
But like
treat any kind of
an eating
gender
disorder
transition.
an eating disorder is a mental disorder.
Correct.
Transgenderism is an identity issue where therefore gender dysphoria ends up being something we treat medically because it won't occur naturally, correct?
Yes, but there are a lot of things that occur naturally that aren't so great.
Well, I'm asking specifically about, we're talking about these medical procedures, you being a doctor, and that's why I was asking if no medical intervention was done at all, no puberty blockers, no hormone treatments, anything like that, that person would not change from their assigned sex at birth. And by the way, who assigns the sex?
Doctors, and we're wrong all the time.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. No further.
Any additional questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next witness in support, please step forward.
Okay, my name is Teresa Collins, and I'm here to support these bills. I think everything that you guys have heard, so I'll just be like, that's all I needed to say. Everybody said it all twice already, so.
Any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next in opposition, please step forward.
Hello again. Once again, my name is Rory Pickernese, and for the brief introduction, I am from St. Louis. I work as a rabbi, and I lead the Jewish Community Relations Council, and am the mother of this young man that you met before. Last week, Missouri Attorney General Andrew Bailey said, "I want Missouri to be the safest state in the nation for children, including those who haven't yet been born." Ladies and gentlemen of this austere body, I too want Missouri to be the safest state for our children, including my child. And these bills that specifically target trans youth not only impact his health and safety, but they send a message to the entire state that it's appropriate and even encouraged to treat my child differently and to discriminate against him for who he is. Let me just tell you briefly all the people who are involved in ensuring that my child stays safe and healthy. Him, my child, me, his mother, my husband, his wonderful father, his pediatrician since he was about 5, his therapist since he was about 7, his endocrinologist, not to mention all the nurses, nurse practitioners, and others who support each of these individuals in giving my child the best possible care. I would never not care for my child. I'm not asking you to understand this, and I'm not even asking you to like it, but part of living in this amazing country that we're privileged to live in is that we don't get to make laws based off of what we like. I would never do anything to harm my child, but if you pass this bill, you will be doing harm. So I beg you to please make sure that Missouri is the safest state in the nation for our children and to vote no on these bills.
The gentleman from Cape Fear still here? I don't think so. He mentioned something that struck me, and this as a Jewish person. He mentioned that.
So sorry to interrupt you. Would you mind stating your name again
I'm
for
sorry,
the record?
my name is Russell Neese.
Thank you.
Thank you. The rest of it's on the testimony. The gentleman from Cape Fear, when he was giving testimony about his bill, mentioned that he was doing this in part because folks are created in the image of God. And this is straight out of the book of Genesis. And as a Jew, this is like something that speaks to me quite a bit. We call it B'Tselem Elokim, created in the image of God, literally. But the way we understand this is that God bestows a special honor onto humans that requires that we need to be treated with dignity and we need to treat others with dignity. And respectfully, there's nothing dignified about making me take a personal day and drive 2 hours in the threatening storm on the back with all these people behind me. Nothing forcing my kids to miss school. And nothing to fight a bill that will make me a felon, like the lady from Hamilton wants me to do in her bill. For following the best medical advice of doctors. And that's what's happening here. This is not about protecting kids. This is about taking away parental rights to follow the best information of doctors. Like my wife said, I would do anything to support and care for my kid. I'm not a child abuser for following best advices of doctors, despite what people in this body want to do. I love my son and care for him. His school loves and care for him. His camp loves and care for him. His friends love and care for him. In fact, the only people who bully my son and make him feel that he is not loved and cared for sit in this body. And respectfully, it's late. I've been here since 8 o'clock. I've been here since 5 in the morning. It is absolutely disgraceful. The fact that this hearing is still going on is absolutely disgraceful. The fact that we had 25 hours of notice to get here is absolutely disgraceful. And the fact that I have to sit here year after year, and for this kid's mental health, for this kid's physical health, to come again and again is absolutely disgraceful. And the fact that the representatives who introduced these bills are not here, I'm sorry, is disgraceful. This is not the testimony I had planned, but honestly, I love the hell out of this kid. And all of you who have children know the love for that kid that you have. I would never do anything to hurt this kid, and the fact that you want to legislate that responsibility away is just, I don't have the words for it. Please vote no on this bill. Please. Or at least do the research. And I don't mean the research of forgive me. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dan. I'm 11 years old, and I still like magic and circus skills and unicycling and being myself. This is not the first time I'm here trying to convince people to let me be myself and trying to stop people from taking away my basic human rights. Please stop taking away my choices. There's lots of people I've talked to about this and made sure that I understand that this is my choice. I have lots of people supporting me. My parents and doctors are not harming me. This bill will harm me. Please vote no on House Bill 419, 540, and 463. Thank you for your time.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next in support, please step forward. Is there any other? Okay, seeing one.
Be brave.
My name is Nancy Dilcor, and I'm here in support of the bills that we're discussing. I empathize with the difficulties that the parents of transgender children have, and I understand their positions, and my heart goes out to all of them. And I find it unbelievable that we're even here having this discussion, that we're actually seeing children's bodies, altered in the ways that, what's happening in our society. It's unbelievable to me, the fact that, God created us male and female and all of that I've already said. But I would just like to point out that the infiltration of woke ideology into many organizations, including the medical associations, the educational institutions, the biased media, and sadly, even the church, for over a period of decades, has brought us to this place. It's heartbreaking. It truly is. I've seen books that are in our schools that are targeting preschool children and early education children, that are suggesting to them that they can change their gender, and that gender is fluid. This ideology is indoctrinating our children, and this is the cause. And I'm just sick. I am just so sick and sad that all of these families are having to go through what they're having to go through. Nonetheless, I still am in support of this bill for the reasons that everyone else has already spoken in support of. Thank you, and I'm so sorry.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next in opposition, please step forward.
Good evening, and thank you all for your public service. A lot has been said, so I will try not to repeat things. Thank you for listening to those of us with professional or lived expertise. I'm Pat Holterman-Homas. I'm a licensed professional counselor, and I'm the CEO of Youth in Need, where I've worked since 1990. And I'm here to oppose the bills that are being discussed. Youth in Need is a nonprofit organization that serves over 8,000 children, youth, and young adults each year in eastern Missouri with programs including crisis outreach and shelter for youth experiencing homelessness, mental health counseling in schools and community settings, foster care, and early learning. We're based in St. Charles, which is where I live. We serve St. Louis City and County, as well as St. Charles, Lincoln, Warren, and Montgomery counties. As a licensed mental health professional for over 30 years, I just echo everything that's been said by the Trevor Project. What they are reporting nationally, I'm telling you, we are seeing in the youth that we see in 17 school districts in eastern Missouri every single day. And a lot has been talked about suicide, and so I won't repeat all that other than to say that anyone who cares about kids should be horrified that over half of the transgender youth in Missouri have considered suicide and 20% attempted suicide within the last year. This is not because they are trans. It is because they do not feel valued and they do not feel visible, and instead they feel scared and they feel silenced. All of our kids want to feel safe and supported, including our trans kids. They need to feel that they're valued, that they belong. They need to get the physical and mental health care that they need. And with that support, they can not only survive, but they can thrive. In the governor's address last week, he highlighted the importance of prioritizing children. My entire career has been spent prioritizing children, alleviating their suffering, and protecting them. So I couldn't agree more. But those children include our trans kids. Adolescence is hard enough for all kids and especially for trans kids. And I strongly agree that medical professionals, along with parents and along with kids, should decide what's in their best interest. Denying this best practice medical care and behavioral health support can be life-threatening. If you don't want to harm kids, then don't deny them best practice medical care. So again, as a licensed professional for over 30 years who's devoted my life to children, I'm asking you, and truly on behalf of the kids we serve, I'm expecting you to respect the dignity of our trans children and youth and vote no on bans to health care for trans youth. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee. Representative Mattison.
Good late evening. I'm familiar with Youth in Need. I love the organization. Thank you for everything you guys do. I value your opinion because of that. And I'm going to try to speak coherently because I really need a nap. I have one question for you here, and I hope I can connect with you offline because I have a whole lot more. Because I really do want to understand the entirety of this. But as a mental health professional, at what point in the entire, scenario of really trying to work with our youth to understand why they're feeling that they don't identify with the gender they were born with, what is the ticking point? What is that line? Where do we get to the point that we need the medical intervention as opposed to continuing mental health intervention? Just help me understand. Where do we get there? How do we get there?
Well, I think,
if I ask that appropriately.
I think other people may be able to speak to the medical aspects more. I think as clinicians, it's unethical for us to determine what a youth needs, and it's more about us listening and helping them process through things. I will say, just echoing what's been said before, a lot of times for younger children, it truly is just, if they want to dress differently or wear their hair differently or go by a different name, and it's very much just those social type support. So I think generally as a clinician, it would be parents and their pediatricians seeking out that medical care.
Okay.
If they want to do something further.
I have this firm belief that society has created gender norms, what we expect women to act like, what we expect men to act like. And I'm just waiting for somebody to help me to understand where did the lines go that, that led us to this discussion?
I think for youth who are trans, my understanding, and I am not a member of the trans community, but I've spoken with many trans people, and I think you should listen to them, of course. But I think it's profoundly different than just, I'm a girl who is a quote tomboy. I think it's experiencing a profound disconnect, and these kids are often truly in distress and truly suffering. And so I would be in favor of doing what is medically approved to alleviate that suffering.
Thank you. I feel awkward asking a minor of the audience to tell me their life story and their tipping points, but boy, would I love for somebody to volunteer that information. So.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, is there anyone else to testify in support of these bills? Okay, please come forward.
Jennifer Gore, Concerned Women for America. As I sat down last night to try and prepare some type of testimony, I realized that coming up with something was probably going to be fruitless in accomplishing my intention, because I do believe that the majority of the people in the room have already made up their minds regarding these bills. In the last few years, I've submitted testimony on different things, always thinking if I could just come up with some profound piece of wisdom that would resonate, But that was naive on my part. So therefore, this evening, very briefly, I just decided to use the words of another to consider. He's much more accomplished with words than I. As a matter of fact, he's the very author of life itself. In Genesis 1, God said, "Let us make human beings in our image to be like us." So God created human beings in his own image. In the image of God, he created them. Male and female, he created them. Then God blessed them. I take pause there because I just love that. I love that. He blessed them. He filled them with joy and contentment and every good thing that a Heavenly Father wanted to give them. And I believe that's been God's design from the beginning. Each one of us created for a purpose. Every single one of us. In Jeremiah 29, God said, "For I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you, not to harm you, plans to give you a hope and a future." All children are precious. All human beings are precious. They deserve a future filled with hope. As it says in Psalms, they are a heritage from the Lord. I believe it's our responsibility to protect them, to treasure them, and as it says in Proverbs, to start them in life on the way they should go. So it is just my belief that these bills are an important step in doing just that. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Next in opposition, please step forward.
Hi, my name is Christina Stixrud. I'm a physician in Columbia, Missouri. I'm in opposition of the healthcare bans 419, 460.
Sorry to interrupt. We're having just a little tough time hearing you. Could
sorry.
you get a little closer?
Is this
Thank
better?
you. Yep, that's better.
Okay, thank you.
And could you restate your name also?
Christina
Thanks.
Stixrud, Stixrud. I'm a physician in Columbia, Missouri. I was asked to come here to talk about patients that I come in contact with every day. I've been providing primary care as a board-certified physician in general pediatrics and internal medicine for almost 20 years. In addition to take care of the science of medicine, I also address the psychological, the social, the cognitive, all the health problems that come up. We've heard a lot about all the different steps that are involved with gender-affirming care, transgender care, and it's obviously very complex. The AAP has been the most consistent way for us to have consensus on how to treat these patients in the best, most efficient, evidence-based care. There are over, I forgot how many number you said, but hundreds of thousands of pediatricians that are all part of this that are on the same page. Yes, there is dissension, but overwhelmingly there is support for helping these transgender kids be happy and find a safe place where they can be themselves. The path of transgender starts with the psychosocial. That is where we put most of our efforts at the very beginning. Education of the family, education of the patient, education, education, education. And then we also work very hard to provide a safe environment for them because the suicide risk is frightening. It is frightening. I don't do gender-affirming care. I don't prescribe the medications, but I can tell you I've had multiple patients come into my office with their full disclosure, and even though there is a wide variety of gender dysphoria, they all look the same when they tell me. They lower their eyes, and they hunch their shoulders, and they hold their breath when they tell me that they're transgender. They identify as something different than the way they were born. And the breath they let out, the watery eyes, and the relaxation of their shoulders when I just accept the information they're giving me is huge, and it makes a big difference to these people. They don't need us to tell them how they feel. They just need us to accept them for who they are. The process continues as far as the social transition. That's a big part of it, and trying to find a community where they can be themselves. We've talked about that a lot. At no point has gender surgery transitions been addressed for children under 18 years of age. This is a hard fact. This is not changing. This is not going anywhere. This is how we do most of our care whenever we address pediatric patients. I think the best use of time is to ask questions as a medical physician.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Too slow, sorry. Seeing none, thanks for your testimony. Next in support. Seeing none, next in opposition. Proceed when ready.
Thank you. My name is Harley. I'm here today to speak on behalf of 1,600 people that were unable to make it today, but were able to make their voices heard through a petition that me and my friends put together. Before that, though, I would like to state in response to Representative Boyd and their colleagues, the detransition rate in America is only 4% in female and 11% in males. Don't really think that that is a major thing to base this bill off of. It is also stated in the same study that the main reasons for transition is parental pressure, not because they choose that for themselves. We have accumulated over 1,600 signatures in only a week, opposing all of the bills that are targeting our LGBT friends and community today. I would like to share with you some of the statements collected from the constituents that have signed. I signed because everyone should have civil rights, no matter their color, lifestyle, birthplace, or anything else. This could not only upend people's livelihoods, but also destroy individuals' rights to be themselves. I'm disgusted by Missouri Republicans for even suggesting these bills. Using people for target practice is immoral for these people who claim to be good Christians. This is your stairway to hell. Let's focus on banning dangerous weapons from our kids' schools, not people's freedom to express themselves in nonviolent ways. Get it together, Missouri. Transgender humans deserve to live their life without judgment, harassment, or threats of violence. I am tired of us being picked on for something as simple as the way we present ourselves. Missouri Republicans, there will be transgender blood on your hands if you pass these bills. I don't think it should be a political issue in the first place. What people do with their own bodies is not a discussion for government to be involved in. Also, trans and drag queen rights are human rights. Government does not belong in anyone's pants, and being queer does not equal perversion. To close, I would just like to say that myself, as a non-binary person, am terrified. I am terrified of what you are doing to my friends and family. I am terrified of what it's going to look like for my future, and what I am able to do to express myself is under attack. Thank you.
real quick question for me. We missed your full name up here, so could we get that just for the record, and apologies?
My name is Harley Cameron.
And last name? Okay, thank you. And we have a question from Representative Meredith.
Sorry, if you don't mind, over here. Over here, sorry. Thank you, first of all, for being here and for sticking out. It's been a long night, but appreciate you standing up for yourself and others. I wanted to go back to that study you mentioned. I was glad you brought that up because I had read about it. I was curious if anyone else had seen that. That was from 2015, right?
I do not have that much details because I put this statement together.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's fine. I just wanted to say for the rest of the committee, that was 28,000 people surveyed in that. And you said 8% reported detransitioning, and 62% of those actually only did it temporarily. And I want to be clear that was the number you suggested about people expressing regret. That was regret when you talked about the reason that they...
Parental pressure
for detransitioning,
yes.
Right? Not for the transition in the first place.
Yes.
But that the majority of those people said that they detransitioned for parent pressure.
Yes.
And only 0.4% of them said they detransitioned after realizing transitioning wasn't right for them. I think that's a really important point
100%.
For people to hear.
I really appreciate you bringing that up.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for bringing it up. I appreciate it.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Next in opposition, please come forward.
My apologies. Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Cassie Brown, and I am the Executive Director of the National Association of Social Workers, Missouri chapter. I'm a licensed clinical social worker in the state of Missouri and a therapist. There have been a lot of questions about transitioning, the purpose of puberty blockers, and why so young. The reason why puberty blockers are administered by medical professionals is because of the impact of secondary sex characteristics in puberty itself. So whenever we go through puberty, as you may remember, I think I do myself, we develop we develop based on the hormones that our body naturally produces, the secondary sex characteristics. If you look at very young children and you listen to them, it's kind of hard to tell them apart, right? You kind of look at hair length to see who's who. You look to see who's wearing pink and who's wearing blue. As they get older and the hormones in their body start to produce, things start to change. They get the round bits or the broad bits. Puberty blockers are what put a pause on that. And the reason for that is because of exactly what people are talking about. The fact that so many of you have concerns as to whether or not the children are going to want to continue to explore their gender or become firm in their gender identity. Now, there has been some misleading information that's been given about whether or not people end up detransitioning. Like the number has been thrown around that 80 to 90% of children who were originally diagnosed with gender dysphoria ended up detransitioning and later identified with their gender assigned at birth. That was based on some long-term studies that were later debunked whenever they looked very closely at the interviews that have been given with these children in the original diagnosis. And they were broken into two categories, persisters and desisters, those who persisted in an identity that would be considered gender dysphoria. So I was assigned one gender at birth and I identify as a different gender. They were persisters. Desisters were the ones who seemed to then re-engage with their gender identified at birth, persist, desist. The difference that they discovered was that the desisters, the ones who seemed to return to the gender identified at birth, they had been identified as having gender dysphoria by the medical professionals, by clinicians, but they had not been using the same words. They had been saying, I wish I was a girl. I like girls. I kind of wish I was a girl. Why can't I be a girl?
The ones who persisted 100% of the time had been saying something else. Do you know what they were saying? I am a girl. That's not the same sentence at all. Whenever clinicians, whenever parents listen to their children, as some of these parents have talked about tonight, when you listen to your child tells you who they are. Whenever they talk about these old studies, the difference between the persisters and the desisters is simply the simplest fact, the simplest truth. The children who say, I am this, they consistently are. That's the difference. And we know that. That's the current evidence, and that's what best medical practice is based on currently. I am open for any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next in opposition, please come forward.
My name is Stacy Kay. I'm from Kansas City. I'm a transgender woman. I think I'm the first transgender woman to testify today. I was raised on a farm in rural Arkansas. From my earliest memories, 2 years old, I wanted to be a girl. I told my parents this is a child. Because of this, my parents homeschooled me to isolate me from the rest of society, and when I became a teenager, they sent me into a conversion camp in Indiana. They told me to hide this part of myself and forced me to grow up as a teenage boy. My dad was a doctor, and despite the proven efficacy of hormone replacement therapy at reducing suicidal ideation in young people experiencing gender dysphoria, he refused to give me access to any of this care. Instead, I was put on every anxiety and depression drug available. But they never addressed the actual problem. I was a little girl being forced to live as a man. My teenage years were terrible. Living as the wrong gender is as horrifying as it sounds. When I graduated from college and got my own health care, I immediately started estrogen, and within a week, I was substantially happier than I'd ever been, and I never looked back. My only regret is that I wasn't able to start hormones earlier. It haunts me. There were 2 other closeted young trans women who grew up in my church, and they are both dead now. And they never even got to start transitioning, and they haunt me. This bill seeks to doom every trans kid to the same thing we went through, even if they have loving, supportive parents and a team of doctors and psychiatrists who have recommended hormones. This bill puts the government in charge of these children's medical treatment. This is not the role of the government. This should be decided by their doctors, their parents, and the children themselves. I find it offensive that some of the representatives here refer to my health care as abuse or mutilation. The only abuse I received has been from people preventing me from receiving the care. I also want to point out that there are no trans people on this committee. There has not been a single trans person come and support any of these bills. Instead of asking other non-trans people about trans health, maybe ask us for once. Ask me, why are you seeking expert opinions from everybody but a trans person? Nobody here wants the government controlling their healthcare decisions, and trans people don't deserve that either. I'm open for questions.
Questions from the committee? Representative Meredith.
Just thank you for being here. Can't be easy, and I'm sorry you have to be, but thanks for your courage standing up for yourself and others. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your work on this committee and being here this late.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next in opposition, please come forward.
Hi. Oh, that's loud. My name is Keely Cromat. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. And I'm here to speak on behalf of myself as a mother. When my daughter Rowan was in preschool, she couldn't tell you what she wanted to grow up to be like most of her peers could. She had no idea. When my daughter Rowan was in middle school, we found bullets in her room. She intended to take her own life. She was withdrawn. She couldn't state her own opinions. She'd seldom speak at all. She couldn't bear the thought of growing up to be the adult man that biology had destined her to be. When my daughter Rowan was 15, she finally told me she was my daughter and not my son. We knew we needed to listen to this child that didn't want to grow up. We knew we needed to listen and not let biology go on as planned. We did what we had to. We helped her access care, and I got my child back. She began to transition. She's now bright and social. She's a competitive skateboarder. She has a large group of really loyal, sweet friends. She's finally happy. And now we're having to face down the legislation before this committee today as a family. The bills all being heard are all rooted in discomfort around trans people and a wish for them not to exist at all. Everyone wouldn't be here debating this if they could just be in their comfortable bubbles and not have to face people who were different. These acts prevent trans kids, like banning chemotherapy would prevent kids with cancer. It's really hard to have cancer if you're dead. It's really hard to be trans if you're dead. Banning gender-affirming care will result in dead kids. It's just, you've heard it all night. Our family's lucky. We have the resources to leave the state we've all lived in our entire lives, which is exactly what we'll do if this bill passes. We'll have to. It's my child's life. It's only a couple months of medication that she'll miss, but I've got her 6-year-old sister to protect too. And those child abuse cases or child abuse charges would face both my children. The idea that we would be turned into refugees to save our child's life due to Missouri's laws is sickening. The cowardice to target children with your culture war is staggering. Gender-affirming care is life-saving health care. Are you prepared to deny children life-saving health care? Or does that sound like the crime against humanity that it sounds like to me?
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next in opposition, please come forward.
Chairman, my name is Brandon Boulware. I'm a lifelong Missourian. I'm a Christian and the son of a Methodist minister. I'm a husband and the father of 4 beautiful kids, including a transgender daughter. When my wife first told me that my child might be transgender, I was skeptical, very skeptical, just like some of you might have been in that situation. I was skeptical about the entire notion of anyone being transgender, truly being transgender. It didn't make sense to me. In fact, I rejected the notion out of hand. But I did not just sit with my skepticism. I researched, I spoke with medical experts, teachers, counselors, coaches. I turned to Scripture, and I listened to my child, really listened. It took me years, but I grew out of my skepticism. I want to make 2 points today. First, being transgender is not a choice. My daughter didn't choose to be transgender, and none of the kids who testified here today chose to be transgender. You want to know how I can prove that to you? Because being transgender is an enormously difficult path. It comes with sacrifices. Think of every uncomfortable, self-conscious moment you had growing up and multiply that times 100. That's what these kids feel every day. My daughter's had to make sacrifices. The most recent being she can't attend the high school she wants to attend. It's where her older sister goes. It's where her friends will go. But this school has a ban on transgender kids, so we can't go. Despite the sacrifices that transgender kids make, there is no alternative for them. You cannot ask them to deny who they really are. My daughter will not deny who she is, and I am so incredibly proud of her for that. These kids are not asking for special treatment. They're not asking for special laws. That's important. They are asking to be left alone. Let them make decisions with guidance from their parents and medical experts. Last year, my oldest daughter suffered kidney failure. We went straight into dialysis and then went on the path of getting a transplant. At no point during that process did anyone from Jeff City come into our doctor's office and tell me whether or not my daughter could get a kidney, or from whom, or when. This is no different. This is medical care. And when transgender kids do not have access to gender-affirming care, the data tells us it proves to us that suicide rates skyrocket. If I could just be a little bit longer. Do not turn these kids into statistics. Instead, leave them alone. Let them be. Let these kids have the opportunity to flourish, to be who they are. For those of us who think we might know better than the medical experts, let me read something very briefly. This comes from the Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals in a decision.
I'm going to interrupt you real quick, but I'm going to call on Representative Meredith.
Thank you. Please take my time.
Thank you, sir. The Brandt case was decided August 2022. The Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals, it's our federal court of appeals that oversees Missouri. This court's made up of 14 judges, 13 of whom were appointed by Republicans. In the Brandt case, the Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals struck down Arkansas's law that banned transgender kids from getting medical treatment. And here's what the Eighth Circuit said. Several studies have shown statistically significant positive effects of hormone treatment on the mental health, suicidality, and quality of life of adolescents with gender dysphoria. None has shown negative effects. None. That's the record. My second point I want to make is simply this. It's also about choice. It's about your choice. In this moment, you can choose love or hate, acceptance or discrimination. We've been in this place before. History is replete with examples of some of us targeting and marginalizing certain segments of our population. But in the end, these attempts always fail. Love and acceptance always wins. Always. So let's just be candid here. We all know what the end result's going to be. In 5, 10 years, maybe less. This political rush to discriminate against transgender kids is going to fail. We know that's what will happen. And so when the history is written on this period, will our kids and grandkids see that we were on the side of love or hate? Because you got to pick a side, and the time to choose is now. I ask you to vote against this legislation.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Representative Velasco.
Dunbar. Thank you. Without going into detail, I have some disagreements on your dichotomy there. I think it's a more complicated issue than you maybe simplify it to at the end. But I do want to know what high school in Missouri is banning trans kids from attending. I think everyone would like that information.
Yeah.
If you're willing to share.
Yeah, I'll say this. It's a private school. It's not a public school. Okay.
Well, if you're not comfortable, I would understand that. I would, speaking personally, I would look poorly upon an organization, whether that is their right or not, who makes that decision. I think you're probably making a nice choice for privacy. That being said, that's probably a piece of information that the marketplace might want to know. So. Nonetheless, I think we have some disagreements. You came to see me earlier today. I appreciated our conversation. I appreciate your testimony tonight, so thank you.
Any additional questions? Representative Quaid.
Mr. Chair, I'll be brief. I really just wanted to thank you for coming and testifying. We've been doing this for years, and I will never forget the first time that you spoke to this body, and I think I can speak for most of us. We're left in tears, and I really appreciate your personal story. But what I want to just reiterate about your story that I think is so vitally important, and I hope the members of the committee will take some time to maybe talk more in depth with you because you did not have the appropriate time, is really just the place you came from in the beginning of confusion and not understanding, and taking that time for your child to do so. As a parent, I can't imagine that struggle, but I know that your child's forever grateful, and I just want to say to the committee, these testimonies, while we're here now almost 11 o'clock at night, each one of them is such a personal story. Each person went through their own journey or is still going through the journey, and we have so many parents here talking about how hard it has been and the personal growth that you have gone through, that folks like you have gone through. I just encourage each of you, each of us, to take time beyond this hearing and get to know these people, get to know their stories, and understand why they're still here at 11 o'clock at night on a Tuesday with a snowstorm, because it's a testament to how real this all is. And I just want to thank you again for always being here.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone. And on that note, I will take questions from anyone offline, and there's zero judgment on my part.
Any additional questions? Representative Matthiesen.
All right. Mr. McMullen, could you slide one way or the other? I want to be able to talk directly to you. I'm really truly concerned about humans. I wanted to know more about the story of your family, because ultimately I feel like here we're trying to figure out what's age appropriate. I mean, I'm not a clinician. I can't tell you when, at what age, at what stage in life a child can make really, decisions like this. When you throw out it's an issue of love versus hate, come on. I mean, we're trying to find out what the right decision is, if we even make a decision at all. So try not to ruin it by saying that if we vote one way, we hate you or we hate your children. That's not productive. It doesn't engage a real conversation when I want to make the best decision based on age-appropriate stages of development. But I'd love for you to stop by my office so I can ask more questions. But can we drop the love versus hate rhetoric? All we want to do is figure out what's age appropriate. That's where I'm at in my decision on this vote, is understanding, what's happening in your lives, and to know, if can a 10-year-old, 12-year-old, 16-year-old, what is the right point to really buy into medical intervention?
And I'll take you up on your offer, and I will come see you. All I would say is this. It's not a one-size-fits-all. It's a case-by-case. And that's why I stress it is a decision that has to be made by the parents, by the child, and medical experts. You all are not in a position, with all due respect, to arbitrarily select, or even not arbitrarily select an age. It's impossible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Next in opposition, please come forward.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Sarah Schlemeyer here on behalf of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. We, as a blanket statement, I reiterate some of the other providers that have been up here, but we do not support any legislation that comes between the patient and provider relationship. It is a very sacred one, a very intimate one, so we leave the statement at that.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, next in opposition, please come forward.
All right, howdy again, folks. My name is still Jay Nam, and I am still a wildlife biology undergrad from the School of the University of Missouri, Columbia. I have worked in civil service over the past year. I was an employee of the Missouri Department of Conservation. I'm not here on behalf of any of those organizations. I just wanted to state that as a matter of the fact that I am an important member of the society that I'm in. As opposed to a professional or statistical argument, I would like to challenge the notion that limiting access to transition benefits children from personal lived experience. I lived in the world these bills are proposing for the first 18 years of my life. It was not de jure hormone prohibition, but rather parents individually refusing to engage in their child's health. And I can tell you from personal experience, you are not saving those children. You are simply passing the burden of community care onto other children like myself. Let me impress upon you that I am a privileged member of my community. I have the privilege of supportive parents and a supportive faith community. I socially transitioned at 13. I started medically transitioning 4 years and 4 days ago to the day. I had a gender-affirming surgery after I turned 18, and I have no personal regrets. I have the privilege of never having made an attempt on my own life. I have the privilege of only having been sexually harassed and not assaulted or raped. These are privileges my community has not had access to. I have been a community leader and advocate since before I could drive, and never by choice. My friends and peers were neglected not only by their parents, but by school officials. When they were bullied, I was the one who resolved conflict with their bullies. When parents rejected them, I was the one who drove them to therapy. I was the one who helped them gain access to hormones. I held them when they cried. I was 13 the first time I talked a friend down from suicide. His father was drunk and unsupportive, and he was scared that his father would shoot him with a shotgun. It would not be the last time I was responsible for a service that should have been codified in my community. I left my community to receive a college education, and I would love to leave that part of my life behind me. But every time a bill like this is introduced, I am forced to relive it again. Throughout this hearing, I have heard from many of you that you have had a lack of communication with people like me who started transitioning when they were children. Well, here I am. I welcome any questions, even if you are concerned that they may be personal or rude. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next in opposition, please come forward.
Fine. I'll jump the gun. All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Chelsea Friels. I'm not here on behalf of any organization, if you can't tell by looking at me. I am a junior at Clayton High School. I try to stay politically engaged. But even with that, I was not actually thinking about testifying in this hearing. I walked in with an extra sheet here, but I didn't think that I was going to fill it out. That is until I heard Representative Baker talking and saying that he was worried that we would be rushing into, or that your committee would be rushing into decisions without regards for consequences. And that could be something that trans people do. But these bills that you're doing, that you're pushing on Missouri in general, it feels like that's what you are doing instead. Because these bills claim to protect children. I think that's in the title of two of them. The other one is saving adolescents from experimentation. But what are you protecting me against exactly? I transitioned recently, relatively speaking, and I'm the happiest I've ever been. I'm not depressed anymore. I'm not suicidal anymore. I've got a great group of friends, all since I've transitioned. I've become involved in my community. I am now on the business side of the robotics team, and I have thrived and prospered. I've been moved from my standard classes into advanced placement classes because they saw that I was able to take the work once I transitioned. So why do you not want me to do this? I would like some answers, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee?
Oh,
Representative
I was
Matisse.
thinking about you.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for participating in the process.
Oh,
you
thanks
seem
for
like a
being here.
very mature person.
I try.
And so, can you walk me through your early life? And we only have 3 minutes here. So, and we can't get too personal. But help me understand the thought process that you said, this is how I'm going to identify. And I don't know how you identify. You didn't, and what care did you seek out? Did you even know where to seek out care? Like, as a kid, how did you first approach this? That's what I'd like to know.
Okay. Well, they say all good stories start at the beginning. So I guess we can start there. I was born at the DePaul Hospital. Am I getting that right? I think I'm getting that right. I was born there. The doctors identified me as a male, and that's how I lived the first 12, 13 years of my life. I started to realize something was off when I started going into puberty. I started realizing that I did not want to live my life as a man. It's not that I could not, I didn't want to, but if you think about what the future was, for me as a man, there was no future. The future was 6 feet under. And when I realized that, and I was thinking about going there, I realized I didn't need to. And so that's why I came out. That's why I transitioned.
How old are you now?
How old am I now? Oh, geez, 17.
17, okay. All right.
Sorry.
I have more questions, but this could go on forever. So, but thank you for being here and testifying.
Of course.
I welcome more discussion. My door is always open for people to stop by and just be ready for bizarre questions because you never know what mood I'm in.
Well, I appreciate your time. Thanks for having me.
Okay, we are going to continue to move along because we do have 2 more bills to get to tonight still, and we are going to do those because there have been people who have been waiting here all day to testify, and I think it would be respectful of us to hear what they have to say since they've been waiting so long. So, with that being said, I am not going to tell committee members you can't ask questions, but please use great discretion in asking questions going forward. Next witness in opposition, please come forward and proceed whenever you're ready.
My name is Jamie Cayley. I'm a 24-year-old transgender man. I grew up in Guatemala and had no access to information about trans people. But even before I knew that trans people existed, I remember being around 12 and wishing that I had breast cancer or family history that would justify a double mastectomy. I moved to California when I was 14. I started going through the process to transition and start testosterone when I was 16. Finally got to start it at 17. Since starting testosterone, my mental health became stable for the first time ever. Being able to have top surgery at 20 made me feel comfortable in my own skin. And while I was told that testosterone would lead to infertility, I have since learned that's not the case. And I am off testosterone now so that I can carry my own baby. One of the bills mentioned people coercing kids to go through transition, but from my experience being a social worker in training who has spent several years working with trans kids as well as my own experience, I can tell you that more often than not, people coerce children not to, and that behavior plus bills like these in the UK have led to 7 kids I have worked with before dying by suicide just in last year, which, by the way, that bill was mentioned. It was overruled on first appeal last June, so that healthcare ban is not in effect. If I had the chance of making myself not trans, I wouldn't take it because being trans made me the person I am today. But I sure hope my child is not trans because this is not a world that would treat them kindly.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, next witness in opposition, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Melody Ortloff. It's O-R-T-L-O-F-F. It's very hard to get that one out. I am coming here in opposition. For myself, I am a cis woman. I have never had any indication that I want to be a man. When I was younger, I was a tomboy. I asked my mom if I could dress as Peter Pan for Halloween. But I did not ever want to be a boy. But I'm here to represent my partner. He is transgender, but he was not able to make it here tonight. In kindergarten, he told his mom that he wanted to grow up to be a boy. He asked her, when am I going to grow up to be a boy? In 5th grade, if you want to say age 10 or 11, he started developing very large breasts. which caused him a lot of grief. And then at age 14, he attempted suicide. Luckily, he did not succeed, but he was incredibly depressed. If you look at pictures of him back when he was in his teens, he's very sad. There's no smiles. Even when I met him in his early 20s, he was experiencing deep depression. Later on, he was able to get the care he needed, his hormone therapy. He has been able to have his double mastectomy, but the large breasts have left permanent scars, not just from the surgery. He would walk like this, like hunched over. His back is permanently hunched. He does not stand up straight. And that is because of the double J breasts that he developed that had to be removed later. If he had had access to hormone blockers that would have prevented those large things from growing on his chest, I believe that he would have been a much less depressed teenager. He would have been happier. He would have been more secure in his gender, which is a man. He is every bit a man. And sorry, I love him very much. And I just wish his childhood had been easier for him. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, next witness in opposition, please come forward.
Hello. My name is Luke. Luke James. I am 16 years old, and I am here to tell you about my personal experience as a transgender youth in Missouri. Growing up, I was very outcasted among my peers at school, and I was very depressed and secluded among even just my own friend group. I didn't feel I was belonged there. I've suffered with mental health issues since I was very young, and I've always felt just outcasted from everybody around me. I entered the foster care system at the age of 14, which at that time I was finally allowed to express myself freely as a transgender male and go by my preferred name. Ever since then, my mental health and stability has gone up. And here more recently, I have been given the opportunity to begin testosterone, which has only made it even better for me. When I was younger, I attempted to take my life 3 different times because I hated myself, and I hated looking in the mirror every morning and seeing a girl looking back at me. It's torture, it really is. And you people looking at people like me and saying, no, you can't have this health care. It's not okay for you. I'm trying to help you. Makes me feel like a ghost, like you don't see me, like you're looking at someone else. It makes me feel hated. It really does. And by being given the health care that I've been given, it feels like everything's just gotten better since then. It really does. And I've found myself a nice group of friends. I'm finally fitting in among my peers. I'm finally being me. I'm open for questions.
Questions from the committee? I think we may have missed your name up here, so if you could just restate that for us.
Luke James.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next witness in opposition.
I'll just add.
If you could speak into the microphone, thanks.
I'll just add. I know somebody said earlier something like that they didn't imagine that someone would like wish to have a trans kid. I am a trans adult, and when I decided to become a foster parent, I didn't like say I'm only taking trans kids, but I knew that I wanted to get into foster parenting as a resource for kids like Luke, and so when he came into my house, he came in as Luke. That's all I've ever known him to be. And he didn't have to fight or prove himself to me. He said, this is who I am, and I just believed him because that's who he said he was. And it's that simple, really. Somebody else earlier, I think it was one of the bill sponsors, said, I don't know was their answer to a question. And they said that I don't know is an answer. And my kid looked at me and was like, see, I don't know is an answer. Because I don't know if you've ever parented a teenager, but I don't know is a response I get a heck of a lot of the time. And I don't know is not the answer he ever says about who he is or what his name is or who his gender is. He may say, I don't know why I don't wake up when my alarm goes off in the morning. He may say, I don't know why I didn't walk the dog today or take out the trash. But he has never said, I don't know about who he is. And it's really just that simple. I'm open to questions if any are.
Any questions from the committee? I think I need to get you to state your name one more time, too.
Ashley Quinn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, next in opposition.
Yeah, my name is Clark Roman. I'm really proud to call Missouri my adopted home. I've been here my entire adult life. I had the misfortune of growing up in Indiana and came to Missouri, and it's been good for me. I work here, I live here, I even pay taxes here, and what you're doing is driving off adults like me, because for the fourth year in a row, I'm here testifying against a bill like this. I'm a trans adult. I was a trans kid once. I didn't know those words. Like, I didn't have access to health care. I didn't know trans men existed, and that didn't stop me from growing up to be a trans man. But what it did do is it forced me to be miserable. It forced me to have long hair and dresses. And I remember the euphoria I felt the first time I got a short haircut. I didn't know that was gender euphoria, but boy, howdy it was. So even after, it took me a minute to realize I was queer, and it took me even longer in the support of a really loving spouse and a really loving family to come out as trans. And that's what kept me from being in that 40% of people that of trans folks that attempt suicide. Since coming out, I haven't regretted it an instant. It's been hard. It's been nonsense like this and late nights, but I haven't regretted who I am. And I really want to urge you all to allow kids just to be kids. Like, allow them not to go through suffering like I was as a kid. Allow them just to live their lives in the body that they know they have and the body that they know they want to walk through the world with. And I'm open for questions, and specifically for the Representative Matheson, I think I'm definitely getting your name wrong. Anytime you want to contact me, yeah, same. Anytime, I'd love to chat.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next in opposition, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Jen Harper, and I had a story prepared to tell you about my daughter as she transitioned and how that saved her life. But if you aren't moved by the youth that have testified before you, my story is not going to do anything. So I'm going to talk about something just a little bit different. My transgender daughter is now 19. She goes to school out of state. We have good universities here in Missouri, but our hard-earned Missouri money is supporting another state's educational institution because my child does not feel safe in Missouri. As I was dropping my daughter off at this out-of-state school, I met a very nice woman at a gas station, and we bonded over my Love is Love sweatshirt in pretty rainbow colors. She asked about the reasons I wore the sweatshirt, and I told her a little about my beautiful transgender daughter, that I had to move out of state that day. She gave me a bit of her story. She was currently moving out of state because as a transgender woman, she could not find a job. Another Missourian flees our state. I have a good friend who until recently was a news producer at a major station in Kansas City. She had been trying to find someone to fill a position at her station and had been having no luck. She found someone through a hiring app that was perfect for the job, but the job was not perfect for her because she's a transgender woman. She replied to my friend she didn't think Missouri was a safe place for her to be. My friend asked me if there was anything I could provide that might help sway this person that Missouri is a safe place. I had to say no. If I was a transgender woman, I would not move to Missouri. We keep hearing all this talk about wanting to build our Missouri economy, get businesses to move to our state. But how can we do that when we make the state an intolerable place to live for a certain percentage of our population? Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Reuter.
Just an inquiry.
Proceed.
Can you just tell us where you live in Missouri?
I live in Columbia, Missouri.
Thank you.
So university right there, my daughter didn't want to go because she doesn't feel safe.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next in opposition.
Hi, my name is Jordan Braxton, and I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. And I am an intersex individual. I'm just going to let you look at me for a moment. This is what intersex looks like. Earlier today, Resident Sparks said that there was three definitions of what intersex is. There's only one. The definition of an intersex individual is a person that has both biological traits of male and female. We all know that gender is on a spectrum. It's not binary. There's more than men and women, and I am living proof that gender is not binary. I just say that with me. Gender is not binary. If you don't remember anything else that you hear today, remember that gender is not binary. And when you doubt that, I'll be in your dreams to remind you. So I got my intersex diagnosis when I was 52 years old. That was 10 years ago. But there was a backstory before then. A long time ago, when I was about 10 or 11, I went to my doctor, my pediatrician. I said, Doc, my body's not changing. Boys are growing penises, and my penis is not growing. What is happening? He said, let me examine you. He examined me. In fact, I had one testicle and went, oh, get dressed. I have to talk to your mother. My mom never told me what he talked about. So he told me that I was developing late puberty, that some kids don't have puberty until they're like 15 or 16 or 18. So about 16, I started going breast, and I said, Doc, what is happening? I'm still not developing like a boy. He said, that's okay. You'll be all right. So I went off to college. I went off to life. So on September 24th, 10 years ago, I went to the doctor. I was there because people said they were going to put me on a diet. And of course, before you go on a diet, what do you have to do? You have to do your blood work. So I got my blood work done. The doctor called me up and said, hey, there's something wrong with your blood. Come in, we got to draw some more blood. And I was going, oh my God, I got the cancer. So I started crying. I was like, she said, no, Queen, you're okay. I'm like, okay. So she's coming in, there was some mix up in your blood. So I gave some more blood, came back. She called me a couple of days later. She said, is there something you need to tell me? I'm like, no, you tell me, you're the doctor. She said, I need to come in. So I went in and she had the paper like this and she said, now I took your top sheet off there because I was still going by my name that I was signed at birth. And I passed this around to my colleagues. And they said, oh, that poor woman. I said, poor woman? She said, yes. We did a karyotype on you, and we all know what a karyotype does. A karyotype gives you your genetic breakdown. So my karyotype showed that a majority of my chromosomes are XXY. I'm sorry, I'll finish up real quick, are XXY. And my chromosomes, which are my secondary sexual characteristics, are female. Most men have testosterone levels between 800 and 1200. My testosterone level was 0.01. I had that much testosterone. Somewhere in my life, my body stopped producing testosterone. The doctor asked me when. I told her, I don't know. You tell me. So you see, the moral of the story is, A, never judge a book by its cover. B, to your question, sir, when do you know? I've always known. I always knew I was intersex, and I'm an intersex person that has happened to be transitioning. February 7th, I will have my gender-affirming surgery. It's been a long 3-year battle to get here, and I'm proud and happy. So they gave me, my estrogen levels were so low that it threw me into menopause. And I said to my doctor, I can't be menopause, I don't have a vagina. That day I learned that a vagina does not define a woman. I just want y'all to remember that too. So I just want to say, and I'll go fast, is that please don't erase me. I'm a human being. The bill that you want to pass is harmful to Missourians. It is harmful to me. So I'm here to let you put a face on what intersex looks like, but there has been some misinformation given to you this evening. I am more than happy to sit down and talk to you all. You can hit me up on Facebook at Jordan Elizabeth Braxton, or you can also hit me up at jordanebraxton@gmail.com. Thank you very much for your time. I know it's late, and I'll be here later to talk about the drag queen bills because I'm a transgender woman who does drag.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank
Next
you.
in opposition, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Danielle Meert. I use she, her pronouns. I'm from Ellisville, Missouri. That's in St. Louis. And for the last year, my husband and I volunteered as the St. Louis chapter leaders for Transparent USA, which is a support group for parents of transgender children. And over the last 4 years, we've met countless families of transgender kiddos since attending our first support group meeting. Many of them are here with us tonight. Unfortunately, many have already moved and they've left the state. We've had biotech executive, an attorney, 3 mental health professionals who works in school, all working in school districts. Like, we have a shortage of mental health professionals, and these are not gender-affirming mental health professionals. These are like in Parkway School District or Rockwood School District, like helping all of our children. They're leaving because they know these bills are harmful. We have a social worker that's leaving. We have several faith leaders that have left. And to be honest, I'm pretty jealous. It sounds pretty great to go to a safe state with my kiddo. But I don't have that luxury. I'm a farmer, or want to be a farmer, and unfortunately, my job requires me to grow things in the ground. And believe me, if I could take all of my soil and all my compost and all my carrots to another state, I would do it in a heartbeat. But I have, my entire family is here. Everyone who loves our kiddo lives in this state. He didn't come here tonight. Some of our friends, you met Chelsea just a few minutes ago. Chelsea's here tonight, but our kiddo stayed home with grandparents. They were here in the 2020 hearing, general laws that went super late. My parents were here. My uncle was here. My parents' neighbor was here back in 2020. My mom and her neighbor, Barb, canvassed their neighborhood in Chesterfield, Missouri, and went and knocked on doors. And my dad brought in a stack of, I think, of dozens of witness forms in opposition to these healthcare bans 4 legislative sessions ago, because they support my kiddo, and everybody does. And he's doing great. He's thriving. He's getting straight A's in school. He didn't want to come tonight because he's getting straight A's in school, and he doesn't want to fall behind. It's a brand new semester. And he's lucky. He's one of the kids that's thriving. He's going to do great. And we're staying here because he's old enough. He's going to be 18, hopefully before these bills pass. So we're gonna like skate by the skin of our teeth, and we're going to stay here. But a lot of families aren't that lucky, and they're leaving. But the most important thing is he's happy. And the thing that's driving me crazy is you all are trying to stop that. Because there was a long period of time for years where my kiddo was not happy. I dreaded parent-teacher conferences. Every time the teachers would ask me, like, how do we reach this kid? Like, what can we do? Like, something's happening. He literally had to repeat kindergarten because even in preschool and kindergarten, everybody knew something was up. And not anyone. All these teachers that had gone on to school, had PhDs even. No one ever assumed he was transgender, including me. And he had to tell me 3 times over more than a decade. He'd tell me 3 different times that he was transgender before I actually knew that's what he was saying. So it's not an overnight process. He didn't come out. The first time he tried to tell me was when he was 21 months old. He said, "Mom, I don't feel like a girl." And my only reaction was, oh my God, that's his first sentence. Like, I was like, I don't feel like a girl. That's 6 words. And I was checking it off in my parenting book, like first sentence, like milestone, ding. And I just totally missed that he was transgender. And I let him wear whatever clothes he wanted to wear. He got hand-me-downs because I'm into recycling and secondhand. So we'd get bags of clothes from my friends. He always picked the boys' clothes. I could see him getting sadder and sadder. You could watch his test scores declining through elementary school. And it wasn't until he came out as transgender in 6th grade, and we met the transparent organization that we're now the chapter leaders of. We got to the gender clinic, but right away, we went to school, and they changed his name in the system, and they said he could use, I think he was using the staff bathroom at the time, because we didn't know what we were doing.
I am going to have to interrupt you. Time expired a little while back, but I will open it up for questions.
Okay.
Representative Quaid.
Thank you. Did you have a little bit more to say?
I did. I just want to say that we watched his test scores decline year after year. And the very first time he took a standardized test after coming out as transgender, his test, you could just see this downward decline. His test scores improved by 44 percentile points just with that weight being taken off of his shoulders. We didn't coerce him. We are just affirming him, and he's thriving. And I just want to see my kiddo that's happy and healthy and thriving continue to do so, along with every other child in the state.
I will say I cannot believe he's already almost 18. It's, again, I hate that I feel like I'm watching your kids grow up. But thank you for being here, for all the kiddos that are going to be, that are not 18 yet. And we just really appreciate you guys continuously showing up. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, next in opposition.
My name is James Throw. I'm Miles' stepfather. I'm lucky enough to have him. I won the stepchild lottery. I have to say that. A couple of things I just want to point out from some things that have been said. I work at a large multinational firm. We have offices in the UK. The UK has explicitly allowed minors to have transgender affirming health care. There was a Bell versus Tavistock decision which said that they could not. The appeals court overturned that. The reason they overturned it was because they said that there are many times when parents can give consent for medical care. It happens all the time. Transgender health care is no different. My kid has a hormone problem. If he doesn't have his hormones correct, then he gets depressed, and it's not a good scene. Miles is persistent, consistent, and insistent on who he is. He has not changed since I've known him, saying that he is a boy. He's consistent about that. He insists it, and he has never failed in saying, I'm a boy. He has never wavered and said, oh, I might be a girl. We have no question. Everyone who has ever met Miles has no question that he is happier now than he has ever been in his life, and it's because he's gotten transgender health care. I think that's pretty much all I wanted to say.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Next in opposition, please come forward.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson and members of the committee. It's been a long day, and I'm grateful for everyone who is still here. It feels like it's worth it to me. My name is Arthur Smith. I use he, him pronouns. I live in Independence, Missouri. My daughter, who I am so proud of, is 25 years old now. I can't tell you exactly when she began her gender transition, nor is it really probably anyone's business here anyway. It was a long journey with a lot of fear because the world is full of hate and all sorts of messages to kids like mine that they don't belong. I am an executive minister with a church called Community of Christ. We're an international church on whose denominational leadership team I have served for 10 years. For those who know the jargon, in my denomination, I'm called an apostle on our Council of 12, and I support a lot of churches in the Caribbean and Mexico and Canada. My kid was terrified that who they are might hurt my ministry and my job, because unfortunately churches are some of the worst at underestimating how vast God's love, compassion, and understanding really is. She was afraid of what everyone would say, including people at school. This legislative diatribe of bill after bill is spewed out again this year as if trying to confirm my kid's worst fears from back then, that the world didn't want her. How dare we do this? We had so much to learn, but we listened. We listened to the professionals, and mostly we listened to our kid. And we did learn. But when I read the texts of these bills again this year, I get the idea that the sponsors have been more interested in listening to anecdotes, minority opinions, if not lies and nonsense. I am so grateful for the professional, medical, psychological, and psychiatric support that our child has received. This bill would have the state of Missouri reject the very expertise that helped my child become a well-adjusted, happy person. Instead, says this legislation, our state should be guided by bigotry, ignorance, misinformation, and conspiracy theories. I come here today to ask us to please stop this right now. Stop it right now. Leave my child and others like her alone. Stop picking on the most vulnerable, most marginalized kids in our community. Our state is becoming a bully. Please stop it. Listen to the medical professionals and listen to the kids and to actual trans people. There is so much to learn. And yes, I have waited to almost the very end because there was no way I was going to speak and risk keeping an actual trans person from speaking and giving the people on this committee the chance to ask them questions. Thank you. Please vote against this bill and end this incessant anti-trans harassment of our children.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, next in opposition, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Michael Walk. I come here from St. Louis County to speak in opposition to these bills. My two children are 19 and 16 years old. While our older boy seemed to weather all the changes of childhood pretty well, our younger kid showed a lot of turmoil and struggle. Things got really tough around middle school. There was a hopelessness, a sense of being blocked off from the outside world, whether around schoolmates or family. At 14, we were alerted by our pediatrician that our child was extremely depressed. There was cutting, suicidal ideation, and the real threat of imminent self-harm. We got psychological and psychiatric help immediately, as any caring parent would do. Moods were up and down, and the drugs seemed to help for short periods, but to be ineffective in the longer term. We were on alert all the time, hoping to find a way to help this beautiful kid we love so much. Just a few months later, our child came out to us, her parents, as transgender. The person we knew as a son had known she was a girl since kindergarten, but had been afraid to let anyone know. She had lived as a boy in fear of not being accepted, all the while hating that she could not show herself as she knew herself to be. Through local health professionals, we have gotten our daughter the help she needs to live the life she needs to live. That has involved not only psychotherapy, but also hormones, which help her brain and body feel more harmonious with one another. If she had ever wavered in her belief that this is the right course for her, I would have my doubts, but she never has. Her continuing journey with gender-affirming care has brought with it an increase in self-esteem, a complete reversal of thoughts of self-harm, and decreased dosages of antidepressant drugs. By summer, we anticipate that she may be off antidepressants entirely. My daughter Samantha is a brilliant kid. She is succeeding wildly in her very difficult junior year classes. She remains in Scouts, where she is working on her Eagle project. She has helped found 2 clubs at her high school and is involved in others. Her grades are great, and watching her blossom since she revealed her secret to us has been wonderful. Treatment for gender dysphoria, my child's condition, has been studied for decades. Hormone and surgical therapies have been approved by panels of qualified doctors who have studied their results and found them effective. That's important, of course. But what's most important to me is that I can see in my child the positive effects of the medical treatment she's been given to help her live in harmony with herself. This bill would remove important treatment options, not just for my Samantha, but for countless other transgender kids who need them. I know my kid better than any legislator does, and Sam's doctor knows better how to treat her than anyone present here. Please do not remove their life-affirming care. Please vote no on these bills. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Next, in opposition, please come forward.
Thank you all so much for your continued patience and attention this evening. My name is Mandy Hagseth. I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy with Missouri Family Health Council. Missouri Family Health Council administers the Title X Federal Family Planning Program, and we also administer the Right Time, which is a state-based contraceptive equity initiative. I want to point out that these bills don't just limit or penalize providing this care itself, they also prohibit referrals for care. That impacts a much broader class of providers, including family planning providers, and it also has an adverse set of consequences for the health safety net. Providers in our network do provide referrals for this care, notably from youth accompanied by their parents and those located often in areas with limited access to care, rural Missouri. And family planning providers play a critical role as a source of safety, of trust, and of information, comprehensive, accurate information for their clients, including where to get care that they don't provide. Bills like this undermine that care, they penalize it, and they also do have collateral consequences. Thank you so much.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Next, in opposition.
Good evening again. Thank you. Thank you all for being here this late evening. My name is Dean Anderson. I'm from Columbia, Missouri. I'm 63 years old. So I came to kind of give a little bit of historical perspective, I think. I'm a gay man, and as a kid growing up in rural Iowa, I was literally afraid for my life growing up that if the wrong people found out that I might be killed. Trans people still have that fear today. I came out in 1986 after a friend of mine named Kevin Biddle hung himself in Wolpers Hall 2 weeks after his parents found out that he was gay. Did he kill himself because he was gay? No. He killed himself because of social oppression and judgment towards him because of his sexual identity. The same thing is happening to trans people now. We have an opportunity to stand up for those people, or we have the opportunity to throw them under the bus. No one chooses to be gay. No one chooses to be trans. I ask you all, how old were you when you realized who you were sexually attracted to? Were you 20? Were you 15? Were you 14? I don't know. You know in your mind. How old were you when you identified as male or female? I'm guessing it was before you were 18 years old. That's the same thing with trans people. They're trying to tell you, this is who I am, but you're not listening. Instead, you're trying to pass laws disregarding them and their opinions about who they are and their God-given right to make decisions over their own personal body. For an organization that says we believe that government should be smaller It's time to say government should be smaller and take government out of these very personal decisions about people's health and well-being from the people that know best. That's the people that are the most affected by it, the trans people. So I am in opposition to this bill, and I hope you will ask yourselves those questions. How old were you when you realized who you're attracted to? How old were you when you identified as the sex that you currently identify with? And we also know that there's lots of reasons why people cannot fit comfortably into the boxes of male and female, because sex is not binary. There's a whole spectrum, and there's 24 different genetic components and hormonal components that put people somewhere in the middle, and we try to force them into those boxes, and it's time that we stop. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, next in opposition, please come forward.
Good evening again. It's not good morning yet, but we'll get there. As others stated, I am also still the person I was before. My name is Debbie Jackson, and my family is from and in Kansas City, Missouri. One of the grand things about going so late is that I don't have to repeat so many of the paragraphs here with all the lists of medical organizations that support care for trans youth, or even point to some of the landmark studies published by pediatrics that found that trans adolescents and teens who have access to puberty blockers have a better chance of not seeing the mental health struggles that they would otherwise. The great Brandon, our attorney here, was able to talk about the state of Arkansas and the ruling there on their healthcare ban, and how there were no studies presented that showed that there were detrimental effects to this. Parents come into this not understanding trans issues for the most part. Most parents of trans kids are cisgender parents. This is not our world. We spend a lot of time studying things as well, and since everyone has been really focused on studies tonight, I'm guessing that no one on this panel or even the authors of the bill know about one that came out 5 days ago. So 5 days ago in the New England Journal of Medicine, a study was published about the psychosocial functioning in transgender youth after 2 years of hormones. So if 1 year wasn't long enough results, this study is about 2 years. And it did say that it improved the apparent congruence and psychosocial functioning. So we are getting there with our studies. The problem is bills like this want to take away the health care that would provide us with long-term studies. So it doesn't make sense to decide that you might want to ban the very care that would give you the results that you're looking for. Now, I know you wanted some personal stories. Again, my child did not come today. I try not to speak for my child, but in testimony, I do have a couple of quotes from my child that I'll go ahead and use here to tell the story that was from their perspective, since they did not want to come sit in this building again this year. I just want to also point out, it wasn't part of my testimony, but when we talk about kids could know and how this impacts them and when we need to take it seriously, our child socially transitioned at the age of 4. As one of the previous people testified, the words matter. And our child said to us, "You think that I am a boy, I am a girl on the inside." That was their quote. And at 4, you think, do I take this seriously or not? We started talking to one another. We called our pediatrician. Our pediatrician said, hey, let me get you in with the child psychologist. The child psychologist says, I don't know anything about this. Let's get you in with the gender specialist. The gender specialist even said, I know adults say they knew it this young, but I don't have experience with that. Why don't you go see a pediatric endocrinologist? I have quotes if anyone wants to give me a moment.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Crossley.
To inquire, please.
Proceed.
I'd love to know more about what your kid had to say.
Thank you. So we saw these doctors and they told us that we don't know, this was 11 years ago, but we think you should probably just trust your kid and see what's going to happen at the age of 4. Change of clothes, change of name, change of pronouns. Let's see how they do. Because also at that time, our child was obsessed with death. If I jump out of the car, how fast does it have to be going for me to die or just break a leg? If I was on the roof of the house today, Mom, and I fell off, would I die or would I need to be on a higher building? And then when we were driving down the road one day, after they had said, I'm a girl, and we hadn't proceeded with any kind of transition, they unbuckled their seatbelt and started pulling on the door handle. That's how we know this is real and we have to listen to our kids. There was a question earlier about providing puberty-blocking medications and if that would meet the definition of child abuse. I think I'm doing everything I can to keep my child alive, which means I'm not a child abuser. The night before our child had the procedure to get the puberty-blocking implant in their arm, they'd never really had a big medical procedure at this point. They were 11 years old, and just the idea of an implant scared them. And I found them in their room crying, and they said, "I'm scared to death to get an implant, but I will want to die without it." Again, getting that puberty blocker was keeping my child alive, and that is not child abuse. When we talk about these bills, my child says they want to take away the one thing that makes me feel confident about my life and that I can actually have a future. If I can't keep my blocker and hormones, I don't know if I'll make it to 18. So when you say, let's give kids until 18 to make a decision, mine might not get there if these bills move forward and pass. That's not hyperbole. I've already had a child who wanted to die at the age of 4. This is serious. And that's why naming these bills, things like Save Adolescents from Experimentation or Children Deserve Help, Not Harm, is so deeply, personally insulting to me. Nothing about this healthcare is experimental, and nothing about these bills will save a child like mine, but these bills and even the hearings for them, hearing people talk about Satan and God doesn't make mistakes, and questioning if people can know who they are certainly do cause harm. Please do not pass these bills.
Thank you so much for coming out. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Next in opposition.
Yes, my name is Tom Jackson Still. Hopefully that doesn't change. There's nothing I can say that hasn't already been said tonight, so I think I'll just leave you with a couple small things. You don't know our children. You weren't there at 4 when they told us their affirmed gender. You weren't there when we've lost family and we had to sit through many nights of tears. You haven't been there for a decade of doctor's appointments, working with medical professionals, psychologists, the leading experts in this country's healthcare system, telling us that this is the best way to treat our child. You haven't been there. Yet you sit on the other side of these desks trying to make decisions for things that you know nothing about. No one in this room is a licensed clinician. Yet those people that we have entrusted with the care of our children are telling us that this is the best thing that we can do, and yet you still want to ignore that care. I know there's been a lot of things said this evening on both sides of this conversation, and I can only tell you that parenting my transgender child has been the greatest honor of my lifetime. If this bill passes, we will leave the state. I grew up in the state. I've lived here for 47 years. I went to high school in Blue Springs. I did my bachelor's, my master's, and my doctorate in this state. And my family has owned land here for 80 years. And now you're asking me to leave my home to protect my child. And I cannot tell you how much that saddens me. But that is exactly what I'll do if you pass these bills. So please, do not do this to our families. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Next in opposition, please come forward.
My name's Terry Nichols. My pronouns are she.
So sorry to interrupt you. Could you speak into the microphone?
My name's Terry Nichols. My pronouns are she, her, they, them. I'm 72. I just retired a couple months ago. I was a senior immigration officer and congressional liaison. I'm the parent of 3 and the grandparent of 6. Thanks for agreeing to hear my testimony today. I was born and raised in Missouri, and I ultimately object to the fact that you're trying to pass laws that will legislate taking away the basic rights of parents to decide direction and support for their trans children. I'd much rather you fix my roads or take care of the homeless or balance the budget. The government has no business dictating to parents how to parent to trans children. Here's two scenarios. You have a happy, whole, healthy child who's making decisions with his parents on his care, on his future, based on sound medical advice and research. He's excelling in sports and school. His school and his community, neighbors enthusiastically support him. He's thriving. He's happy. The second scenario, the government will pass legislation and dictate how, when, and where you will care for your trans child. That child is confused, lonely, and unhappy, and most likely suicidal. The government has no business dictating to parents how to parent their trans children. This is my story. On good days, I often think my family is some kind of wonderful representation of what an idyllic world would be. We have so much diversity within my family. From a distance or up close, we seem to love each other and participate and support each other's lives in a myriad of functional and also dysfunctional ways and days. My family consists of African American, gay, trans, adopted, Asian American. We have divorced. We have someone in federal prison and have brought his 2 young children into our family. We have mental health issues. We have serious health issues, all within my family. All of those things that I listed, that I just mentioned, have specific needs, which we, my family, my legislative body, do our very best to attend to. And we live a woke life. I've heard a lot about wokeness today and tonight. We're involved in art and politics and current events and healthcare and technology. I guess we'd be considered woke if you want to define us that way. We're nice. We do always try to do the right thing. We're good parents, grandparents, and good friends and good neighbors. We volunteer our time and our talents to good causes when we can. We vote. We give a loved one a loved one or a hug and a leg up to a stranger or people that need it. I don't like the moniker woke, but if this is the definition, I'll go with it. What is the above description indicates that the government. What about that description indicates?
All right,
that
I'm
you
sorry.
need-
I'm going to have to interrupt you at this point. I think we have a number of people who still would like to
I just
testify.
have a few more minutes.
Well, you've used your 3 minutes. So at this point, I'm going to call on one representative to give you some additional time.
Okay,
but,
be quick. My grandson is 13. He
Well,
lives in Chicago.
excuse me. I need to call on that representative.
Right.
Representative Weber, you are recognized.
Thank you so much. Lady, please proceed.
Thank you. My grandson is 13. He lives in Chicago where he thrives. He's trans. I won't go into the years of medical counsel and therapy and worry and concern and prayers that would lead to each careful decision and step his parents and he have made. I won't go into the fact that he has at least 20 relatives that include grandparents, cousins, parents that are 100% on his team, just as he is on theirs. I know that this is a big, huge, loving family, does not need government stepping in and threatening their peaceful, loving environment. My testimony hopes to illustrate that a 13-year-old trans boy growing up in a loving, embracing community in Chicago will have wonderful, happy, healthy results. This child will excel. The same boy growing up in Missouri, after these laws are passed, are completely taken away by their rights are completely taken away, and where everything that they're asking and hoping for is taken away would be catastrophic. I have more, but that's it.
Okay.
I have one very, very quick.
I'm sorry. I have to keep.
Okay.
I've got to keep moving at this point.
Pardon me?
Yeah. If you have written testimony, you are absolutely welcome to leave that and provide that to the committee members. Okay. Can I just get a quick show of hands? How many folks do I still have that want to testify on this bill? I see 2 hands. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and do that. 3 minutes. I'm not going to open it up for questions, though, because I do want to move along, but I do want you to have the opportunity to testify and for the folks to testify on the next bill. Go ahead.
Kyle Friels, St. Louis, Missouri. Bruce Jenner, Caitlyn Jenner. I laugh. I snickered. Then my kid came out as trans. Somebody over here asked, when is the appropriate age to do this, to do the medical? When your kid tells you he or she is trans. that's the day that's age appropriate. Any other day doesn't make sense.
Your mic may not be on. We're having a tough time hearing you.
It's green.
Okay, just hold it a little closer maybe.
The day that your kid tells you that he or she is trans is the day you seek medical attention. You don't wait till 18. You don't hem and haw. You don't say, what the hell's that kid talking about? You go out and seek help, and you get the advice from medical professionals. Anything else is child abuse. What you guys might want to do, maybe more on this side of the room, is child abuse. You guys, not so much. I appreciate you guys. You guys I worry about. You guys are the reason most of us probably will move out of Missouri. Thanks. I lived here all my life. Thanks. Up, just making all of us move. Because you guys are, I won't say it. I'm done. Any questions?
Thank you for your testimony.
All had the power to piss people off. I can tell you that right now.
Last witness in opposition, please come forward.
Patrick Mann, Lee Summit, we run it. Some of you guys met my son last year, about 3 weeks after I did. We can talk about how he's doing. I don't have time for that now, apparently. I'm surprised about Republican priorities, though. I get it. You got shot clocked last season. You didn't get these bills passed. But to make this your priority this early in the season, that's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how that plays out. You schedule these hearings 25 hours in advance, hoping to limit testimony opposing this bill. Congratulations, you played yourself. The bill sponsors couldn't even find a real expert to testify. It doesn't really matter, though. This legislation proposed by your caucus is nothing but disingenuous politicking. Now, what makes a man? Your sweet stash? Your dope beard? Your twig and berries? My dad bod? Nope. According to these bills, gender is the psychological, behavioral, social, and cultural aspects of being a male or female. So, no physical attributes of one's body. This means a 16-year-old can begin to live their life displaying those attributes previously mentioned and be completely transitioned. Representative Myers asked if a person could transition without medical intervention. According to this bill, the answer is yes. So what do they need hormones for? What do they need surgery for? It's definitely not to complete their gender transition. They're already done with that. So now you've banned them from receiving any number of elective surgical procedures by law, and you've done it based on their biological sex. Isn't that against the law? Now, what if I'm a 16-year-old and my parents marry me off to a nice Missouri man or woman, as they're allowed to do? I think that by Missouri law, I'm an emancipated adult at that point. And as an emancipated adult, I should be able to decide whether I want to be a man without a penis. Why can you dictate to me that I must have a penis? Why can't I get breast enlargement surgery? What if this has nothing to do with my gender identity? What if I just wanted to join the circus and bill myself as a man without a penis? Why would you deny me that right? Why isn't that illegal? I'm sorry. All this sounds a little bit absurd, doesn't it? But so does the Republican fetish with trans kids. And all kids, really. One of you said something about parents allowing their kids to have sex with somebody, or I don't remember what it was. It's really freaking weird, though. You know, you don't have any other ideas except to point at people who aren't like you and punish them for it. That's your legislative priority. That's because you're politicking to your bigoted voters. And I'm sure it's a priority for them. I was in your district, Neosho. Are you from Neosho, right? Yeah, I was in Neosho this summer wearing this shirt. I was called an English cigarette, you know that word they call them, and then they told me that they hope I'd die of monkeypox. So I'm sure it is a priority for them. You know, these kids just want to be, they want to live, they want to be happy. Restricting trans kids' access to life-saving care is an assault on their inalienable right to the pursuit of happiness. My son came to this hearing room last April, right before his 18th birthday, to testify against similar language because he knows this type of legislation, what this does to trans kids.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. We will now move to any witnesses to testify for informational purposes only. Seeing none, that will conclude the hearing on House Bills 419, 463, and 540. We will stand at ease for 5 minutes for the last two bills.
Arthur.
I know, yes.
Well, sit him
You sit in the front row.
Make sure you sign it, grade it, or put in the box. Thank you. Having a good day.
You ready?
Thank you. I'm ready. Thank you, we will.
Trust me, it's not all it's cracked up to be. Hey, I'm so excited. Aren't we all? Well, I get uncomfortable very quick. We're all like, party might not happen when you want it to. Party won't happen when I get home. I take off my lashes and I'll take a shower. Thank you. What's your name? What's your area? Come on. I gotta get a selfie with you. I was actually going to tell you, you remind me of one of my aunts. Like, they keep looking at you and I'm just like, you remind me of one of my aunts. So, it's like so weird. Yeah, of course. Don't bother me. I'm just going to get upset. You ready for the party to start? Good. That honestly, somebody got a cup of coffee and I was like, okay, I'm jealous. You have coffee and I'm like, that's what I need. Coffee. Absolutely, they will. Oh. You said bring it to me. Bring it to me, girls.
Yep. Saving the best for last, you know? I want to thank you for doing that.
It saves the party.
Save the party people.
Some folks that stay up till 5, 6 o'clock.
That's right. Isn't that funny?
You know they stay up all night. They stay up all night and party all night.
Yeah, we got just a little while longer. That's a better action.
Just can't wait to get up at 6 in the morning to work across the street. Sure, we got music. We're like, and I'm back.
I have to go feed my cat. This is downfire, you know.
And do you have...
I still 30-minute drive. Okay.
Oh, thank you, darling. No, it's fine.
You do. Fantasy characters. And they use those to teach us moral lessons and try to create a way they want us to be based on the stories they tell us. And we take that it's all of a sudden illegal.
Hi, Representative Baker. Nice to meet you. Have you ever met a drag queen before?
Not per se.
What's your area?
Neosho, Missouri.
Okay, everybody, we're going to go ahead and get back to it here. So if everyone could come in and take their seats. Same rules apply for this as the others. I would remind everybody that you do have the opportunity to submit testimony online should you wish to avail yourself of that option. We're now going to move into the public hearing on House Bill 494 and 498, presented by Representatives Baker and Boyd. Representative Baker, proceed whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee, for your patience tonight. This is House Bill 494. I'm going to move through this really quickly. The genesis of this bill is to respond to concerns of people in my district and other areas of the state who care about protecting the innocence of our children. In the past few years, there's been an exponential rise in the frequency of events, even in our state, known as drag queen performances or drag brunches or drag queen story hour in their various forms, where in certain cases, children have not only been able to have access, but also have been marketed to and invited to attend when it is posted as an all-ages event or a family-friendly event. So protecting the innocence of our children is something that we've always had a consensus on in our society, and we still have many laws on the books, as have been reiterated throughout this hearing tonight when it comes to children and laws that reflect that. It's not a partisan issue. It's not an issue that targets any specific community or lifestyle behavior. It's just about the freedom to be a child and have healthy development into adolescence. Performances that feature men dressing in a way to highlight an extreme exaggeration of female gender signifiers as well as adult-themed content is sexual in nature. To allow children to attend and even participate, I believe, is harmful. And the consequences of that exposure can significantly alter healthy development for a child. From the many conversations I've had with people around our state, the clear directive is that children don't belong at adult content themed drag queen performances any more than they do at strip clubs or adult theaters, in which we already have laws to address that. And I tend to agree with those people. So what does the bill accomplish with the language? It expands our current adult cabaret statute, Chapter 573, to include a definition of adult cabaret performance. So a performance in a location other than, and I'm reading directly from the bill, other than an adult cabaret that features topless dancers, go-go dancers, exotic dancers, strippers, male or female impersonators who provide entertainment that appeals to a prurient interest, or similar entertainers, regardless of whether performed for consideration. And then in the latter part of the bill, which would be 573-520, it creates an offense of engaging in an adult cabaret performance if on public property or in a location where the adult cabaret performance could be viewed by a minor. And then also a penalty, which is a Class A misdemeanor for a first offense, and a Class E felony for any second or subsequent offense. It also preempts any local ordinance unless a stricter ordinance, I believe, from enacting any ordinances or regulations that would conflict. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would defer to my colleague on her bill.
Representative Boyd, proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and again, thank you all. I am Maisie Boyd. I am the state representative for District 2, the Great Northwest. I would like to note that I'm currently the only Gen Z in this body that has filed this legislation. I understand the culture, and I sympathize with what kids are currently facing. Technology and hypersexualization is severely damaging our youth. Until a few days ago, and throughout the course of history, it's been normally agreed upon that we protect children. The sections being amended in my bill were designated to protect children from sexual exploitation and exposure. All I'm asking is that we ensure that this law is properly upheld by including drag shows in the classification of sexually oriented businesses. Prior to the madness of the last few years, it was assumed that we don't take children to drag shows in the same way we don't take children to strip clubs. This is about what's doing best for our children. This is about applying the law equally, and I urge you to vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representatives. Questions from the committee? Representative Engel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To inquire.
Proceed.
Good morning. Okay.
Good morning.
So I'm going to start with Representative Baker's bill because they are different. So I want to start with asking you what constitutes prurient interest.
Okay, so that is the definition of that is used, that has court precedents as well, and is used in other places in our statute currently, in current law, is a lustful interest in sexual stimulation or gratification, or material having a tendency to excite lustful thoughts.
Okay. So my question is, and I say this, I mean, it is after midnight, but also as someone who's taught sexual education in high schools, that can encompass a lot of things, sir. And so, like, that definition is kind of in the eye of the beholder.
It is, but it's actually, if you look in statute, it lines out several other things that go along with that when
Such
it comes
as?
to...
Because it's not delineated in your bill.
Well, if you...
Is prurient defined anywhere? Did I miss it?
It's not defined in the bill, but it's defined in statute, not in this bill. So, trying to see if it's in here, actually. It's in our child pornography or obscene. Okay, so if you look on page 3 of the bill, when it talks about nudity and it talks about obscene or any material, there's some definitions there. I'm trying to see where that's at. But it basically talks about, I'll try to just summarize what the rest of that definition talks about, but it talks about, like, if it has any value, like as in art or other things like that, that's kind of what it adds to that definition in statute. I'll look for that if I can find it.
So if the nudity isn't part of art or it is part of art? Because we make nudity exceptions for fine art.
Yes, but it's an or. Or not an or, but and. There's like 3 different things. I'm trying to find it, so I'm sorry about that. I don't have it written down right here. It's in here somewhere. It's just a matter of finding it.
Because I think we can probably agree that folks tend to define obscenity as well as lewdness in a variety of different ways, especially in this town.
I would agree to that. Okay, so one of the definitions here is in Chapter 573-100, and it talks about applying contemporary community standards as its predominant appeal is to prurient interest in sex. That's part of that as well.
So those community standards are going to look different, I'm guessing, in Neosho as opposed to, I mean, even Lee Summit, but Kansas City, right?
Yeah, I would.
So whose community standards are we applying to determine whether or not it meets prurient interest?
So I think it's talking about taking it as a whole. So you would have to look at those court cases and how that they made those determinations about community standards. But I think it's taking the event as a whole. Mm-hmm. Does it have a clear prurient interest that is driven toward sexual thoughts and sexual desires or whatever it might be? And that's how they would make that determination.
So I understand from talking to you previously, offline, and you and I have a great working relationship.
Agreed.
This
Maybe
has been
not
a
this
concern.
late at night.
This has been this has been a concern for you longer than over the last week.
It has. So
Okay.
2 years ago, I filed a bill that tried to deal with this in a different way because it was just regarding the drag queen story hours in libraries, public libraries with public funds.
And so you disagreed with those. Were you saying that there was a prurient interest happening in those drag
So
queen story hours?
that bill also had prurient interest language in
Right.
it, yes.
Okay. So were you saying that that was happening, that there was lewdness, obscenity happening?
There has been, yes.
Okay. And did you attend those?
No, I didn't attend.
Okay. So the event that happened that kind of spurred this wild rush to have all of these bills was an event that happened in Columbia last week. Is that right?
Not my bill. My bill was filed before that.
Sure. The mad rush to have these hearings.
That's not my decision.
Okay. The public outrage. Was there any prurient interest that you know of?
Are you talking about specifically the Columbia incident?
Uh-huh.
I watched a partial video of that. I didn't see what my
So it
bill
didn't
would
meet
cover.
the standard. So it would not fall within the guidelines.
That's
of your bill.
correct.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yep.
Okay, Representative Boyd, let's talk about your bill.
Can't wait.
So, and I know that some of my colleagues are going to go further into this, but your language makes zero distinction between drag related to theater, church productions. Several of us are music theater kids in this group. So, I mean, the immediate thought that came to me was Peter Pan, which Peter Pan the musical, the lead has always been played by a woman. And so that would violate your bill. Would it not?
You know, growing up, the Peter Pan movie that I always watched, the man was Peter Pan. So I guess I haven't been to a play.
You haven't seen the musical? No. Okay. South Pacific, Tootsie, Bosom Buddies, Mrs. Doubtfire, MASH.
Yes, I know MASH.
You know, the former mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani, big fan of doing drag. So all of this would be in violation of your bill.
You know, my bill is just preventing minors from attending. That's
musicals? Rodgers and Hammerstein?
Well, in the sexually oriented business, I'll read, this is on page 2, and this is pretty much throughout the entire bill. Sexually oriented business. An adult cabaret or any business which offers its patrons good of which a substantial or significant portion are sexually oriented material, or at any nightclub, bar, restaurant, or similar commercial enterprise that provides an audience of 2 or more individuals a drag performance. It shall be presumed that a business that derives 30% or less of its revenue from sexually oriented materials is presumed not to be sexually oriented business. No building, premise, structure, or other facility that contains any sexually oriented business shall contain any other kind of sexually oriented business.
Okay. So do you think that drag is innately sexual in nature?
I do.
Why?
I believe that young children shouldn't see that. You know, I think at this point, you know, like I said in my speech earlier, the hypersexualization of children is rampant. And like my bill exclaims, I believe that it should be included under sexually oriented business. I believe we should be protecting children and not talking about sexuality to them, and hopefully, you know, kind of working towards that.
So do you know how we categorize the differences between gender and sexuality?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry?
So go ahead. How do you
Sure.
categorize it?
So sexuality is what is in between your legs, and gender is what is in your head. It's between your ears. So gender is your expression of how you identify, whereas sexuality is who you are sexually attracted to.
I only believe in biological sex, male or female.
Okay. So do you think it is detrimental for a daughter to paint her father's fingernails or to put makeup on him?
My
things like
father
that?
never let me do that.
Okay. Well, I think the gentleman sitting to your left probably feels a little differently than that.
I have 4 daughters.
Exactly. Exactly. You might want to tell your co-bill sponsor about it, because that's something that generally happens. My husband, we have a daughter, and he's very secure in his masculinity and allows her to do all like he has tea parties and they play Barbies. And there's nothing sexual in nature with that. And I do want to also talk to you a little bit about grooming as well, because I know that that's been something that we've been talking about in these bills and that there's concern about. And so I investigated child sexual abuse in Jackson County for 7 years. And I never had an alleged perpetrator that was a drag queen. Had a lot of pastors. Unfortunately. Had a lot of brothers, had a lot of uncles, next door neighbors, friends of the family. So grooming isn't generally, it's about developing a rapport and a relationship where there's an abuse of power and abuse of trust, and they break down those barriers systemically and methodically in order to gain access to a child to then sexually abuse them. And that is not anything I have ever seen or that has been reported the entire time I worked for the Children's Division. So I just want to be really clear about that. Thank you.
Any other questions for the bill sponsors? Representative Levasco.
To inquire.
Proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, morning. Both of you two and I share quite a bit, I think, politically, and it is somewhat unusual for me to be in a position to be critical of your legislation. But I do have some concerns on both of these, mostly on a very technical level. Representative Baker, I'll start with you. I'm going to assume from your testimony that you're intent with your definition of adult cabaret performance is that the prurient interest be a component of all of the various listed examples. But the structure of the sentence suggests otherwise. I would read this to mean that a go-go dancer or a topless dancer in and of themselves would meet this requirement to be an adult cabaret performance, even if there was no prurient interest involved. You don't define a particular gender involved in the topless dancing. I think the strict reading of your sentence here would suggest a single person by himself, a random guy in a park dancing by himself would be an adult cabaret performance. I'm assuming that's not your intent there, so you might want to look at your syntax.
I'll peruse.
Yeah. To that end, I think we may have a little bit of First Amendment concerns when it comes to regulating performances on public property. I know your intention and you do call out specifically when things can be potentially seen by children. You don't have an actual requirement that any children see the performance, simply that it could be seen. You may want to tighten that up a little bit as well. So that's just my thoughts on that.
Sure. And I would add that, so if you look at 573, 531, when it's talking about businesses and nudity and all of that, minors, there's a part in that statute that says no person shall establish a sexually oriented business within 1,000 feet of any pre-existing primary or secondary school, house of worship, state licensed daycare facility, public library, public park, residence, or other sexually oriented business. If it's that strict in the other part of our statute when it comes to kids, I think my bill is pretty simple when it's just talking about any public location where kids could have access. And if I need to tighten that language up to make it technical, I'll definitely look at that. But I think other parts of our statute's very strict when it comes to kids and sexually oriented businesses. So why would we say that if it's in a building, it's not okay and it's got to be 1,000 feet from the building, but when it's out in a public park or it's in the library or it's at a restaurant or somewhere else, why would we say that's okay if it's the same kind of content? So that's what I'm trying to get to with the legislation, is if the content is not okay for kids in the building, it shouldn't be okay for kids in a public space. However, we need to achieve that.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable thought process. I think you just need to be a little bit more clear in how you're wording. And then Representative Boyd, as was mentioned, your definition of drag performance doesn't actually specify any kind of particular sexual component other than defining what a drag performance is. Similarly, I think First Amendment, I think would be difficult to meet a burden to demonstrate that there's harm being provided to anyone based on your definition. I would probably recommend that you probably mirror what Representative Baker had done and at least link it to some kind of explicitly sexual performance. I think that's something that I would certainly be more comfortable with and I think would also stand a legal challenge a little bit easier. So just some feedback there. So.
Yeah, of course, always happy to work with you, Tony, and work with Ben as well, and that's kind of, I think, what we're doing here today. So in regards to drag performance, I do talk about the exhibited gender that is different from the performer's biological sex, using clothing, makeup, markers, and all of that. So, but happy to, of course, tighten up, just as Ben would as well.
We'll talk offline. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to take two more representatives, one from the majority and one from the minority, and then I'm going to move into witness testimony so we can get people on the road and they can start to travel. So I will call on a minority member first. Who would like to go? I see Representative Brown. I haven't called on you tonight. Representative Brown.
I'm going to defer to my colleague, Representative Meredith.
Fair enough. Representative Meredith, show's yours.
Thank you. It's a shame that we can't each talk on this and ask our questions. I realize we spent a lot of time on the other bills, but I think that this bill, for what it's worth, Mr. Chair, warrants conversation too, especially when we're talking about the specifics of this. So I would simply ask you might reconsider that decision, since we give lots of hours to the other two bills. This is a very different bill and a very different subject.
I'll comment just briefly. So totally understand where you're coming from. I want to have an opportunity for everyone to get some comments on the record, but I do know that all of us know where each other's offices are. My experience with these two representatives is they're very accessible, and I'm sure they'll make themselves available for for comments and questions, but the hour is late, and I do want to get to the
I
witnesses'
think you'll also
testimony.
agree that private conversations have a different value than conversations on the public record.
I
And
understand.
asking questions.
I do understand that you've got your time, so go ahead and make your record and ask your questions, sir.
Advocating for the time of others. Okay, I'll start with Representative Baker's bill. Some of this has already been addressed, so I'll try not to drag it out. Prurient interests, is your intention to mirror obscenity law of what is appealing more to prurient interests than anything else?
As to the definition, probably so, yes.
Okay. As Representative Velasquez said, I think you probably need to change the language just slightly, especially making sure that that applies to all of the other types of dancers listed and the similar entertainers. Otherwise, what I see here is exotic dancers. What does that include?
I think there's a definition of that in the statute.
I don't believe so. If there's a belly dancer at a restaurant, is that now an illegal show? I'm getting there. Or when we get to similar entertainers, which is pretty broad, I wonder if some cheerleading squads would qualify as appealing to prurient interests.
Gentlemen, I think that you realize that that's not what I'm trying to get at.
Well,
if we need to tighten the language, I'm more than happy to do that. But
what I'm getting at
I'm not
is-
trying to ban cheerleaders.
No,
and
what I'm
trying
getting
to
at
ban
is
that.
that's what your language does. And the problem here is there really isn't a way to narrow it. Because what you've expressed concern about is drag shows, which don't actually fit these definitions under obscenity laws.
I disagree.
No, I mean, there's been court cases, it's been discussed, there's First Amendment rights, and what appeals to prurient interest usually has to involve significant nudity.
Okay, so can I elaborate about what happened in Kansas City drag show recently?
No, I'm on a limited time, so actually, I'm sorry, I will say no unless we get more time. The show that caused a stir this weekend that maybe sparked this hearing happening today, do you think that your bill would touch that?
Probably not, no.
Okay, and you don't think your bill would touch
Now,
drag
I have
story
my
time?
own personal feeling about drag performances and the very nature of it and the beginning of it, but that's the bill here does not reflect my personal
I would simply
feelings about
encourage
that.
you to look into the whole conversation about prurient interest, and if in fact these met the definitions of obscenity, they would actually already be regulated the same way as a strip club.
Okay, then why did the police protect the event in Kansas City that did have that kind of content instead of arresting people?
Because of fears of retaliation.
Well, that's terrible.
Protecting people is what they actually
Protecting
did.
kids should have been priority.
And I haven't seen any examples of it actually meeting the definition
I
of
can read them
obscenity,
off
but-
to you.
Was there nudity?
Oh, yeah.
Well, then it might have been regulated differently, but that's not what you're talking about here, and that's the problem. If that's already illegal, it's already illegal and we don't need a bill. Representative Boyd, switching to yours. So as Representative Velasquez said, so right now, I think this is the same conversation you were having with Representative Engel, but I wasn't sure of your answer. Do you actually think that a performance of Peter Pan, for example, is given, or a live production of La Cage aux Folles, or Mrs. Doubtfire, Hairspray, any of these things, that they should not be, that kids should not be allowed to see those shows?
You know, the bill at hand that I'm talking about are drag shows, not Broadway performances. My bill is just preventing minors from attending drag shows.
Okay, but your definition of what a drag show is simply says that the performer is exhibiting a gender that is different from their biological sex as assigned at birth, using clothing, makeup, or other physical markers. That's every Shakespeare show just about that I've ever seen, where characters dress up as the opposite sex and go get into all kinds of complicated stories. Is that something that kids should not be allowed to see? Is that a drag show?
Like I said, I believe that children should not be able to attend a drag show.
So you just don't want to answer whether you think that qualifies as your definition of a drag show?
I don't believe Shakespeare is
Okay.
the same as a drag show.
Well, I appreciate that answer because your definition says otherwise, and I would encourage you to change that. You also said that your whole purpose here was just to make sure that kids can't see drag shows, but you actually categorize them as an existing adult cabaret and sexually oriented business.
Correct.
Which have a whole lot more restrictions on them than just whether or not kids can attend. Are you aware of that?
What restrictions are you referring to?
Well, even Representative Baker mentioned a number of them with zoning restrictions and where they can be located, licensing requirements in a lot of places. Some places, I think they're straight out banned. I don't think they can exist in St. Louis City, for example. Is your intention to treat anywhere that has a drag show, anywhere that has drag story time, anywhere that has any drag performers performing, that place should be subject to the same limitations as a strip club?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Further questions? Representative McMullen.
Permission to inquire.
Proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. As you know, Representative Baker, I'm from the Kansas City area, and I have currently heard about an instance called the KC Mo Drag Queen Christmas, and there's some instances of some...
Sorry to interrupt you, Representative. We're having a little hard time hearing you. Thank you.
Sorry. As you know, I'm from the Kansas City area, and I heard there was an instance called the KC Mo Drag Queen Christmas. Can you go into that? Can you elaborate on some of the instances?
I can do that. And I'll preface this, too, with the fact that this is about protecting kids from adult content for me and my bill. That's what I'm trying to get at. I never cared about drag queen events until kids started getting invited and kids ended up being invited to participate in these shows, such as stuffing money in the underwear of the performer. I have a problem with that, and I have videos and pictures that show this stuff. Now, some of these things happen in different places, but this is specifically from the Kansas City, Missouri Drag Queen Christmas. Even the tip jar that was there, that was used for people to put money in, was sexual, labeled with the words, "Put the tip in, see how it feels." Advertisements read this: "All ages welcome, warning, adult content." They were simulating sex in the show. They were talking sexual things to the crowd. They were sexualizing children's stories in this event. I have videos including very sexually explicit content of nude or semi-nude performers dancing, gyrating, simulating sex acts while interacting with children in attendance. Song titles at this event: "Tits in a Box," an audience member spanking the person. Asking a child in attendance, "Are you reaching for my breasts? Are you hungry?" Asking a child in attendance. Men in kink harnesses grabbing their genitalia while simulating intercourse. One performer asked, "Are you having fun? Are you enjoying it?" Asking a child, "Are you confused yet? Are you confused yet?" I won't go into my personal feelings about some of this and the origins of it, but this is to children's ages 9 and 10 that they were asking that question. Chesterfield, Missouri, same Christmas-themed drag event was scheduled as all ages, but there were pushback, if you guys remember, in the news media, and they changed it to an adult event. I have no problem with that. I don't like it. I'm not going to attend it. I don't agree with it. I'm just not going to go. But whatever they do, they can do. But when they started introducing kids to this and bringing kids to those kind of events with that kind of content, I think most people would agree that's a problem. And I think we need to shore up our statute to reflect that. Columbia last week, kids were taken without parents knowing what exactly was taking place. I don't think there was adult content as far as what would meet the criteria of what I'm getting at in this bill, but I have a serious problem with schools, which are taxpayer funded, taking our kids to these kind of events and not notifying exactly what they're going to. So many other instances of drag show events, I've got piles of papers and videos and pictures and everything at libraries, public spaces, restaurants where children were allowed and even participated. So that's the kind of thing that caused me to file this bill. So I hope that answered your question.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. We're now going to move into the public hearing portion where witnesses will be able to come up and testify. Before I do that, how many people are here to testify on this bill? Okay. As a reminder, there are witness forms on the witness stand. Everyone please fill out a witness form when you come and testify, and if you want to make a record on both of these bills, be sure to testify on both of those, or be sure to fill out 2 witness forms. First, I'm going to have if there's a star or expert witness, lead witness testifying on behalf of the bill, for that person to come forward at this time. Is there anyone to testify in support of the bill? Seeing none. Is there anyone to testify in opposition to the bill?
Is this my moment? Oh, good evening, folks. How many of you have never seen a drag queen before? Can I just get a quick show of hands? Thank you for watching Drag Shows. Okay. Good evening. How does this work?
Press the little button. There will be a little green light that turns on.
Yes. Woo! I said good evening, but I really mean good morning. My given name is Sean Stokes, and my drag name is Akasha Royale. I am here in fabulous opposition of House Bills 494 and 498. So here's the deal, folks. You've heard a lot of things. I'm going to scrap half the stuff that I said. I hope this is at least entertaining for you, since you've saved drag queens until after midnight. 21 days ago, I was walking through these halls in drag as an entertainer. Today I am back to fight for my right to continue being a drag queen in public. So since 2008, I've performed all over the state of Missouri, and in so many incredible communities, both big and small. There's been an underlining need to see diversity and LGBTQ representation. In my time, I've been called many things, and quite literally, some of those have been said in these halls today. So, let's go on a little time warp. In 2009, members of the Ku Klux Klan in Springfield, Missouri, called me both racist and anti-gay slurs at our Greater Ozarks Pride Fest. In 2011, I was called a missed opportunity after the devastating tornadoes in Joplin whenever I ran a show there. In 2016, I was an abomination and a sinner in St. Charles. In 2020, as we adjusted to the pandemic, I was called a groomer because I recorded a video of me reading a child's book. All of these painful words have never distorted who I really am. So let me introduce myself to you. My name is Sean Stokes, and as an entertainer, I am Akasha Royale. I'm also Miss Gay St. Louis America, and in like 2 months in Kansas City, I will hopefully win Miss Gay Missouri America. Originally, I'm from the good old Springfield, Missouri. I moved to St. Louis City about 10 years ago. I'm a compassionate and hardworking son who was instilled with the values of his mother and father. I'm a patient and understanding uncle, and don't let the makeup fool you, a great uncle, who cares for his nieces and nephews. I'm a partner in my relationship of 12 years. I'm a devout Christian, might be shocking to some, and I've actually read the Bible from beginning to end instead of just spouting rhetoric. I am a visionary and a determined leader, both at work and through my philanthropic endeavors. And last but not least, I'm a beacon of hope, a pillar of pride, and a symbol of excellence for our LGBTQ community. Not once did I say I was sexually explicit or any other type of monstrosity that a few would like to paint me as. Today, there are 2 words that I want to talk to you about, and they are economic impact. Within our state, we've seen consistent, stagnant economic growth over the years. Our state's ability to attract Fortune 500 companies or upstarts has had a challenging history, and it leaves me with a few questions. Why and where? Why are these companies not coming and investing in Missouri, and where are they actually going? So I've done a lot of thought about that. We've already heard from other testimony that in Kansas City, we have tried to have the World Cup. In St. Louis, we tried to have the Olympics. We can't attract these people because we have to push through legislation quickly so that people would be able to come here and not be discriminated against just because they are who they are, because they are part of our LGBTQ community. If you didn't know, and I hope you do, because it's kind of your job, Missouri ranks 26th in education, 49th in school funding. Great job there. 39th in economic growth. We have witnessed early education enrollment for pre-K dropping by 300,000 kids. Teachers are quitting en masse. We are literally now having school 4 days a week. After-school programs are also struggling to provide for students. For our economy, we have seen 0.2% growth over 5 years. That's not a good success rate, folks. This is a clear indicator that businesses and the workforce are not investing in or coming to Missouri because they view our state as a land in which people cannot achieve the American dream. I've got a whole lot of other things to tell you about economic growth, but I don't think we're going to solve that today. What I do want to address is who I am, where I'm from, what I do, and what realistically happens at these shows. Now, you all said there's only one person who had never seen a drag show, so we're going to talk in a vernacular that you would understand. So I have been performing for 15 years of my life. My niece probably been performing for 47 years. But in that time, I've been able to do a lot of incredible things. I have been a Queen of Pride not only in St. Louis, in Joplin, and also in Springfield. I have represented our America system. If you don't know what that is, it's been around for 49 years, so I'm sorry, Representative Baker and Boyd. Drag's been here a lot longer than you knew.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions, Representative Copeland?
Thank you for coming. I just have an open-end question for everybody that comes up. I think Representative Baker addresses, like he says, he's not worried about what you do on a daily basis, but some of the instances that he gave, do you think that's appropriate to do that to 9 and 10-year-olds of the shows that were done? And that's an open-end question to everybody that testifies.
No, I'm happy to answer that.
I would think that the way you talk, you would say that would be inappropriate to provide that kind of show to them children.
Yeah, so one of my good friends, and you'll probably hear from her later, her name is Dieta Pepsi, recently on a podcast she said, do they think we're stupid? Do they think we're stupid? Do they think that we don't know how to conduct ourselves appropriately in spaces? And also, the access that we say whenever these kids are coming to these shows is often because the parents already know what's going to happen. The parents are there to protect these kids, and me as an uncle and a great uncle, I'm never going to harm a kid. I've been in this building all day long. I was in this building on January 3rd. I didn't touch a kid. I didn't groom a kid. I didn't sexually do anything explicit with a child. I know how to act whenever I'm around children.
I understand that, but most laws are passed or brought forward for those who don't act in your way. Is that not correct? So that's what I think Representative Baker and them bring into this is to prevent that kind of show to children. Because I don't think you would actually, the way I understand it, taken from what I just seen already, you don't have that mentality or wanting to hurt children or provide children with that kind of atmosphere. That's where I'm going with that, because there's a group that obviously don't have the same, say, morals or ethics as you do when you do your show.
Yeah, so let's just note on the facts that I've already provided you. So drag has been at its easiest form through pageantry here in this state for 49 years. If you don't know anything about drag pageantry, it's kind of like real girl pageantry. We wear the crowns, we wear the gowns, we don't wear the swimsuits, thank God. But it's been here for such a long time, and there's never been a threat towards anyone.
Well, will you answer the question as far as, do you think that was appropriate if the facts that Representative Baker brought at that show in Kansas City, would that be an appropriate drag show to provide to children? That's all I'm asking, if you think that was an appropriate show, if the facts that he brought to us are accurate.
If they are facts, I would love to see them. Whatever this catalog is of drag paraphernalia, I would love to see it, because the experience that I've had, especially with those drag queen Christmas shows, with people who get paid a heck of a lot more than me, they aren't crossing those lines and they aren't engaging in that behavior. So I've not witnessed that. Maybe he's going to another type of drag show on the other side of the street that I've never been invited to.
I think he has video, but we're just trying to get to
I'd love to see it.
People that do that,
Share
we
it.
don't want that to happen.
I want to see it.
I don't think they want to stop your show from going on to adults. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't get to pick the... Sorry, I normally host drag shows, so I get to pick who talks on the mic and who doesn't.
Representative Quaid.
Thank you. Good morning. Thanks for being here. We've spent a lot of time today talking about youth and our concerns for youth, and throughout all of the bills that we've heard, we've talked a lot about the increased rates of suicide attempts or actual successful suicides within the LGBT youth population. We know, we've all heard the stats all day today. I would like you to give an anecdotal story or perspective from when you perform and you have an interaction with an LGBT youth who it might be the very first time that they see someone in drag, how that makes them feel, how they convey themselves to you when it comes to their safety mentally.
Yeah.
Could you just talk a little bit about that?
I've noted on it already that I'm an uncle and a great uncle, and I want to tell you about a time when I have ensured that my niece was not safe, and when I have ensured that she was safe while I was in drag. We used to ride bikes a lot whenever we were kids, and we would go down this hill over and over again, and it was getting dark and late, and we decided that we were going to do it one more time. Gabe flipped off her bike, and a rock went in her forehead, and I didn't know what to do. I wasn't a drag queen at that time, which might have helped because I could have had more fabric to make a tourniquet, but I cared for her then. Fast forward to whenever she was celebrating her 21st birthday, she came to the first drag show she was able to see me in at that time because the bars didn't allow it before then. And we didn't have drag queen story hours or any of those other things or festivals that she could attend. And it was the first time that she saw me in my full authenticity. I know that the crown and the wig and the suit and the strut and the voice and the jewelry and the makeup is a lot. But it is a part of who I am, and it is a part of my authenticity. It is me expressing myself in a creative form. It is me utilizing my ability to barely paint, to be creative in fashion, and to choreograph wonderful numbers, and to sometimes, I think so, be a comedian. Those moments that I've been able to share with my family members, both those that have been at a legal age and those that have been younger, have been some of the most magnificent moments in my life. I actually have a sister-in-law, and recently she brought her kid to Barquet, where we had a drag competition for dogs and for the kids to be able to witness. It is a safe place where parents are there, where they get to monitor their kids, be there with their dogs, and see our art form. It is somewhat indescribable and also inspiring.
Thank you for that. I go to drag shows a lot. I'll be very quick, Mr. Chair. And my children do attend some things with me as well. I will say as a parent, you know, again, we talk a lot about parents' rights in this building. Trusting parents to be able to make those choices. You know, parents take kids to rated R movies. They take them to lots of things that I would not feel is appropriate for my children to see. I don't let my 8-year-old watch rated R movies, nor did I let my teens when they were before the age of 17. But that's my choice, right? But what I wanted to say, going back to the rates of kiddos who are at risk, I've seen those interactions with children for the first time to be able to see someone dressed in drag. And I've seen them cry, and I've seen them break down in tears of joy because for the first time, they see someone who they feel safe with. And I just want to thank you and all of the other performers here and folks who engage in that because you're saving lives. And I would rather us be having the conversations about how to save these lives than what we've been doing today.
Thank you. And to piggyback off of that, for the past 9
I'm going to have to cut it off there. Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to move on to the next witness in opposition and come forward and proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Hi, Mom.
Good morning, everyone. Can y'all say it back? Yes, thank you. My name is David Hall, or my drag name is Casey Adams. I am the current Miss Gay City of Columbia, America, along with my sister, Akasha Royale. If you don't know me, or if you can't recognize from what I'm wearing, I am one of the 3 queens that sparked the huge backlash at Columbia for the diversity breakfast. And I want to talk to you about my process preparing for that performance. I got a message from Inclusion Plus back in December saying, hey, we have this really great opportunity for you guys, especially David as Miss Gay Columbia. This is going to be great for you. It's diversity. This is something you strive for. It's family friendly. So make sure that your songs are uplifting and empowering and does not have any curse words, and that you dress appropriately. As someone that is also an actor, a designer, a stepfather, I know what to do in that situation. I'm like, what would I want my kids to see? What would I want my kids to see me perform? And so I chose songs as well as my sisters, and we did Hold On by Wilson Phillips. Apparently, some straight white people do not like Hold On by Wilson Phillips, because as we were walking through the audience, there was a lot of love, but then there was also those few people that just looked me dead in the eyes, kind of like this sir is looking at his phone. They didn't want to pay attention. They didn't want to make eye sight with me. But what I was able to talk with them about was that I strive for racial and LGBTQ diversity and inclusivity in everything that I do. And as a mentor, not only to my kids, but as to other youth in the city, I want to see them thrive. And I do not want them to see me in any bad light. So seeing the Attorney General, Caleb Browden, which I'm going to guess he's never been to a drag show, the same as Governor Parson. For them to label what they saw on Libs of TikTok, which is not a credible source at all, to have them label us as adult entertainment and adult sexual performances endangering minors. I really would like you all to look at my jumpsuit. I'll give you another little turnaround real quick and see what about this is showing off anything sexual. I'll give you a moment to appreciate the jumpsuit. Here it is. The only actual skin you can see is neck up, hands, and the bottom of my feet if you look real close, because I'm wearing dancer tights that you can see the bottom of the foot. So I don't really see how a G-rated performance, which apparently doesn't fit the bills that are being proposed, but they are, because that's why wouldn't they be pushed? Thank you all. I'm open to questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Representative Copeland.
I'll ask the same questions before. The bill that Representative Baker brought forward is for pornography, nudity, and it sounds like the Columbia thing that you went to did not provide that. Do you approve of that kind of drag show to children? Is all I ask. That's just a generic question that I want to ask each and every one of you. If there was nudity in children, do you agree with that?
So with a drag show, you will rarely see nudity.
I know that, but I'm asking you your opinion on if that wasn't appropriate for that age group to have drag do nudity. It's just a yes or no question.
Well, it's more than a yes or no question.
Do you believe that nudity should be provided to children at a drag show?
No, but then at the same time, there is ballets that
I got that.
have...
I just think Representative Baker's bill is addressing that kind of a performance from a drag show.
So then that would open the question: if what defines drag?
Well,
if it's putting on features that are...
I think he's defined what kind of drag to children would not be provided, but you can provide it to an adult in any form or fashion you like. We're just addressing the performances you're talking about. I do not feel his bill would affect you or you on that type of show. I think if you want to put an upstanding drag show on to adults, any fashion you want, but when you get into children, I think we're just addressing the children and below. I mean, I don't think he wants to stop you from doing drag.
I disagree.
I think that bill goes to where children and below certain things should not be provided. I think that's the only question I have. And you have the right to do what you want, but we just need to make sure them shows don't go too far with our children.
The biggest thing is also the parents. The parents also have to be very mindful. They have to do the research themselves. They can't just fully just let their kids go off.
Pretty simple. If you agree with nudity to children is all I was asking.
No, I don't agree to nudity to children, but then that also opens up, if he's wanting it just don't let kids see nudity in drag shows, that also, or he's saying that drag shows only provide nudity, then that opens up, what about dancers? What about ballet? What about theater? What about men in Shakespeare, or like Representative Ingalls saying with Peter Pan?
That like I think he was pretty forward with, this is what he was trying to prevent from happening to our children. I don't think he would, I think he even said Shakespeare and them weren't necessarily included in what his intent was. I just want to get that forward, is I don't think his bill is directed towards you if you're doing drag shows to adults. So, and I appreciate you coming, so thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Meredith.
To inquire.
Proceed.
First of all, thanks for being here. Thanks for explaining a little bit about the variety of shows that you do. First of all, I want to be clear. Intent is not what matters in the law. Mm-hmm. The words on the paper are what matter. But we also have one bill here where I think, were you here a moment ago when the other bill sponsor said that very specifically, even a storytime drag show with no nudity, certainly, or even particularly adult jokes or adult humor, would still be something that she would want to treat like a strip club. In your experience, are your shows when you're working with kids anything like going to a strip club?
Absolutely not. So a fun fact about me, I was adopted in Kansas. My biological mother was a stripper. So my adopted mom growing up, when I went into dancing, and then as I started getting into drag, she goes, well, you must have learned your flexibility from your mom. And I've never personally been to a strip club because I have no need. As a bisexual man with a partner, there's no need for me to go. But I also know about it because I have friends, people talk. And when I've done family-friendly shows, I usually do Disney, because who doesn't love Disney? And I always wear appropriate clothing. The most you'll see is maybe a shoulder, which I know in some places around here that's a big no-no. So, I always, you're never going to see a bare leg from me because I wear 4 layers of tights, padding, and a shaper.
The nudity wouldn't even be an option in an adult show.
Not for me, not for a lot of queens
and you
in
also
Missouri.
know, with that experience, that if there were nudity, it would already be regulated differently.
Correct.
And illegal in most of these contexts. That's already the law.
Yes.
So if it's really nudity, we're worried about. Now, if we're instead worried about lewd jokes, lewd humor, you seen many PG Disney movies lately? Because there's a lot of lewd humor that goes over kids' heads.
Mm-hmm.
That's not even in a PG-rated or PG-13 rated movie. Not to mention, like we talked about, PG-13
Correct.
or R movies, which might have some far more troubling things for kids to see than jokes about sex that might make someone clutch their pearls. I guess there's a range of shows you'll perform, and this is true for any artist or a comedy club, anything you go to, where there are adult versions of the show, there are kids versions of the show, and there are hybrids that might get in the middle. And really, when parents decide to take a kid to that show, they're making a decision of what they're comfortable exposing their kid to. But as long as it's not a strip club, our obscenity laws don't come into play, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the biggest thing that parents struggle with is not doing their own research. If there's parents that get offended with drag queens, do the research. Do the research about the shows that their kids are interested in going to. Do the research about who's performing. And that also opens up to be like, okay, there's people that do strictly adult-only shows because that's their demographic. For someone like me that also is in the theater world, in the music theater world, I know there's going to be a lot of people that know me in that world that want to come see me in the drag world. And a lot of them are youth. And it's like, okay, well, I'm not going to do the same numbers that I'm going to do for a 21 and up club versus a 16-year-old because that's not okay.
Thanks. I'm going to cut you off there. Time's expired. Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to ask the next witness in opposition to come forward.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Chairman Riley, Vice Chair Hicks, and Ranking Member Engel, and all those on this committee. My name is Brandon Banks. I'm one of the co-founders of Inclusion, Inc. We produce LGBTQIA educational and entertainment events for our community. I'm an entrepreneur that fights to stimulate our economy and provide jobs. I'm also a cisgender man that identifies as gay. Born in a world that hated me, I hid, I listened, I learned, and I cried silently, and I built myself internally so that one day I would be strong enough to live my life out loud authentically. And this week, I felt my stomach churn, and I suffered flashbacks of all of the moments when my peers, and the adults in my life then, and the society that I lived in, chastised and deprecated me and the LGBTQ community, the community that I was a silent part of. I'm silent no more. I've heard the battle cry, and I want to respond. Today, I represent myself, the LGBTQ safe and affirming workplaces, diverse entrepreneurs, and many out and proud people. But I'm also here representing myself and all of the voices of people that can't be here, and the ones that have yet to come out, and the ones that you're most afraid of. The kids who were or are like me. No law you put in place will ever make someone not gay. You can't pass laws to change how individuals handle their lived gender experience or self-identity expression. You can't pass laws that will eliminate us from history or existence. We are here. 2 complaints were received from parents wanting to control the content of the city's message of diversity. What if those complaints were about the female keynote speaker's multiple references to her wife, or the inclusion of multiple faith-based messages that we all sat there and were part of and participating in? Drag is not inherently sexual. Can people make it sexual? They sure can. That's a creative choice. From circumstance to circumstance, situation to situation, entertainer to entertainer. Are all movies or songs or art pieces sexual? Nope. Can they be? Well, of course. Some, like Michelangelo's sculpture of David, and many other sculptures of paintings, feature nudity. I remember learning about anatomy in school during science class. Was that sexual? We specifically scheduled performers committed to sharing a general audience-rated, family-friendly, uplifting, inclusive message during a diversity breakfast. These bills are built to limit opportunities, ostracize individuals, and are contributing to the extreme damage of mental health stability in adults and youth across our entire nation, not just here in Missouri. Did you know 45% of our youth contemplate or attempt suicide, and having just one affirming adult can save their life? Did you know that students in LGBTQ affirming schools experience lower suicide rates, consideration, and attempt rates? Being included saves lives. There are many representations of diversity at that breakfast, racial, religious, and cultural, including drag performances which celebrated another group being authentic to their own identities. Diversity is about everyone. It's about learning perspective and unlearning our biases. It's about finding common ground with others despite your differences. I'm opposed to all of these bills today for me, myself, my family, my community, and I oppose the way that they're being brought in such an expeditious manner to this committee. I urge each of you to vote against all of these bills and implore you to be good stewards of your diverse constituencies across Missouri. Vote for no hate in this state, please.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Representative Reuter.
Just an inquiry.
Proceed.
So you were part of this breakfast that we're hearing about in Columbia last week.
Inclusion Plus was the featured closing entertainment for the Columbia Values Diversity breakfast.
And what was your role in that?
I'm one of the co-founders of the organization, and I am also listed as our Director of Sales and Marketing.
Okay, so were you involved in the Christmas event?
No, that's a unrelated opposite group.
How would you describe, is there a way that you could differentiate what they're describing happened in Kansas City versus what the type of entertainment that you're providing?
Yeah, what you're asking for requires a lot of framing and context, so I don't know if I'm going to do an exact perfect job of this. But essentially, that's a large national entity that may or may not be regulated by, stage managers on hand. They may have more run of what they want to do, being celebrity drag entertainers that, as Akasha said, are paid umpteens dollars to show up and do, a show. Inclusion Plus takes very seriously how we portray our community, how we impact the people that are in our audience, and what content we put out. We have, at least 5 people on our steering, committee that at any time are reviewing what we are doing, how we are approaching our community, and what we are offering at the end of the day. So in relationship to this, we had meetings where we talked about what is appropriate for an all-ages audience. Not to be said that we also we have for the last 3 years been operating as a business, launching all kinds of different LGBTQIA entertainment, and we have never had any parent come back and say this was sexualized, this was sadistic, this was a bad, ill influence on my child. And moreover, I think to the representative's note here in the front, she brings her children to drag shows because she, as a parent, says having them exposed to inclusive environments and people that share supportive culture is important to save their life, to make them feel accepted, to help them see who they are and see other people like them exist and be happy and productive and committing members of our society. Did I do okay? Because, that's a national entity that I can't do anything about controlling, and we have a very tight grip on how we try to produce content.
Okay, thank you. No, I appreciate your time.
Other questions from the committee? Okay, we'll move on to the next witness. Next witness in opposition, please come forward.
Good morning, Jefferson City! I'm going to make this as brief as humanly possible because I have about 6.5 hours before I have to be up again working for the state. Yes, I am a state employee, and I'm very happy to be here at the state. Woot. All right, so I am in a corset. I am in 6-inch heels. Obviously, I care very much about this, and I'm very passionate about it, especially since I just found out about it earlier this morning. So, not this morning, yesterday morning, excuse me. I am very confused. I've been here for 7 hours. Okay. My name is Connor Thompson, aka Autumn Equinox. I am a drag performer. I perform drag storytime at both Skylark Bookstore in Columbia, Missouri, and the Dandelion Cafe in Ashland, Missouri. Since drag storytimes began, drag performers at these storytimes have been subject to physical violence, online violence, and I personally have had to deal with the continued trauma of having drag story times and drag performances in general geared towards children, correlated to childhood sexual abuse. And as a victim of childhood sexual abuse, that is triggering on so many levels. We need to be teaching children that otherness is okay. We have to teach them from a young age. We need to teach them that Black lives matter, that trans lives matter, and that drag queens are the best gateway to that. And I'm going to use a personal reference for this. I have known I was gay since I was 3 years old. And I did not know that it was okay to be gay until I saw the film To Wong Foo, Thanks for Everything, Julie Newmar, when I was 6 years old. That film featured 3, at the time, could be considered the most masculine men on the planet, John Leguizamo, Patrick Swayze, and Wesley Snipes. Woot. Portraying gay men and drag queens and what modern people might consider to be trans performances as well, not in a way that made fun of them, not in a way that persecuted them, but in a way that celebrated them. Now, yes, these were cisgendered, heterosexual men, but in the 90s, that was such a celebration to me. And to have drag defined to me as someone who was born with too much fashion sense for one gender gave my little non-binary heart the spirit to keep going. Through my parents' divorce, through continued sexual trauma, and countless abuses. Now, I'm not going to, quote statute, even though I probably could because I work for the state. And I'm not going to pretend that I'm a medical anything. I'm not a child psychologist. I am just a drag queen who has met children who appreciate what I do and to love what I do and see it as a gateway and a beacon for what they could be in the future, just like Tu Wong Fu was for me. I thank the body.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Mathieson.
All right. Indulge me for, I'm going to really try to make this only. Whoops. All right. I'm really going to try to condense this down to 3 minutes. Number one, I see you and everybody else here as human beings. I see you as adult entertainers, and I love the entertainment that I've been exposed to in my life. Anyway, now as a banquet manager, I have hosted, because you've rented a space, your community has rented space for my hotel to have competitions. It's late at night, whatever the competitions are. And I've watched the shows, all right? Seen a whole lot of hilarious humor, a whole lot of sexually suggestive dancing, everything that many adults love. I thought it was hilarious, and watched many dollar bills thrown up on the stage, which happens in certain adult situations. As an adult, going out with friends, I've been to the Grove, I've been to the bars, I've been to Naughty Girl. I've seen many different, great adult performances. My contention is I just have a really hard time separating the adult performances to what's appropriate for a kid. When I hear the bill sponsors, list of conversations, activities, with a 9 or 10-year-old child, if all of that's true, that breaks my heart. That makes me angry because my son's 10 years old. And as a father, I don't bring him to such activities.
Which is your right as
Which is my right, So I guess it's more about, to me, access. For instance, so I'm looking around. I called a venue in St. Louis, hosting a show on February 19th, and I said, hey, can I buy tickets for myself and my son? And February 19th. They said, well, sure, absolutely you can. And then, somebody, that person was like, but, do you really want to? And I'm like, well, what do you mean? I'm like, have you been to a drag show before? I mean, I know it's brunch, but there's going to be a whole lot of adult humor and a whole lot of sexual stuff going on. Are you sure you want to bring a kid? And I said, I appreciate you letting me know. I'll think about it and call you back. So I'm looking around at ways that our kids could be exposed. Now, only a moron parent would show up to this show not anticipating the entertainment that's going to be provided. I'll just cut the BS and say that right out. But I also love tacos. Like, my kid loves tacos. I love tacos. And if I was eating tacos, not expecting this show,
I'm sorry to
we'd have a
interrupt,
problem.
but that's 3 minutes, so I think we'll have to end on I love tacos. With that, we're going to move on to the next witness in opposition.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello again. My name is Melody Ortloff. I am a constituent, a taxpayer, a licensed insurance agent, and a drag performer. I've been performing as a drag king in Kansas City for 7 years. I would wager that many of you have never heard of a drag king. We exist alongside non-binary performers, female drag queens, male drag kings, transgender performers, straight performers, and performers who don't fit the rigid mold of king or queen drag. These bills, 494 and 498, are utterly absurd. You wish to classify drag performances as sexually oriented and adults only, like a strip club. Drag performers are not comparable to strippers, and you will never see one nude on a stage, despite what Mr. Copeland, Representative Copeland, is asking. There's not nudity at drag shows. And the queens mentioned that they are covered in 5 to 10 layers of pantyhose, padding, corsets, all before actual clothing. But I'll move on from that. But not only are these bills absurd and out of touch, they will put gay bars and gay-friendly restaurants out of business. If these types of establishments are going to be reclassified as sexually oriented business, it will put an undue hardship on the owners of such small businesses. I believe that was brought up earlier, that there's a lot more regulations on sexually oriented businesses. Are many of you in the party that supposedly supports business? Not to mention, numerous performers who make their living through drag will be negatively impacted. If these bills are supposed to protect the children, they are moot point. Bars are 21 or over most of the time. There may be a few that are 18 and over, but even so, there won't be minors there. So any performance at a bar would be out of the eyesight of minors. Family-friendly drag shows or restaurants or Pride would be very careful to keep their content and performances PG in nature. I know several performers whose performances are at a bar are very sexual in nature. I'm not going to admit that they're not, but that's at a bar. And then when they perform at a family-friendly show at, say, Hamburger Mary's, they tone down and they become much more PG, and they choose their songs, they choose their outfits wisely. I will say, as for myself, I don't perform like sexually suggestive material. I am not comfortable with that. I perform a lot of comedy, do a lot of Weird Al. People love it. And I do a lot of country music, what's more wholesome than country music? For the most part. But again, I'm going back to the point that this would essentially make Pride illegal. And perhaps that's an intended purpose in the bills, or maybe that's an unintended side effect. But saying that drag performances on public property would be considered an adult cabaret would make Pride against the law. And we all know how that will go. I believe that these bills are not so thinly veiled attack on the LGBTQ plus community. They're attacking a problem where none exists. And one last sentence, do you want to take us back to pre-Stonewall era, where police were checking the genitalia of performers who were perceived to be dressing outside of their assigned gender? Any questions?
Thank you, Representative Ani. Yes. Proceed.
Briefly, I'm curious because I feel like we're trying to delineate here the difference between what's appropriate for kids and what's not. And I think we all understand it, and I feel like we're talking across each other or past each other. Because what I'm hearing is essentially the equivalent of if you were to say, I'm a dancer. Well, to some, that may mean an exotic dancer on a pole for adults only. For others, it may mean ballet, jazz, tap. We understand, the performers understand when their audience is filled with adults, what they can do. And when it's filled with children, what they can do, correct?
Correct. And I would also make the point again that parents are with these kids. They're not just kids wandering into a restaurant on their own.
Kids aren't wandering into drag shows.
No, they're not. And the parents, it's the same as I believe someone else mentioned. Some parents will take their kids to R-rated movies. I mean, I know I know adults who grew up watching very R-rated movies from very young ages at home on their VHS tapes. Yes, I am old. So.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Okay, thank you for your testimony. We're going to move to the next witness in opposition. Please come forward and proceed whenever you're ready.
Hello. I've been here for a very long time, as you all have, so thank you for being with us. Sorry it's going so long. My name is Maxie Glamour. I live in St. Louis, Missouri. I am a drag artist. I'm not only a drag artist, I'm a costume designer, a musician, a producer, a taxpayer, a homeowner, and a pretty decent member of society. When I was about 17 years old, I started dressing up in different genders' clothes. My mother kicked me out. I was living outside of my car, and the drag community was the only community that would take me in. Homeless for most of my life, the drag community really helped create a sense of identity. They helped create financial stability. And, you know, for the last 14 years, I performed and produced events internationally. I've worked with every single major institution in the city of St. Louis, every museum, every college, and most public libraries. So your taxpayers' money is going to me. Thank you. And as I look through this, I'm constantly bombarded with racism, homophobia, and transphobia from very ignorant and misinformed, erroneous facts. And so when we're looking at the livelihood of humans that spend decades learning a multitude of disciplines to perfect their craft, they're completely delegitimized by people who are trying to pretty much just produce homophobia and transphobia. And so while we are creating a genuine income, these oppressive laws are constantly bombarding us, and this is having negative psychological implications on us. And this is resulting in a higher rate of opioid epidemics in our cities and our counties. We also have a higher rate of meth addiction in our countries, and I don't see that being brought up at all today. I think we're talking about drag, which is unfortunate because I think that if you're wanting to make sure that the basic needs of the humans in our state are met, maybe you should not combat people who are trying to make a decent living, who are paying your salaries, who are making sure that your bad hair jobs get a place to sit down at. And so as we're constantly dodging these regressive, harmful rhetoric and policy and this inflammatory messaging based on infactual information, it's just sparking irrational fears. These fears are the basis of ignorant bigotry, and that brought us here today. And none of us want to be here at 1 a.m. talking about stupid laws to ban drag. And so while we are here, I would love if you all can make sure that you have the basic needs of Missourians met so that we are not constantly told that we would do better in New York, that we would do better in LA, because I love my city, I love my state, and I'm not going any fucking where. Any questions?
Representative Meredith.
To inquire.
Proceed.
Thank you. So it's late, it's 1:20. I can tell listening to you that your righteous anger here is pretty palpable, and I understand it, and I'm sorry. I empathize. But I also want to say, you look incredible. And I say that not just, as a statement that you look incredible, but I'm looking at the detail and the work and the artistry that went into everything about how you're presenting yourself right now. And if anybody in this room doubts that drag is a form of artistic expression that is extremely well protected by the First Amendment in our country, I think all they have to do is look at you. And so I appreciate you sticking through to this point, as angry as it might be making you, as much as it might be filling you with rage. Thank you for sticking it out. Thank you for showing your art to us and being here to testify. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think if more people had friends that were drag queens, they would be committing less fashion faux pas.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, in opposition, please come forward.
She's back. Hi, it's Jordan Braxton again. And I'm here talking from, I'm the Director of Diversity and Inclusion for Pride St. Louis. And I just want to say that I have been doing drag since I was special entertainment at the Last Supper. Akasha said earlier that I was on a podcast and said, y'all think we're stupid. These bills presume that we're stupid. We know what absurdity and nudity is. We know I am Disney Diana during the day. When I see children in the audience, I know I can't say the same things as I used to say at Faces at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. And y'all think this is late? Oh no, honey, this is not late. Late is doing drag at 6 o'clock in the morning. So I can be here all night to talk to you all, and I want to talk to you all. And I'm here to oppose bills HB 494 and HB 498. I'm the epitome of the intersectionality of these bills that are being introduced today. Did you know that trans people do drag? Earlier I told you I was a transgender woman and I do drag. Yes, trans people do drag. Women do drag. Men do drag. Intersex people do drag. all people, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression, can do drag. The philosophy of belief that drag queens are men is an archaic belief. I am a former beauty queen. I was Miss Gay Missouri 1991, and I'm a 9-time state Missouri title holder. One of my former sisters, who was in Miss Gay Missouri, was a cisgender, heterosexual, married man. I'm going to say that one more time. He was a cisgender, heterosexual, married man with children. He used his legal name, not his drag name, while performing. Drag is a creative expression of oneself. It's like most other forms of expression, like art, dance, spoken word, sculpturing, wood carving. Drag is one of the many creative ways I express myself. Cooking is another way of my creativity. I love making beautiful food. I love when people eat my food and they smile. Drag does the same thing for me. You wouldn't have me stop or tax my cooking just because you didn't agree with my form of creativity. I also raise millions of dollars for charities in St. Louis, not only for LGBT charities, but non-LGBT charities as well. Alzheimer's Association, Susan B. Comer, and also multiple sclerosis. So these bills would, for any establishment that I worked at to raise money for these charities for people in need, would be designated sexually explicit businesses subject to zoning laws. I just want to say just a couple of quick things, Mr. Chairman. I move right along. Just look around. You asked for someone to support this bill. There was no one here to support it. Chris Sanders no longer supporting this bill. So that should tell you right there how absurd this bill is. Earlier, Representative Boyd said, don't take your kids to drag shows, don't take your kids to strip clubs. How about don't take your kids to Hooters?
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we will move to the next witness in opposition. Thank you.
Oh, Lord, it's early. Hello. How y'all doing? So my legal name is Eric McCarty. My drag name is May Onays. Like the spreadable condiment. Yes, thank you. I'm white. That's why they gave it to me. So yeah, looking at me is a little much. Most of the people here have seen a drag queen, Typically somebody that's clean shaven, pretty hair. Hair's a big one. So I'm not that. So what your definition of drag does not apply to me. We actually have our own pageant in Missouri. So Miss Bearded Queen, we have our own pageant. So, limiting ideals of drag to biological markers that adorn your biological sex. I was born male. I have a beard. So what about that makes this drag? It's a thin-veiled idea that's not going to go through, I'm going to be honest. Work on it, sweetheart. So something I want to talk about. So my first Pride was St. Louis. I was 16. I had hair. It was great. I was blonde. I saw a drag queen for the first time, and I lit up. I grew up in Sturgeon, Missouri. I don't know if any of you know where that's at. I didn't think so. It's 30 minutes north of Columbia, 800 people, 8 churches. Loved it. Was in a puppet group. So the idea of seeing someone that was not straight white was wild. So going ahead and seeing that queen at 16 inspired me and showed me. And I started to say, I'm going to answer the open-ended question early. No. What I heard of from what was proposed, I would not agree with, but I don't also need to see receipts because it's the show me state, honey. Talking about it ain't doing nothing until I see it. But regardless, we know how to act. We know how to do things. We know how to separate the ideas of adult only versus children. I have a niece. I love her dearly. I love my sister. I love my family. I know that I shouldn't show any part of myself to them, so I know not to do that with your kids. And like we're saying, although I'm not wearing tights, it's hot in here. I'm in a gown. I wear 5 pairs of tights, 2 pads, 2 pairs of underwear, 1 bra,
and at least a floor-length gown, if not a denim dress. You're not seeing my skin unless you're looking at my neck. And good for you. It's good skin every now and then. But that's all I got. So I would like to go home. I live in Columbia, so I'm open to questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Have a safe trip home.
Thank you.
Anyone else to testify in opposition to the bill?
Hello, good morning. It has been a long day. My name is, I'm going against the Bill 494. My name is Felicia Kempen. I am with Unity is Power, SCL. I am here today because I cannot believe the disgusting display of how our elected officials are trying to run these bills under the public's nose. Some of these bills have been out for less than a month. We ask you, what is your hurry? Why are you so quick to trying to produce these bills? We wait months for bills to pass to help with the betterment for the people of this state, from better health care to helping the homeless, to bettering our public schooling, to which we actually owe the children, and to the police brutality against our black brothers and sisters that we see and hear about every day. But this is what you're fighting for. We ask you why. You are our public servants. You are here for the people of this state. Am I not a person here? Let me tell you what I know. We are just as human as you are. We deserve just as many rights as you do. It will never be enough until people do not have to come in here and advocate as to why their lives should matter to you. You will never know how it feels one day to wake up and see that your right to your own body and person have been stripped away from you. How your life is a political talking point to be joked about. I wouldn't wish that upon anyone. Each person on this planet deserves the right to choose how they want to live their lives. We don't have much time alive here, and we aren't hurting anyone. Think of the faces that you have come to see in this room today. These people and thousands more like them are willing to fight for the rights of all people to live their lives authentically. And they're willing to take time out of work to be here today. We are at a precipice in this nation. What side of history do you want to be on? So you think about that, because this will not be the last time you see us. You will hear us, you will listen, and we will prevail. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else to testify in opposition to the bill? Come forward and proceed when ready.
Good morning, y'all. I told you we would make it. And I have to go all the way back to Kansas City, remember, in the snow. So, hello again. Third time. My name is Debbie Jackson. I'm here in opposition to HB 494 and 498. And this time I'm going to read. When the outrage over drag performers reading books to children first cropped up, I was one of many people who rolled our eyes because we simply cannot fathom what is so frightening about children sitting in front of a person wearing bright, flashy clothes and over-the-top makeup. We especially struggled to understand the anger when children were being entertained with books and developing a love of reading and storytelling. If you don't appreciate drag as an art, don't go to a drag show. The solution to this feigned moral crisis and outrage is simple. But like so many of the other bills that we had to discuss today, these bills were written out of disdain and loathing for the existence of LGBTQ people. It's also that simple, and we get it. These bills are written to be purposefully vague. Who gets to decide what is a prurient interest? What exactly does similar entertainers, regardless of whether performed for consideration, mean? That could easily be interpreted by someone who denies the humanity of a transgender person, like many of the people who testified in favor of the earlier bills today. To claim that a trans woman's very presence in public is prurient because they view the trans experience as a sexual one. And it isn't, by the way. And what about acts not performed for consideration? like a transgender student getting a role in a school play or a trans person singing along while attending a concert of their favorite singer, a singer who might very well have some performance attire that bends some gender rules. Harry Styles, if you have young daughters, I guess he's left now. Harry Styles performs in a skirt. I'm pretty sure there are lots of girls here who would like to go see Harry Styles, and what are we going to do about those shows? They'd also bring a lot of money to the state. So some history. In the mid-19th century, laws criminalizing cross-dressing were introduced called masquerading laws, and they really had nothing to do with gender. They were about farmers who were trying to get out of paying taxes by dressing up as Native Americans so that they could claim some of their property and their crops as not being something that could be taxed. But unfortunately, those masquerading laws spread across the United States as a way to punish gender variance. In 1913, a person in Brooklyn who today would likely identify as a trans man was arrested and sentenced to 3 years in prison with these laws because the judge believed that she was twisted in her moral viewpoint. In the 1940s and 50s and 60s, arrests became more common. By 1969, police were harassing LGBTQ people regularly based on what they were wearing, and that was one of the main reasons for the well-known Stonewall riots that have already been mentioned, because people were fed up with the threats to their safety and freedom simply for wearing clothing that made them feel comfortable.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, briefly.
Yeah, just can you send us a copy of what you wrote? I'd like to
Absolutely.
see that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. Anyone else testify in opposition to the bill? Okay, come forward and proceed whenever you're ready.
Hello. My name is Luke James, and I am 16 years old. I got the opportunity to go to my first Pride event just last fall, where I witnessed my first ever drag show. I didn't see anything that could be even remotely related to a stripper. I thought, I really enjoyed it. And I'm also an artist, and I enjoyed the amount of time and effort that went into their art that they paint onto their faces and put into their outfits. As far as these drag royalty interacting with small children, as far as reading books to them and stuff, of course you wouldn't want a stripper reading like The Hungry Caterpillar or something to your child. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. It's not okay. But drag queens, kings, and other royalty, they're not showing excessive amounts of skin. They're dressed up all beautiful, and they're very appealing to the eye most of the time. And what child wouldn't love to see that? It looks straight out of like a children's movie. I think it's an incredible thing that children should deserve to witness. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Anyone else here to testify in opposition to the bill?
Hello, I'm Ashley Quinn, and I wanted to speak specifically to an event that at the church that I work at National Avenue Christian Church in Springfield, Missouri. We were able to host an event called the Queer Revival. A musician came to us and asked if they could use our church space for this event. It was specifically because so many LGBT people have been harmed by churches, by violent and horrific rhetoric telling people that just who they are, who they love, is somehow sinful or something like that's problematic. And so we were happy to open our doors to this event to be able to allow the queer community to come in and just really take over the space and reclaim space and just do whatever the queer community wanted to do in the space. And there's a number of queer members, trans members of our congregation and staff, but this was a little bit different than that. And we did have drag performers perform in the church, and that was actually Luke's first drag show before the Pride event. And afterwards, as we were having a meeting with our church elders and board members, several of our older gay members who had previously left the church and had left and had felt for a long time. Some of them had dealt with alcoholism for a long time because they had so much self-hate based on what the church had told them when they were children or when they were 20 years old or so. So that the opportunity for them to see their grandkids come to this event and experience queer culture in this way that was everything was affirming and joyous and fun and in a church space was just amazing. And they thought, what if our kids our grandkids rather, 2 generations, what if our grandkids, this is all they ever experience? If they never hear a negative word about themselves in the context of this, if they only know that they are loved and affirmed and celebrated and supported for who they are. Like the whole room got tears in our eyes thinking about that, imagining that kind of world, because all of us had older than that generation have 100% experienced people telling us that we're going to hell or that we're terrible people or that we're doing something evil to children just by existing. And so the opportunity that comes with sharing drag with our younger generations is amazing, and trying to cancel it out or trying to claim that just the existence of a man in a dress equals perversion is just really an attempt to erase us from society and from culture, and it's not warranted at all. And the opposite is actually amazing. I just want to mention at the end of one of the Pride drag shows in our town square in Springfield, Missouri, one of the drag queens highlighted the plight of homeless youth and the number of homeless youth that are
I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you off there. Questions from the committee, Representative Copeland.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate, I don't know if you was in here earlier, do you agree with sexual implicit material being provided to children at a drag show? That's a yes or no. I don't care about a drag show.
You went out to include drag show. I mean,
I'm just saying,
sexually
any
explicit
sexual
with children
thing
no,
would be right. So
obviously
that's all I ask.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But I'm pretty sure
I think that's what
I'm
the
pretty
bill-
sure we already have laws against that.
And I think that's all that
So
he was trying to do to make sure it clarified that if it did happen at that place, it was taken care of.
And I'm just saying, I think we probably, as Representative Meredith stated, I think we already have laws in the state prohibiting that kind of thing. And I think adding drag show or trying to attach drag performance inherently to something sexually inappropriate is uncalled for.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next in opposition, please come forward.
Hi there, my name is Struby Struble. My drag name is Peter Pansy. And I just wanted to come up here to maybe help give some examples of the multitude and complexity of drag. I'm a very nerdy, sign-heavy drag king. You can't see a performance from me without a poster. Often they get ripped up. There's a lot that happens. So I've done anti-oil numbers where we're dressed as skinny polar bears. I've done a Mr. Cellophane number, which I don't know if you're familiar with the musical from Chicago, but it's about Mr. Cellophane. And I was Mr. Cellophane and said really big queer youth. And then all of my co-performers walked by with signs about anti-bullying legislation, non-discrimination laws, marriage rights, all sorts of things that like homeless shelters were allowed in, like all sorts of stuff that like we don't have. And so I'm Mr. Cellophane dancing along cute, and it's like sad, but it's also one of my favorite memories and empowerment that things can change, because as I did that number throughout the years, there went marriage rights poster. There went there's no anti-bullying legislation. There went there's nowhere for us to go in shelters. Like the rights are coming to us, and they happen by us being out there. I mentioned earlier the first time I saw a supportive PFLAG parent. I said PFLAG assuming everyone knows what that means. It's more inclusive than just lesbian gays, but it stands for Parents and Friends of Lesbians and Gays, and it's an organization of parents and friends of the LGBTQ community who kind of help each other out. A lot of parents were in here being like, oh, we didn't know when it first happened. So you talk to people, and like positive, powerful things can happen at drag shows. We tear up beauty magazines. I had a number that was really positive about body positivity for women specifically, for everyone, but like it was pretty like choreographed tearing on the beat. It was pretty good. We had a number about bicycle safety. If anyone's familiar with Queen's number bicycle, there were helmets, there were reflectors. It was a good time. Gender roles, turning up your Oh, I had a bunch about gender roles, just like exploring what is gender and what isn't it, and a lot about sexism, because I also am, feminist and anti-sexism. And since I have time, I want to add an addendum to your pants. Sorry, forget your name, but the pants one. So, you were talking about pants and sex and gender, so here's how I like to say it. Sex is what's in your pants, the parts you have, the biology, the chromosomes, whatnot. Gender is what pants you're wearing. Uh-oh, I buy them from that side of the department store and not that side. And sexual orientation is whose pants you're trying to get into. Boom. Sex, in your pants. Gender, pants you're wearing. Sexuality, whose pants you're trying to get into. A little inappropriate, oversimplified, but an addendum to your pants one. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, is there anyone else here to testify in opposition to these bills? Seeing none, is there anyone to testify for informational purposes? Seeing none, that concludes the public hearing on House Bill 494 and 498. Thank you to the committee for hanging in there tonight. We are adjourned.